Good morning. Honorable Chief of the Official Opposition Party, honorable guests, friends and friends, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Federation of Hellenic ICT Enterprises, I would like to welcome you to this year's Digital Economy Forum 2024, Navigating the Digital Future. First of all, allow me to warmly thank our sponsors and our communication sponsors for this year's forum, without the assistance of whom we would never be able to have organized this highly institutional conference for digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last few years, we have all been witnesses of great changes. At an international level, the geopolitical and economical situations are under constant reshuffling. And thus, we feel worried, we feel anxious and stressful about the future, and also peace and long-term design. In this fluid environment, there's one thing for certain. The digital developments, the digital changes were equally important, equally serious, thus showcasing the catalytic role and the value of digital technology in our daily lives, in our societies, in our businesses, and in the economy in total. It is an asset of power in a worldwide economy, because it changes a lot of the certainties that we had in the past. Through this whirlwind of developments, we can find new challenges emerging for our country and for all interested parties in the field of digital enterprise. Those challenges also constitute an opportunity for us to refocus on our goals, speed up, and make our common actions even more efficient regarding the digital development of our country. Those challenges can be opportunities as well. Of course, they also set a set of questions for all implemented parties that are being called to develop the correct institutional framework in order for this entire development to function for the benefit of our economy and of our country. And this is exactly what we will try to showcase in this year's Digital Economy Forum. We're going to shed light in the modern digital compass for the economy of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, digital technology in our country defines the developments in the public and the private sector in a way that is obvious to all of us, even to those that are not so tech-savvy, that the dependence of the productive process and the provision of modern services for our citizens with the utilizations of IT services is the cornerstone for the development of our society and of our economy. Our country clearly can answer to this new challenge and can also play a vital role internationally. Because, first of all, the Greek Digital Foundation has a very strong imprint on the society and on the economy, with more than 4,600 businesses and 300,000 full-time employees, but also a turnover of over 88% of our country's GDP. Our digital industry is recognized worldwide. The employees have a high level of knowledge and know-how, and it's very characteristic that in the worldwide Excellence Awards for 2025, in which SEPEgr takes part in the last 15 years, the Greek businesses and public services have received 41 awards, many more than countries that are considered as digital superpowers. So, we represent the new, the creative Greece, a Greece that can produce a new model, create an investment climate, create new work positions, and be more productive. We can take care of corruption or paperwork or lack of transparency through that. These are all the steps that we have taken in the last few years. As you can see in the second report for the digital decade of Europe, in Greece, there is progress in connectivity infrastructure and the digitization of public services, and also in attracting important investments in our country. Those efforts, as you all know, were supported by the private sector. International businesses invest in our country. There are new centers for innovation, new data centers, etc. And there are also a lot of important challenges to face, such as the lack of skilled professionals, the great amount of people that are technologically illiterate, the low number of small and medium enterprises and businesses that have a low level of usage of AI, cloud, a low level of integration of new technologies, and also low level of usage of all those innovations for the increase of competitivity and productivity. In this effort, it is highly detrimental that the government assists by supporting the access of small and medium businesses and citizens in the technological world for new or already existing businesses and enterprises. Second, tax incentives for expats to come back in our country and assist in this effort. And of course, forget old-time notions that hinder digital developments, such as the legislation from 2018 that burdens citizens and the state for more than the IP rights legislation. And in this highly competitive environment in Europe and worldwide, we should not leave any chance to pass us by. Along with the Resilience Fund or the NSRF funds that will be completed in a few months. So we need to take care of the projects that are in danger of not being completed, but have high importance for our country. This is the tactic that we should need to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Greek Digital Economy Forum, we are sure to continue down this path. We will continue to work hard with the assistance of the state and the private sector for everything that has to do with the development of the economy through the digital transformation in the public sector and the private sector as well, and also towards the development of the Greek society. We will transfer the international knowledge, the best practices and the tools in our country by participating in all international organizations and associations such as Digital Europe and SEPE and WICA. SEPE has proven for many years that we are trying to do our best against the people, the society, the economy and the country. And we will continue to do so and work hard because our specific behavior is based on our philosophy. Our philosophy has nothing to do with profit, but the belief that behind numbers, behind money, there should be happy people and a society that moves forward towards the future. It is high time for all of us, from the institutions that they serve, to be responsible not only for the full digital transformation in our country, but also for the creation of a Greece, a country that will be a universal standard, a hub of investments, a hub of digital technology that will help the economy and the society. Thank you. Mr. Androulakis, I would like to congratulate you for taking over the presidency of the official opposition, and I welcome you to the Digital Economy Forum 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to SEPEgr. It's an honor to address this conference first. It's a conference that has become an institution every year. It's a point of reference for digital developments. So it is a great pleasure to be among people and companies that not only support our economy, but also lead the way towards the necessary digital transition and are the driving force for innovation and growth in our country. We are here today to address critical issues related to the development of the sector, the lack of human resources, the need for effective planning, for the important interventions needed for digital transition, because the digital transition must be fair, as the green transition should be something that does not happen, unfortunately. A digital transition with priorities that stem from the needs of society, of public administration, of the economy, taking into account the important experience held by the Greek ICT enterprises. Greece must not and should not always fall behind the global and European technical advancement. The international reports reflect the position of our country, but at the same time, the opportunities and possibilities that we have if we take the right decisions and implement the right long-term plan, especially at a time when, on a global level, the digital transformation of public administration, of the enterprises, of society and economy are priorities. We, unfortunately, are among the last position of digital competitiveness. And we should not forget that the country where we live is a country with expensive and slow internet. As an example, the report for the ranking of digital competitiveness for 2024 brings us at position number 47 among 67 countries. I don't think it's an honor for Greece to be in this position. Based on this report, our country has to improve all its digital performance across all areas in order to increase its resilience and competitiveness. The fund that we are using for digital convergence, is the RRF, the fund created in order to deal with the COVID consequences. So this is a priority for us. Over the last years, due to the pandemic, some steps, important steps were taken. We do not underestimate them, but unfortunately, the indices show that they are not enough. Everyone around us is running at a higher speed. We cannot continue to lag behind. The interventions that we see today are, at the majority, just a superficial change of the infrastructure designed by PASOK about 10 to 15 years ago, such as TaxisNet, the electronic prescription for medicine, and some other things, many things that were the foundations for what is gov.gr today. And the millions of euro that is now invested through the Resilience Fund in digital actions must be used in the perfect way, in the best way, in order to bring the right results, something that I doubt is happening today. We need to upgrade the public grid, our networks, and protect the environment with the help of digital infrastructure, as it happens in most European countries. The question is not how to digitize red tape, but how to have equal and a fair transition, digital transition for the economy without any exclusions. Our priority must be to develop digital skills, improve digital literacy, enhance transparency, and promote digital innovation in critical sectors that our country needs. PASOK had and continues to have a very specific agenda. It is necessary to have a new national design to better use the European funds. We don't have the luxury to let opportunities go by and continue to burden the economy and the state. The largest part of our loans is going to a few large corporations, whereas the banks have all but excluded SMEs. So this situation must change. We need to actively support the SMEs so that the market can function in a fair and efficient manner. We need to ensure that all companies in Greece and the regions participate equally in the development of digital transition actions, and we need to make full use of the human resources of our country by showcasing innovative practices that can enhance our economy depending on the needs of each region. A critical issue here is AI. We need to use it effectively to the benefit of each one of our citizens. We have seen recently some legislative actions, however, without a previous consultation. So our country has to also, or needs a national strategy in this sector as well. So we need wider consultation. We don't know everything. We need to discuss in order to arrive at the best practices, because AI may become a tool and may help in many critical sectors of public administration and the business world. But we need to have dialogue with society and implement reforms in order to protect the rights of our citizens. Our proposal for the fair digital transition and the empowerment of democracy has at its core the participation of our citizens. With the enhancement of the AVIA program, transparency, enhancing the skills of the people working in the public sector, the digital transition of the small and medium-sized enterprises, and also the promotion of connectivity and broadband connection, and also a reduction of the cost of telecommunications with fast wins, transparency, efficiency, accountability, and the participation of our human resources. The digital plan for PASOK is something more than digital governance. It's a product of collective processing and consultation with our citizens, with all stakeholders from the public and private sector, with the research community. This is why we propose 9 main pillars for digital transition. First of all, a society without digital inequality, but with digital literacy and digital professionals, highly specialized ones in main sectors, with the production of an open, with producing open educational content accessible to everyone, and also enriching the educational programs at all levels of school. Everyone needs to have access to this material. Digital upgrade of the Greek universities, so we can emphasize the sectors where our country needs it. Everything starts from education. In which sectors? Agro, nutrition, tourism, and SMEs. Second, simplification of processes, digitization of public services, provision of real service based on the different needs of our citizens and enterprises. We need to ensure that for any request sent to the public state, by citizens or companies. They are able to track its progress and be able to know what would be the time to completion. This is how we can improve our lives, our daily lives, and our relationship with the state. Also, we need to actively promote communication between different public services, public agencies through the intermodalities of the system so that citizens do not become digital clerks, just passing on files from one application to the other. Thirdly, we need to reduce the cost of accessing the Internet. The cost for accessing Internet is very high. It has to be a priority. This access has to be a public good, not a luxury. We need healthy competition, fair competition between providers. We need to emphasize fast investments in fast Internet in the regions and rural areas. An intervention such as the gigabyte voucher is helping, but we cannot base our policies around vouchers. We need actual interventions to the benefit of consumers. We want deeper reforms and not just communication tricks with small benefits. Enhancing the national health system, digital transition of health. We need to cover the gap, bridge the gap for quality care between the urban centers and regional areas through telemedicine and monitoring of our patients. A country with a geography such as Greece has a one-way street ahead of it. This is the only way, the only policy to offer quality care for all our citizens. We need to promote the citizen certification, participation in decision-making procedures. PASOK was the party that initiated those interventions for transparency and accountability, such as the AVIA and the SEP, the OpenGov. We need to continue to enhance it in order to achieve true transparency and a reduction of corruption. Also, we need at some point to become producers, not only consumers of technology. We need a made in Greece technology logic by supporting our enterprises through equal access to financing tools and by making use of innovative startups. We need to provide incentives to keep the young scientists in our countries to develop digital solutions here in our country and reduce our dependency on import. Also, we need to immediately implement innovative practices and technologies such as AI to analyze data, to protect our public infrastructure, to prevent and manage crises in civil protection. This is a very important issue due to climate change. And of course, in order to enhance we also need to enhance our networks and grids for water, energy, and transport. We also need to enhance our national strategy for cybersecurity to protect personal data, protect the citizens' rights, but we need to do it with a truly independent authority for cybersecurity. There's a lot that we can do, but in order to accomplish it, we need to have a vision, not only manage short-term projects, like I see in your sector as well and in other critical sectors for our country. We have a vision for a Greece that moves ahead with social justice and sustainable growth. We are the first party and one of the first parties in Europe, something that was presented in the European Socialist Party. We were the first party to develop an application for cell phones so we can discuss with our members and form our policies together. this is a sign of digital culture, our digital mentality. We had 2,000 comments on our program. That is one step, a necessary step forward to open dialogue using these tools and establish an open society, an open civil society. So PASOK of Diavgia, of OpenGov, of the large digital institutional reforms calls the civil society to participate in all these discussions related to the growth of Greece, the future of Greece. So we will stand by your side because we believe that Greece does not need to do a restart. We need to move on to a new version where technology serves citizens' development and social cohesion. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for this invitation, for being with you today, and I hope you have a very fruitful day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Androulakis. And now I would like to call to the podium the Director of the Independent Authority of Public Revenue, Mr. Giorgos Pitsilis. Minister, Director of the Official Opposition Party, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to participate this year as well in the Digital Economy Forum, and I would like to thank you for the invitation. This continuously changing technological environment really affects the daily lives of citizens and businesses by creating new challenges that the new digital transformation is being called to answer. AI and cybersecurity are very important sectors for the digital economy and the foundation of a safe and effective digital governance. In the Independent Authority for Public Revenue, we are often in the front lines of the digital transformation. We have created a digital ecosystem that standardizes and simplifies procedures, supports business, and improves the services of citizens. With My Data, the internationally innovative project, the interconnection of POS machines with banking systems, we can track transactions in real time. With the digital shipping invoices, we can control the transfer of goods in real time. With the My Ade app, we give the opportunity to citizens to deal with their tax obligations by themselves and receive personalized information through their cell phones. And all that are being added to the already extensive grid of digital submission of all types of certificates or applications provided for by the tax legislation. So we are trying to build a holistic digital environment of services with which all taxpayers can do their transactions without the need of going to a place or meeting with an employee. AI can really help us proceed with this effort by enhancing the effectiveness of our services, and the utilization of AI tools allows us to use the huge volume of data that we gather to automate a lot of procedures and release human resources. So in that way, we can have extra help in our fight against tax evasion by offering support in this wide spectrum of operations, and specifically in the detection of threat and profiling, and the location of tax evasion instances in real time, And also the better targeting of controls, prioritization of controls and auditing with the use of algorithms, the automated evaluation and utilization of citizens' comments and feedback, and the targeting of our most important cases. At the same time, AI allows us to foresee tax evasions with uses of machine learning models based on previous behaviors of tax evasions, and allows us to help our employees with tools that increase their effectiveness, their productivity, and make their work faster at an exponential degree. AI also allows us to assist the taxpayers with chatbots, online assistants that can discuss in real time and in real language by offering personalized help according to the legislation. I'm going to give you some short examples of usage of AI from the Independent Authority of Public Revenue. Number one is the project of utilization, the MIS, of input and output of fuel, which is used by all fuel stations, which is connected to the tax system and measures the transfer of gas. We received an award last year in Budapest for this specific project, and it has allowed us to increase the amount of tax evaders that we have found from 7% to 42%. Second thing is the working group that utilizes our databases with machine learning techniques. Third example, the chatbot under development for the Center for Service of Taxpayers based on LLMs, large language models, for immediate assistance for taxpayers. The projects BI and data analytics for data mining and the analysis of big data, which is a project supported by the Resilience Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from all this assistance, AI is not a panacea, is not a magical wand that can solve all our problems. And in order to use it correctly, we need to follow some specific guidelines, specific rules. The most important thing is the quality of the data, meaning that data must be of high quality, precise and targeted. Garbage in, garbage out, as we call it, meaning the quality of the results is dependent on the quality of the data introduced in the system. The utilization of AI tools must be done gradually in a coordinated fashion, and while we keep people in the center of this chartering of the strategic design. Accountability, transparency, and human oversight are fundamental for keeping the trust of our citizens. In the Independent Authority of Public Revenue, this digital ecosystem has those principles at heart, those limitations at heart, and allows us to receive the best thing possible, the best practices from AI, and also protect the privacy of taxpayers. At the same time, we try to be constantly updated in order for the citizens to understand the procedures and the practices that we implement. All those changes will be brought upon our reality. This is inevitable. But this also tells us that we need to find the appropriate regulatory and legislative framework from the public authority. This is a very complex matter that demands attention for the protection of the foundational rights of people. And in the European law, we have the GDPR guideline, you all know that, and the AI Act, which are a first good step for the implementation of this human-centric approach that we need. Of course, it will need to be broadened towards the model 3.0 of the OECD, which is a model for extensive automations. Tax happens is the motto of this model, meaning that taxes will be around, the data is registered on time, and this is, of course, a challenge for the capability of human control, the continuance of human control. But, of course, there are a lot of advantages offered by technological and informatics governance. But the use of those modern tools of cybersecurity is necessary for the protection of a plethora of dangers, such as cyber attacks, the theft of data, data privacy, data breach, and malware. As long as end-to-end digital services increase, so does the incentive for attacks. This is what we're trying to take. This is what they're trying to take advantage of. The automations, for example, in order to receive taxpayers' money, to steal them. This is how we design our services, by providing for strict protection measures, such as IBAN confirmation with the tax identification number. We closely collaborate with the authorities about the security of our systems. In the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we are in constant communication for the further development of the capabilities of cloud platforms, and specifically the use of specialized software for the security of information. Recently, we managed to implement a pen test project. I'm guessing you know that, you know what this is, to certify the high level of security of our digital services. And at the same time, we implement a project for the reception of the 27001 certification, which includes informatic safety regulations and the provision of specialized training, security training, cybersecurity awareness, as is it called, provision of consulting services, vulnerability control in the other systems, and also we have created in our website a special tab regarding the security of transactions with a safety guide against phishing and mishing attacks, how to safely navigate the internet, and we often upload information on social media whenever there are new types of threats. At the same time, the protection of private data is a fundamental issue that concerns us in a very wide range of actions. Our informatic systems are designed based on the authority of the protection of privacy, privacy by design as we call it, and also privacy by default. We conclude studies with the active participation of the TPO, the person responsible for the protection of data that we have in the authority, and also for the protection of data for taxpayers. We use cryptography, of course, in the applications that use sensitive data, such as the invoice application, or etc. And the key for cybersecurity is the exchange of know-how among the public sector and the private sector at the national and at an international level. We give great emphasis to preemptive action and the analytic approach for going against the threats in this modern environment. This is why we have proposed for the creation of an administration of threat management that will have as a goal the detection and the prevention of possible digital threats, and also finding ways to solve the problem as soon as it happens, the mitigation. Also, speed in this digital world goes hand in hand, of course, with agility and adaptation. AI and cybersecurity are catalysts for the operation of a more transparent tax authority and public authority in general that facilitates the citizens, the businesses, the enterprises by providing them safe digital services with extensive interoperability of systems and applications. In the Public Authority of Independent Public Authority of Revenue, we invest in the fully digitization of our services. We have a vision, we have consistency and responsibility for our smooth transfer to a more targeted operational future that is being led by data and threat analysis. We want to be as data-driven as possible when we make our decisions, and thus we create a public organization that has nothing to be jealous of by all the tax authorities abroad. Thank you so much for your attention.
After thanking Mr. Pitsilis, let's move on to a short video for our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop. Say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch. But always find the reasons, true to your heart, to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first draft to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
Γεια, είμαι η Κλειό. Είμαι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Ναι, το οδείο του Ηρώδου του Αττικού, το ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και τη Χαλκοθήκη. Και πλέον μπορείς να δεις και το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Και τώρα, με την προσθήκη 2 ακόμα σπουδαίων μνημείων, το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια, η εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος προσφέρει μια ολοκληρωμένη εμπειρία στην Ακρόπολη. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να την απολαύσει όλος ο κόσμος. Κοσμοτέ, μέλος του ομίλου Telecom.
AI. Good morning. I'm very happy to be the moderator in the first panel because AI is not just a technology, it's the foundation based on that will serve us on our decision making for our daily lives and for important issues, be they on a policy level or on an operations level. To discuss about all these things, we have in our panels the most competent persons, Mr. Dimitris Papastergiou, the Minister of Digital Governance, and Mr. Kyriakos Pierakakis, the Minister of Education. Hello, gentlemen. Good morning. Before we start our discussion, you heard Mr. Pitsilis. He had he gave us a small account, a short account. I would like to hear the same from you, just a few words about the year that is now leaving us. Mr. Papastergiou, well, it was good. We went on vacation. Well, okay, good morning, everyone. First of all, let me say that it is very nice to hear from the governor of an independent authority, not to talk about the standard things, but to talk about AI, about cybersecurity, about applications, about how all of a sudden, this whole mentality that started from 2019 has become part of our DNA and the framework of the independent authorities, and how we see this game changing. So the year was very successful, I would say, but the best things for our sector, because I think I feel like I'm talking to my family. It was a year that the new year, rather, will start and will be the completion of all our efforts. The challenge with AI is the approval, which was not an easy thing, to have the AI factors and how we can actually use the potential that is hidden in the talent of Greece, and how we can work very effectively, how we can become part of the European map with more prominent initiatives. All of these things together, along with the different vouchers that are useful. About 30 minutes ago, we had the new voucher for SMEs going live. Again, all these things show that we have a market that is facing important challenges. We have the RRF, and we need to use it. And I will repeat that because RRF, in relation to digitization, it's all of us here. We don't have the room to either lag behind or to partially deliver the projects that are ahead of us. It is our obligation and a commitment of the country to deliver the projects as they were designed, with the quality they were designed, so we can deliver a Greece that is at a completely different wavelength. More digital Greece, more effective Greece. It's good years, and no one is bored, I would say, nowadays. Mr. Pierakakis, let me first say that it was a year of progress, yet more progress, and it is it's a great pleasure for me to be here. I feel also like this is my family. One thing with my previous hat as Minister of Digital Governance, we saw there the part that has to do with digital public services, the goal that we have set in 2019 to have this convergence of Greece with the other European countries in terms of that, the part that our ministry could affect. And a comment for what I heard before from the chief of the opposition. It was a speech that was as if we were in 2019, because a lot has happened since then. And to talk about the need for a strategy, I would say there's no need for a strategy. We don't need this type of thing. We have already established it back in 2019 with a very targeted and codified projects that are now being implemented. That was what was needed, the here and now, and fast action. Second, of course, there was consensus and agreement. I remember the law 4847 that was voted along with Syriza and PASOK. It was adopted and also voted by Mera 25, so day 25. So there were a lot of things accomplished, not everything, but I think of that irrespective of the party that you serve, we see progress in our society. Also, in terms of pricing, Dimitris has talked a lot about it. Pricing was very high, but right now the costs are continue to drop every year. Even within an environment of inflation. That is the reality. You can interpret it in different ways, but that is the reality. Now, in terms of digital transformation, this is steered by the Ministry of Digital Governance and implemented by the different ministers, same as the Ministry of Education, but there's a lot of road for us to cover. And since we're talking about AI, I would say that if we have one important digital project this year, is the digital school, tutoring school. It's a mechanism that includes elements of reducing inequality and enhancing social cohesion. We understand that a lot of students attend side schools, let's say tutoring schools, and we are trying to assist them through this project using the RRF in order to make the best of this project. And one thing, just to, now that we're closing the year, we have the emails from the families with children with disabilities that could not actually go to those tutor schools. We received a lot of those emails thanking us for taking this step. For me, that was the greatest achievement of this digital service, and it shows that if we plan them properly, digital services can have a great social effect. And of course, the best is yet to come. Mr. Papasteriou, you talked about the plan for AI. Let's just talk a bit about this. What are going to be the benefits? Well, it was just an introduction, so this is why I didn't say more, but Europe understands that we need to take some common action. And it called all the member states to say that, okay, to use AI, there will be problems, of course, but we need the infrastructure, the right infrastructure to use it. We cannot continue to lend, to borrow infrastructure from elsewhere. So we also want data, and this is where the Data Governance Act comes into play, and we are transposing this in our Greek legislation. It's going to be the fuel for AI, the way that we're going to open up our data. And for everything else, there's going to be a very specific way of extracting it, obviously anonymously, and in compliance to GDPR. Right now, it's an adventure to export data for health, for transportation, for anything that involves local economic ecosystems. So we are progressing very fast now. We're going to have the first evaluations for these technologies. The Data Governance Act is also progressing. It has a very specific structure. And in order to open data now with skills and talents, as Kyriakos said, over the last months, Greece is not lagging behind. It's not the situation that we faced in 2019 with the Ministry of Digital Governance. Right now, we are above average on many different indices, and of course, we need to strive more for our competencies, our skills. We have more targeted actions in order to enhance skills for very, very technical and specialized sectors such as AI. So those factors for AI, on the one hand, they are going to bring the problems from the public and the private sector, and on the other hand, We will have the academia, the universities, the research centers to work on those problems and provide the solutions. 3 sectors that are important. They are not the same all over Europe. There's a different analysis per state, but more or less the same target. First of all, health. The health sector. Of course, we have data. We have good data there, ready data. We also have imaging data. We are scanning, you are scanning 1.2 billion documents, so visual data. And metadata. Also, the LLMs, we need a big LLM so that we can keep Greek in the AI world, and also civil protection. We can give many examples about how data, satellite data and ground data can improve our safety and security. Exceptional talent, that was mentioned in the publication by the European Commission, that was also very excited about the 7 projects for the 7 factories, AI factories. Are we bringing back this talent, Mr. Pierakakis? Is it possible? Can we reverse this brain drain? It is a problem for everyone in the room. Yes, and this is why it was part of the extended survey by SEPEgr, discussing how many more people we need in the ICT sector, and stating that we stand at about 50% of what we need. A large part of the people who left from Greece over the last years during the crisis have returned during the pandemic, and that was due to the general stability in our country. The Greek bonds right now has a better performance than the French and the Italian one, which means that we are in a stable environment, and you can build on that. Second, Greece has a higher growth rate in relation to the European average. In the ICT sector, there was a great intervention by the state instead in terms of the regulatory framework and the RRF when we needed manpower to implement all those projects. And now we need an intervention in relation to skills, because we have achieved a degree of convergence in terms of digital services. But as we discussed with Dimitris, when these projects are completed, Greece will no longer be at the average in terms of digital services. It's going to be at the top 5 or near the top 5 of the European countries. So when this investment in optic fiber is finalized, when this is finalized, we will also be much higher than the European average. We will have the penetration in enterprises to see through. That is a problem of the Greek economy. We have many very small enterprises, micro enterprises, 1 to 9 people, and then we will have the skills. We need to do 3 things for that. The first is the short term. Short term is being able to create capacity. We need capacity building. We're discussing with the Ministry of Labour about IT projects, reskilling projects, so that some of our citizens that may be unemployed or unemployed that have a background in STEM, we can retrain them. Second, of course, we need more IT schools in Greece, university schools, departments. And thirdly, we need a better algorithmic mentality in how we teach IT at our schools. The books that we have right now for IT is not something that I'm proud of. This is why we are planning on changing everything. In September 2026, we will going to give new books to our schools. And we have a new digital book for the high school, first and second grade, already out. We wanted to do that fast. So this is something we need to accomplish, and we have taken steps to do so. But, of course, the actions that we need to take are ahead of us. We need to train a lot of people. But just a parenthesis here. you are the people who can train, you, the enterprises, are the people who can train your employees better than anyone. You can provide a different level of education on the specific sector. And for me, that's a question how we can use this, utilize it, and utilize your potential. It's something that we are discussing, and maybe there will be some initiatives taken in this regard. I will continue with you, Mr. Pierakakis, and then I will go to Mr. Papastagiou just to switch things up. Everyone agrees that regulation is required, not only in Greece. It's a discussion everywhere in the world, in the States as well. Actions have been taken. The AI Act is a step in that direction on a European level. Is there a risk for for lagging behind in AI because of over-regulation? What do you think? Well, I would say that at the university, you learn about the dilemma. This is a known dilemma. If you regulate too late, you fall behind. If you regulate too early, you affect the technological advancement. So you have to find the sweet spot in order to get things where you want. I am in favor of regulation. Europe is a regulatory superpower, and that is very important. The GDPR, in terms of personal data, became the global standard. The US do not have a GDPR, but some states there read the text of the GDPR in order to create their own provisions and their own legislation. So, of course, with AI, regulation is going to be a very important factor, but I want to add something else to the discussion. This is the time that Dimitris is here at the ministry. If we were to come in 2020, if we were to talk then about AI, when we hadn't even accomplished digital applications, it wouldn't have gone anywhere. So we needed to take some first steps. We needed to convince our citizens that we can work digitally. We needed to make some progress, and then, right now that we have these advances, we can proceed with AI. So we need to find the right applications, AI applications, per ministry, something that is coordinated right now. And I will talk to you about us. For us, the digital AI assistant for every student is the most important application. An assistant per course that can be open for the student to discuss. This assistant, the chatbot, will be able to diagnose any weaknesses, any gaps in the education, and help the student. And talking about a law that we have adopted before the last elections, that was the regulatory framework for many technologies in this AI revolution era, where all companies that used AI had to announce, to disclose their use of the specific use of AI. So if we don't do this regulation in the right way, we're going to lose a very historic opportunity. I believe in this approach.
Well, what would you like to add about it? We only have 2 minutes left now. Mr. Pierakakis talked about regulations, but you mentioned before the practical applications. Maybe we should talk about civil protection and what help can AI offer to that sector. Well, I'm not going to talk about the regulations. In 2024, we instituted the Digital Services Act. We need to adapt that, and we have a lot of work to do in order to be regulated, but not stifling when it comes to the development of AI. Now, let's take a look. What happened 2 weeks ago? Why did the models did not catch the locality of the phenomena. 450 milliliters of rain every hour. We needed data in order to deal with what happened in Rhodes, the natural destruction in the island of Rhodes, along with the data offered by the Meteorological Service. We have 80 meteorological stations dispersed, and at this moment, we are constructing 30 more with hydro data, automatic detection, etc. At this time, imagine if we could combine all those data at the same time, along with the microsatellite system that we are building for 2024. This may look like sci-fi, but Greece right now does have a new, severe, strict strategy focused on civil protection. So if we can have all those data from Earth stations and satellites that are able to run all those projections for local phenomena, we would be able to warn people on time. We would be able to act quickly and in a targeted fashion, because today, most of the times, in order to anticipate natural distractions, we tend to alert people in order to be prepared, but more often than not, the meteorological evidence is not what we expected. I mean, nothing is happening, so people do not tend to believe these warning messages. This is not a sci-fi scenario. This is something that's going to happen, that's going to become a reality in 2025. We will be able to download all those data, create a data hub, along with the satellites. So in 5 different sectors, and one of them is the weather prevention, the weather phenomena prevention. So you do believe that our time is up? Unfortunately, you can see that. Unfortunately. Well, we have 30 seconds for one last comment, mostly for our SEPE members. My comment is that there is a great challenge ahead of us for businesses. After the RRF, all these businesses manage to utilize the funds, the money, in order to make their businesses more extrovert, to absorb this transition and make it sustainable and not one-off. And I think that this time the Greek businesses have understood that, and they will be able to put that project in action and change from a national environment to an international environment. Well, since Kyriakos talked about the post-25 period, I'm going to talk about 2025 specifically. After we finish this conference, we should go back to work immediately, because we have a lot of things to do. We have a lot of work, which is not easy. I know that Greeks will rise to the occasion, but we really need to utilize every single euro allocated by the RRF and national funds. Society is expecting a new creation from us, a targeted creation, a plan, and we need to turn all those things into useful projects for our society. Thank you so much. Thank you both. Mr. Papasteriou, Minister of Digital Governance, Mr. Pierakakis, Minister of Education, Religion and Sports. So let's start with the second panel that has to do with our daily lives, the citizens' daily projects and the businesses. So I would like to invite Mr. Kamaras, Mr. Kassimiotis, Mr. Nikolopoulos, Mr. Papangelis, Mr. Paraskevopoulos, and Mr. Rizos. Take your seats, please. Good morning. Welcome. So we can begin. I would like to start with Mr. Kamaras. AI. AI is everywhere. Morning, noon, and afternoon, and night. How can we utilize it when it comes to applications and solutions in order to simplify our everyday lives? Well, I will continue from the previous panel, from what was said there by the ministers. So I think that the Greek state is making moves when it comes to AI and is trying through gov.gr to operate towards this direction. This is a very important step forward because if we take for granted that AI is something relatively unknown to a bigger part of our citizens, to a bigger part of people, and what is unknown tends to be a bit scary, let's say. So the other thing that goes hand in hand with it is credibility and convincing people that this is something important and the state is moving towards this direction. So we are trying to create a foundation for the private sector to follow. There are already applications of AI. We have chatbots that have already been operational and work in the banking sector, in the retail sector. We have our clients using chatbots as well, which are much improved than the previous version of FAQs that we were using in the past. But what will make the important difference is the part of personalization. So when someone starts seeing solutions and services that are focused for his problems, for his own needs and preferences. And this is the critical part that has to do with the quality of data, as it was mentioned before by the Minister of Digital Transformation. We need a lot of data and good data for this project to be able to work and to maximize its efficiency, its yield. So there is need for transparency and trust. So the collection and the usage of data with very high ethics is the cornerstone for those services to be able to operate. We're talking about the economy of trust economy. And this is, of course, fundamental for AI. Well, you've introduced a lot of subjects, but you didn't quite answer the question. You kind of deviated and created more questions. It's just to jumpstart the conversation. Mr. Kasimiotis, I know that Hewlett-Packard offers a lot of solutions, but I would like for you to focus on the solutions that have to do with our daily life, whether for companies or citizens. Well, our everyday life is the same as the daily lives of our businesses, the enterprises that we support. So I'm not going to focus on the many things that we do. I'm not going to talk about all the infrastructure that are demanded, are required for AI to be developed, because they are very strong. Under the Ministry of Energy and the Frontier the Frontier project that was recently announced, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about what we have built as a company and we tend to support in the last years, giving the possibility to enterprises and businesses to benefit from the cloud services, because AI is intrinsically connected with the cloud. It is something that can be experienced everywhere. So we have tried to take the cloud close to the birth of the data, where businesses can develop AI models based on their own data, based on their own particularities, and not just keep training models that are irrelevant and that need to be controlled for their accuracy. So what we recently did, and I think it's worth mentioning here, is that in collaboration with NVIDIA, we built such a platform by expanding the platforms that we already had. We announced it in April in Las Vegas. Private Cloud AI, it's the name. It is a private platform that steps on the Google data platforms, and it has all the infrastructure details between HP and NVIDIA, and it is expanded in the software layer. From the side of NVIDIA, we have pre-standardized services that come from enterprise of NVIDIA, meaning AI factors in general. This is what it is. It is solutions that have to do with agency standards. And from our side, HP side, there is the capability to connect the data of the client in his own premises or somewhere else through the platform of Data Fabric and Unified Analytics. All those things are connected in a holistic solution that gives you the capability to create a model and test it on your own data within a day. Anyone that has tried to create a model and test it on their own data knows that it is a tough thing to do. How could I prove the validity of my statement? When it was first presented, there was a little avatar built. And please Google the name of the president of the company. The name of the president is Antonio Neri. So we built an avatar that was presented to thousands of people that have visited this conference in America. The name of the avatar was Antonio Nierli. And in essence, he had to face, the president of the company had to face all the people that had to ask him everything they wanted. So having such an avatar in public view, this means that they have solved thousands of problems in order to make it operational, functional. And with a bit of imagination, this can be transferred in all types of applications that you can think of. We want to spread, disseminate the knowledge so that we can make real-time decisions whenever the data is stored and created. Mr. Nikolopoulos, this is your turn to give us an example. I would like to say something that has to do with businesses. First of all, good morning. The important thing that has to do with businesses, enterprises, and the challenge that we are trying to solve with the use of this entire ecosystem, as Mr. Kasimiotis said about the data, that data should be close to you, data should be in conjunction with the cloud. So the most important thing for me is that what the businesses are dealing when it comes to cybersecurity is that we should use AI in order to understand what's going on in our organization. This is number one. And number two, how fast can we understand that we are under a cyber attack? Or allow me to say, someone has already hacked our organization and I want to understand how this started. So what we want to achieve with all those new technologies is to decrease the response time. I'm not talking about the reaction of a business when it comes to the stock exchange or the price ranges, but from the world of cybersecurity to be able to respond quickly on who did what and when. And we can take a look at it at a large scale. Businesses, and not only Greek businesses, small and big ones, manage cybersecurity data with the use of the traditional tools. I don't think that we can have a quick or a correct result. So the problem that we have to face comes from the quantity of the data, how many of those data are just noise and what is the baseline? And what do we need to do or in order to understand what's going on in our organization? The next thing that we are trying to solve, and we're going to discuss this later on, is the who done it. We have all those data, but the result sometimes is not the one that we want. This is why the businesses start using AI in order to get results quickly. And this is the greatest challenge that we deal in the cyber sector.
Thank you. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, I gave you I had to speak later, but it's okay. What is your proposal in relation to AI? From the manufacturer's standpoint, we want to see how we can bring this closer to the consumers' daily lives and how we can improve their lives. Already at the start of 2024, we've launched some devices that have AI capabilities. You can have live translation, you can have text processing, you can search for things that interest you, but it is very important to have wider cycle of information. You have discussions about AI, articles being written, something that you hear about every day, but people still have not understood what the AI really means. We've run a survey in the summer of 2024 among 11,000 people all over Europe, and only 15% of them can and have truly understood how they can use AI. There are different wishes, desires expressed by the people through a questionnaire, and they mainly ask for improving their daily lives in relation to entertainment and in how they can have their appliances, electrical appliances, interconnected to simplify their daily lives. Another thing about AI, security. There are some concerns about how this data exchange that we need to have in order to pass information along is something that the different enterprises can handle safely, securely, without risking their own data. We have been talking about this in previous conferences as well. But a quick fix, a quick solution had to do with processing data on device, meaning that we don't really need to use the cloud in order to have the solution that our consumers are looking for. That's it from me. Well, thank you, Mr. Papangelis. Thank you. The floor to Mr. Papangelis. Hello from me. We have incorporated AI in a lot of the solutions that we offer to our partners. Just to give you a couple of examples. One of our solutions is the prediction of inventory, forecast for the inventory that a company should hold in its warehouses, certification for the staffing of a company with qualitative and quantitative criteria, the forecasting for wind generation from the forecast for energy generation from wind farms in order to use stochastic models and get accurate predictions. And lastly, in the health sector, we are now developing certain AI chatbots with the aim of assisting health providers and citizens and improving their daily lives. Lastly, I want to mention something related to AI, something that we see, we believe it is not just a tool for us, it is a mirror of our principles and vision for the future, and more specifically about how this technology can serve human dignity and collective well-being. Thank you very much. We will go back to all these things in a second round of questions. But Mr. Rizos, your first comment and your first proposal for solution or application. Well, thank you. It is a great honor for me to be present in this panel, especially after our last the international award we received for an application of AI. I believe that as a company, what makes us different is that we have invested early on in AI. Intercom Telecom established teams as of 2010 in an effort to implement AI in different sectors. It was a long and difficult journey. And in contrast to the entire market, or at least most players in the market that took interest in AI when the ChatGPT became part of our lives, we understand the pain behind attempting to make this type of applications. And we are proud that we have dealt with applications that give back to society, and we have a family of solutions that aims at sustainability, at reducing the carbon footprint, and we have managed to achieve a reduction more than 35% in our energy consumption for our 5G telecommunication networks and our data centers in general. It may sound simple, but it is not simple. Also, by using AI, but let's say the traditional, the classic AI, to make a distinction with generative AI, having implemented things that researchers tried to accomplish over the last years, even some robotic principles were part of the system. And what we found was that what needs to happen is to focus on applications that give value and not to simply run tests and talk about the AI in general terms, such as we see happening lately. Each company, each organization needs to select which is the sector, the field that will provide more benefits. We, as a company, started with sustainability, reducing our carbon footprint in trying to do some good. And we have, of course, expanded in the health sector, in the banking sector. We've also created chatbots by implementing, using the latest advancements in the field. But our main goal is to implement, use AI, use what our company does best. We are an engineering company. That's what we're known for. Our power is putting things into production. And we have managed to include AI systems in our production. They are working. They are feeding. They're self-feeding. And even before the term AI factory as a term was introduced, we have created our own platforms. And we were doing all these things that are now part of attracting so much investment. So you do need to invest in people and infrastructure and set the right goals in order to be successful. Thank you. We've heard many different solutions and applications. For example, whether or not the solution is to have the cloud closer to the event, or whether you will have a device storing its own device and processing its own data. These are questions that each of you answers in a different way. But all these things are the applications that they might not make a difference for the citizens directly or to SMEs directly. So let me ask you now about the challenges that each of you faces in integrating AI in the services that you offer, and whether or not this has to be visible, easily understood, perceived by the users. Well, it depends. When we talk about something as important as a very central, pivotal change, such as the rising use of AI especially at its infant stage, the first thought, the reactive thought, is that the main challenge is cost or lack of skills. But this is not the case. The financial data is not such that create prohibiting obstacles. Also, we do have the talent. The skills are there. We may need more, but there is no gap in terms of skills. In terms of the solutions that we provide to our customers, the most common problem for us, but it's a very normal one, is everything that has to do with the resistance to change, a challenge in the face of changing mentality, inertia. That is the main problem. It's not just a law of physics. It's a law of human nature. It's something completely understandable, inertia. So that is what is causing the gap in strategy that needs to be covered and bridged in a way that adds value in line with the long-term strategy of each brand. So what do we do to address this? As Mr. Pierakakis mentioned before, education and training. That is true, but the key here is how to do that. It's not just to run huge workshops. We need continuous short interventions for targeted training in specific individual sectors of a company that may perhaps, where you may perhaps see immediate results. You need to use case studies, and also companies are essentially called to take small but very, very solid steps, first to see results, and then they can enhance their ambition and their effectiveness. Mr. Kasimiotis, a few months ago, we also had a survey, ran a survey in 14 countries, and discovered something that was, something that we more or less expected. Whereas in 98% of the respondents in the survey had set some budget aside in order to make AI investments in AI, but just 15% of those had actual results. So that's where the challenge comes in. In our mentality, I would say these are divided in three pillars. Two have to do with governance, and the third one has to do with energy. And Mr. Rizos talked a little bit about it, so I will start with that. AI systems are very, very costly in terms of their energy use, so you marry a problem that you have to address from the start. Right now, we have the technologies. We have one of the first companies that have water-cooled technologies that help in this regard, so that you can have a sustainability dashboard. The other two things has to do with data and its maturity, and with general principles and philosophy that you need to apply in order to structure an AI system, which according to our proposition has to have 5 specific characteristics. Any AI application, commercial application. First of all, it has to ensure security and privacy of data. Second, it has to be inclusive. Thirdly, it has to be responsible. Fourth, it has to be human-centric. And fifth, it has to be robust. In terms of its coding, so that if needed, it has to be, it can be audited. So it has to be auditable. The second thing has to do with data. Data on 3 levels: internal data from an organization, data from their partners, and data where it is being generated by users. Users are not just those who hold the device or an appliance or something like that. A user can be a sensor. So you need to be able, through proper governance, to have ensured the principles of structuring this system and be able to manage data that is actually the fuel for this entire system, so that you can extract meaningful content that will help you make decisions, create digital twins, etc. It might be easy to start with an AI modeling, but it's very difficult to see it being personalized in its final form. And that's where you need the governance from the start to select all everything that's going to be part of that system, ensure that the interaction between those parts is going to be efficient, and you are not going to discover gaps that need to be bridged. There's a lot of issues that you have put to the table, Mr. Kassimiotis. Mr. Nikolopoulos, I will continue from Mr. Kassimiotis and add a couple of things. As we heard, we have the opportunity large organizations have the opportunity to use, to work between them and use models, exchange information, data. But for me, the greatest challenge is ourselves. And I will tell you what I mean by that. We mentioned at the beginning that there are ICT companies. The minister mentioned it. We have large ones and small ones. The challenge that we face is reskilling and also skilling. I will talk about myself. I'm of a certain age. AI is something that is new for me, meaning that I need to study. And the same holds true for the average IT manager, IT director. So we have here a question of how to use all those new tools through reskilling. And it's something that I mention always from the point of view of cybersecurity. The second thing is that a new generation that comes, that graduates from university now and is starting, is being introduced on everything that has to do with AI. It's not, does not relate to its practical application. We have this technology, but how can we use it in order to get a result that is usable? So we have two different things related to skills. Now, if we were to take it one step further, where we need to use some things, my colleagues mentioned that we need to take small but very confident steps. It's meaningful to run countless workshops and an attempt to incorporate this technology in our organization. We need to do something else. We need to have many gradual, small steps with immediate results. So this technology, to ask the question, what did this technology bring me? Where did I benefit? In my cybersecurity, was I able to detect an attack easier? Was I able to understand the impact of the attack? And we can then train ourselves accordingly. For example, especially for small companies and cyber security, these companies may not have a dedicated officer for cybersecurity, but they can get results through AI in order to have a more general understanding of their situation, because cybersecurity is an important aspect of of the life of a small or a large company alike. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, we mentioned before about the survey, well, the 16% of company executives use AI, but at the level of the final user, that percentage is 15%, very similar to what was found. So either at the level of the company, high level, or the level of the end user, the percentage of the people who use it is actually very similar. And as a challenge, what we are mainly facing right now is how we are going to be able to give to our consumers from our sales points the ability to see how they can interconnect their devices and how they can get in their daily lives a mobile communicating with the refrigerator or the refrigerator communicating with the washing machine, because all these things are can happen. It's not just blueprint design. So we need better promotion of the device interconnectivity. The second challenge, because when you start working with AI, you see it as a very nice, exciting game. I don't know if you have played around with ChatGPT. You start your questions, you get a result, you can do whatever you want, and then at some point you say, okay, now what happens with security? That's the most important thing of all, and we try to be very active and try to build trust with our clients, with our customers, and promote solutions for on-device processing, which means that they can feel more safe about their data.
Thank you. Mr. Papagilis. I will agree with Mr. Kassiniotis and what was previously said. AI definitely needs data and processing power in order to have secure and safe results. So the data quality is one of the most important issues that we have to deal when we are trying to implement such a model. We face greatest challenges when we talk about private data or sensitive private data in the field of health or security, and we need to be extra careful over there in the way we approach, but also in the way we implement. So if I am to conclude to something, this is of course the respect for privacy and the respect for sensitive data. This is a great challenge that we need to face when we talk about these types of algorithms and models. Thank you. Mr. Rizos. This is a very nice question. I think that we can discuss it for the next couple of hours, isn't it? It's the question that never ends. Challenges when it comes to AI. Challenges for you, for the companies. It's not that we talk about general challenges, social challenges, ethical challenges. Oh, this is going to take us a week. Well, I think that this is the same, pretty much the same. A company that is trying to develop AI, it starts by asking basic questions. Do I have the infrastructure to do that? I guess I don't. I will use cloud. Do I have data? I think I do have data. Where is my data? I have to gather them. I have to control them. Are they clean? 80% after that is not clean. After we do all that, we ask ourselves, do I have the specialists? Do I have the know-how? Not all companies have the know-how, and it's not just one person. You need a team of specialists, of senior, junior executives. You need expertise and knowledge. And once we start, we wonder, now, what I'm doing, is it the best practice, or am I just doing it by myself? Is it a trial and error? Who can clarify if everything is correct or not? Afterwards, we start looking for advisors, we start looking for guidelines, and then we have to think about ethics or security, which are social matters. But companies might deal with consumers, for example, but ethics is still a part of consumerism. We're talking about bias, we're talking about racism. This is where it all comes from when we talk about this data. We're not just talking that there is a new technology available to us. In practice, this new technology can be characterized as an enabler for other things. I remember that at the beginning we were talking about the change to electricity, that when AI becomes a part of our reality, we will experience a change as the one from the use of fire to the use of electricity. this type of technologies is completely different than what we were used to, and it makes us want to think differently as well. We need to change our mindset. We are a small country, and as a small country, we don't have access to the tools, the funding, the talent that exists in America, in India, or also big European countries. But nevertheless, we are quite creative. We are quite ingenious. So when we talk about something as new as AI, every company that wants to deal with that needs to have a strategical mindset. Does this mean, is this company about to copy another company? Everybody is making chatbots right now, for example. Okay, let's make a chatbot just to say that we did something. But is this worth it? Does this matter? Or would it be better to use our creativity to think of a new application? Because right now we are living through a situation that can be called as blue ocean, if you know about marketing, if you know the marketing term, meaning that there is no limit to what we can do. This is the great opportunity. This is the great challenge for Greece and the Greek enterprises to find something different, to do something different, something out of the box, to think, to find value, to target, and to invest in people and new incentives. I'm going to stop right now, otherwise I would keep talking. Thank you, Mr. Rizos. We have time for a third round of questions. I would like for each of you to tell me, from your own point of view, of course, what do you think of Greece when it comes to AI today? We are preparing the Daedalus system right now, the petaflops. So it's not bad. We have lived up to exaflops right now. The AI factory, the human resources. What do you think about Greece when it comes to the field of AI right now? Mr. Kamaras. Well, as it was mentioned before, we are of a certain age, let's say. We remember the time when Greece was at the last positions of the queue when we talked about utilization of technologies. We are quite satisfied from the position that we have right now, the progress that we have made through all those years, and we are already trying to implement some new solutions with our customers. But what I would like to underline is the wisdom of walking fast by walking slow. We need to make sure that we are credible, we are transparent, and we are trusted. This is very important. Well, it might sound as something impossible to happen, but let me give you an example. Our sector has a tendency to admire speed. We should move fast, we should do this fast. So when the first social networks appeared in 2004, the founder, the poster boy of social media, had a rule: move fast and break things. Imagine if this hadn't happened at the time, the negative side of social media, all this negative side that has created so many ripples and deep problems that we are trying to solve right now. Imagine if this didn't happen. Imagine if the progress was slower, the progress was more careful. Things would be much different. Thank you. Well, the answer has good and bad aspects, and I will start with the bad in order to conclude with the good. I think that walking fast by walking slow is good and is okay, but in the previous years, I'm talking about the last 10 years, when a lot of important things were happening in Europe, in Greece, we were doing nothing. And it took a long while to incorporate all those changes. So right now, we really need to speed up the Greek talent so that we can be a part of this change we see that we are lacking in infrastructure, we are lacking in basic foundational things that should have already been done 10 years ago. I mean, Daedalus should have been completed 10 years ago. Okay, better late than never. This is what I think. I'm quite optimistic in the future of Greece because I think that we have made a decision to build a main frame under the auspices of the state, which will give us the capability to create an ecosystem. Because when I talk about Daedalus, Pharos, AI factors, I'm thinking of a community. I'm thinking of a combination of the state and the private sector that will create a space so that every new talent will have the opportunity to work in Greece, to come back from abroad and be part of an international game, so that Greece can become a hub. And the fact that we, the Greek office of Hewlett-Packard Enterprises, hosts a team of 30 developers, which right now are building tools that are incorporated in the solutions that are being sold worldwide when it comes to machine learning and unified analytics, this means that there are a lot of there are a lot of companies that have created these types of centers in Greece. It has to do with human resources and the Greek talent. The game is international, so we can win the lost ground. We can cover the lost ground. Thank you. Mr. Nikolopoulos. Yes, I'm also optimistic as Mr. Kassimiotis. And when it comes to everything that we have done as a country in the last few years, and especially in the last 5, things have changed a lot. In the past, we didn't care what was happening in Europe. Right now, we're moving fast. Of course, not as fast as the US, for example, but it is much better than what we did in the past. So there is an opportunity for us in the informatics sector, and also an opportunity for the country to utilize all our infrastructure, keeping our data close in our country. And also, it will help us to build work positions for people that are leaving the country because they cannot find work here. We can find solutions locally. And also, there is a great market. There are people that are working locally now. This is important for us, to keep our people in our country, keep the brains that we have in our country, and also maybe help the expats come back. Thank you. Mr. Paraskevopoulos. It is quite optimistic to see such efforts from the state, special studies under specific funds regarding generative AI and how this can lead our country to a great competitive advantage when it comes to our collaborators. We are living through a technological social acceleration because apart from the technology, apart from AI that is coming, there are also many different policies that we are trying to implement as a country in order to combine technology and infrastructure that we are trying to create. Of course, we are a country that in the last few years has made many quick steps, right steps towards the right direction, so I can be nothing but optimistic from my side as a company. Mr. Papangelis, are you optimistic as well? Yes, I'm cautiously optimistic as a result of what we discussed today. Of course, it seems that there is digital strategy in our country and digital education in order to face the dangers of AI. Maybe what we should do is to recalibrate our moral compass. Thank you. Mr. Rizos, you have 32 seconds. Of course, we have to be optimistic. Of course, we can achieve many things, great results. And Small countries need to be smarter than big ones. So this means that we need to act quickly, act fast. Walking fast by walking slow is a good strategy by Apple, as an example, that has the luxury to work slowly in order to make things perfect. A friend of mine that is a businessman often says that the train only stops once in front of you. You don't know if the same train will go by the station for a second time. So, of course, we need to do things correctly, ethically, but we need to jump on the train. We need to make sure that most people, the majority of people, understands the basic principles, because it's quite easy to talk about AI in such general panels, but we need some fundamental knowledge to understand the limitation, the benefits, how does it work, to understand what it is. And of course, as a country, we need to separate our position. There is the applied AI, theoretical AI, research AI. There are countries that are throwing funds towards research and categorize things in new sectors. This is something that demands great funds, monetary funds, and human resources as well. But there is another opportunity to apply all those things. Applying does not require so many funds, but it just requires effort, persistence, organization. Of course, Greece always is lacking in organization, but maintenance also. AI, unfortunately, is a system that needs constant maintenance. And if we take in mind how Greece maintains its national highway system, for example, we should see that, well, this is something that we need to take care of so that we don't have bad results and spoil all this good momentum that we have. So in closing, I am definitely optimistic. I am happy that the state is making all those efforts. A few years ago, this would be inconceivable to listen to ministers talk about all these technological advancements. And I think that we can manage. Thank you. Just quickly, a quick comment. Thank you so much. Thank you all for this panel. We talked about many interesting things, and I will call you right now for the family photo.
ώστε να αντιμετωπίζουν με επιτυχία τις αλλαγές και να ηγούνται της αγοράς. Αυτό για μας είναι το θετικό αποτύπωμα, καθώς αναπτυσσόμαστε να δημιουργούμε ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Deloitte, growing within and beyond. Creating better futures for all.
Complexity. Easy to describe, but it can be difficult to recognize. However, complexity always has an unmissable impact, complicating operations, disrupting visibility, compromising protection, increasing costs. But how did networks get so complex? A long gradual evolution or the explosion of users, devices, and applications? The answer is both. Too much of too many things built up over the years, and the unintended consequences of digital transformation, making organizations more vulnerable to attacks than ever before, making now the best time to attack complexity. Now is the time to re-examine your cybersecurity strategy. Now is the best time to reevaluate which vendors are strategic. Now is the best time to move to a platform approach, leveraging integration and automation, moving away from random to structured, from confusion to clarity, from complexity to consolidation, eliminating complexity and accelerating digital outcomes, streamlining operations, enabling end-to-end visibility, strengthening protection, and improving ROI.
Well, welcome back after the short break. Our next subject is productivity. We are going to discuss about this with our panelists. I want to call you all to the floor so I can put you in your right space. Mrs. Katerina Klava, the Partner Engineering AI and Data Leader at Deloitte. Mr. Apostolos Leonidopoulos, the Managing Director of Kyndryl Greece and Cyprus. I was looking for you. Please take your seat. Mr. Dimitris Litsakis, Director of Profile. Mr. Yannis Papidis, Chief Technology and Business Change Officer at Kotsovolos. There you are. And Dr. Panagiotis Paschalakis, Co-founder and CEO of Quality and Reliability. Welcome. Let's start with the first round of questions, as we did before, with the solutions that each of you offers, an application, a solution, something that uses AI and is already implemented. Mrs. Klava. Well, at Deloitte, we have recognized early on the advantages of AI, generative AI, and we have developed established a team on a global level that implements solutions for enhancing productivity and acting as catalysts, accelerators for the teams in all our offices. So this team has implemented a smart agent, something similar to ChatGPT, but offering all the security and ensuring confidentiality of information. What we manage as Deloitte, proposals, insights, the deliverables for our customers. We have named this SEPEgr. Maybe you have heard it. In Greece, we have established our own team to better manage the particularities of the Greek language, our own policies and our own regulatory framework. So we have created our own smart agent, which of course follows all the security and confidentiality standards as per D, and it processes a very large volume of data, documents and information, which we store in its own knowledge base so we can search for information in an easy manner. The first application was for our legal department team. This is why we initially called it our legal body, where they can extract information from contracts, from the law, from other documents, and it helps our legal team in their daily life. At the same time, aside from answering certain problems, it provides information in terms of the pages where it finds the information, so that it can be cross-checked. This tool was then taken to our HR department, where it helps the employees there to get access to processes for their work. Then we took it to IT, and quite recently we've introduced an operability for OCR, meaning an ability to extract information from scanned documents or images, something that is used from our audit department quite frequently. We have implemented a similar solution for one of our clients. It's an IT smart agent that is being used in technical assistance for the employees. It manages requests such as how can I access my VPN, how can I install an application, change a password or whatever. And when the answer does not satisfy the user, it creates a ticket to the company's ticketing system. Mrs. Lava, in Greece, was it easy for you to use the Greek language to convert the application? Well, when we started, it was difficult, but then once we started making some progress and starting using the different tools and the ChatGPT, progress was faster. Mr. Leonidopoulos, an example from your side. Well, good morning. I think we heard and we will continue to hear very interesting applications of this technology, AI technology, helping enterprises differentiate and get additional value. I will talk about the use of AI and its techniques in IT. More specifically, I will talk about the use of AI Ops in the Kingal Bridge platform used by enterprises in order to manage their technology infrastructure, and it helps in managing events and maximizing the use of the infrastructure and the events that lead to loss of production, and in general to making the best of an investment in this sector. The platform is used by 1,300 of the largest companies in the world right now, 5 in Greece. Our goal is to reach 3,000 companies within 2025, and it provides advice to these companies in how they can manage very complex infrastructure all over the world. We have companies that have complex infrastructure with many technologies spread in different countries, and they are being managed through AI and through this application that I mentioned in a more effective manner. The use of AI in this platform takes place on 3 levels, I would say. The first one, the most simple one, the classical AI, the use of models, simple models for processing large volume of data, big volume analysis, from the facilities that I mentioned all over the world. This helps so that when a company has an event occurring that affects its production, they can easily find out what has happened anywhere else in the world similar, and arrive at the next best action, the next decision they need to make in order to recover. So that's the simple form. On the second level, what is important on this level, as in any application of AI, is the wealth and depth of data where this AI application is based on. As we heard before, the AI application, any application, is as good as the data it uses. So we can combine data from many different facilities all over the world, and we have a great wealth of data to draw from. Second level. Machine learning techniques using the same data, where either passively or actively the platform can help an enterprise, a company, to analyze its own data. When we talk about the passive analysis, rather when we talk about an active analysis, it's the point where the platform itself understands that the combination of equipment, of software versions, or whatever increases risk. And from its experience all over the world, it deems this risk as important. It can warn the company about it and even propose measures to be taken, or even take those measures itself through automation. Of course, this solution combines well with automation in order to eliminate a large part of those incidents. Now, for a more passive version, maybe we know that there's going to be a great change happening, an upgrade in our infrastructure, a part of our infrastructure, and we can ask the platform that knows the details of this infrastructure, what are the risks entailed, what its similar events all over the world have showed, and we can have a risk change analysis and tell us what we need to do better. And the third level, where we have a consultant by our side, a very loyal assistant that can answer open questions through the application of LLMs, and we can either pose the question at the time when we have the incident, or using natural language. We can ask the platform, tell me, what do you see? What does your experience tell you? Or at a more peaceful, let's say, situation, we can say, okay, give me an assessment of my infrastructure and tell me what are my most vulnerable points so I can take some action and make some upgrades. These are the three ways to use AI in order to maximize the investment made in it. Again, like I said, we have about 1,300 clients all over the world, and we expect to make them 3,000 within the next year. And those clients, within the last months, 88%, I would say, of the incidents were prevented. They were resolved by the platform without human intervention, without the need for that. And our goal is to increase this percentage at 30%. Thank you. Mr. Litsikakis. First of all, let me thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here among you. I would like to start with a more general comment. We heard a lot about AI today in every conference taking place recently, but certainly it is not a new thing. For profile software, for our company, it's something that we have been dealing with for many years through machine learning and neural networks. in specific applications related more or less to finance and economics. But more recently, since we understood the need that has arisen, we have established a new team of specialized experts. Some of my colleagues are here today, and it would be a pleasure for us to discuss on any issue that you find interesting. So we have developed a platform, the AI Adaptive Platform, which we can use to set up any type of solution that works with AI. Just to give you a few examples from the financing sector, what are the main problems faced by this industry, by the banks? I'm sure you have heard about the challenges they face with customer service. With this platform, the AI Adaptive, we can help them quite easily without any other involvement of their own system. We can help them build a solution that it's text to action, meaning that a user with their own natural language, they can speak on the phone or write a text and tell them, describe the problem. I've lost my wallet. Okay, the AI assistant, we no longer call it a chatbot because that kind of reminds us of the past where the answers were more fixed. Now with Gen AI, we can have better responses, better information from our digital assistants, and actionable responses. This is why we tell it text to action. They no longer only tell us, click here or do this. They can ask more questions and get more context so they can give you the best response possible. And moving away from banks and talking about investment groups, which we support all over the world, asset management groups, the challenge there is the large volume of data from many different points, where now our analyzers in our back office face a challenge because the BI they've been using so far does have some reports, but it may not be satisfactory because each of them has different needs. There, with the use of technology text to SQL, a manager can get the information that they need very quickly without having to go to read specific reports. To give you an example, give me the top 10 of my clients with the best returns. It pulls up the results immediately, maybe in a form of a graph. And the good thing here is that the same way you talk with a friend or an associate, you can ask follow-up questions and drill down to specific things. And, for example, which of those portfolios had Apple in it and when did it start, so that a personal manager, a relationship manager, can build this relationship with the clients. But it's not just this financing sector where Profile offers specific solutions with AI. It is a group now through the mergers and acquisitions and through developing software and offering it in 10 countries. We can now offer technologies aside from the financial sector. For example, I think most of you are familiar with the DORA regulation. It's something that is a great burden for the banks, for the financial institutions, and everyone involved. So imagine a typical organization may have up to 300 similar contracts, and they have to go back to their legal department and confirm that they are compatible in compliance with DORA. So the technology that is based on AI Adaptive can cross-check those contracts and find out if those contracts are in compliance with DORA. If they are not, they can retrieve the parts that need to be updated, and then the legal department can make all the changes necessary based on the proposals of AI. So we're not talking simply about a technology that replaces people. And we need to stress this point. That's another point of contest, something that worries a lot of people. This solution enables people, facilitates them, makes their job easier. And if you understand that, you have only good things to gain. Thank you, Mr. Papidis.
Well, let's talk now about machine learning. This is something very important. And it helps us decide what kind of products, for example, do we disseminate. All these things are based in machine learning. It is a critical part of the procedure. We have also optimized the human resource timeline by choosing the right person for the right shift in order to improve our productivity. AI has helped us very much with that. Also, it helps us with pricing and other activities of the company. This year, in 2024, Gen AI really entered our lives. First of all, we used it in order to create skills for our staff, but also in order to experiment through all those actions that we did. We asked for solutions that had to do with content creation for our website, for products that do not have good content. We used Microsoft Copilot so that we can read our reports better. The developers have helped us change the code. And generally speaking, we used all these types of technology that were easily available so that we can start acquiring new skills and getting the hang of it, let's say. This was a very important phase of this transition because it helped us understand the importance and the capabilities of technology, meaning the next year we're switching our model to Gen AI. We really incorporated all these strategies in our core. And we are using them in all stages of the value chain in order to improve our processes. This technology can really shape every aspect of the company. So it will give us even more solutions. It will help us build and change every chain of the value chain from the client to the warehouse in order to help the increase of productivity and also increase our experience. We have a lot of solutions on the books right now, solutions that are easy to implement and test because we have acquired the skills, we have acquired the experience to build them internally. We will get back to that, Mr. Papidis. Mr. Paschalakis, good morning from me too. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to today's forum. Let me tell you that our company had the good luck to use AI relatively early and implement a quite complex project that has to do with customer service, especially when it comes to the Ministry of Exterior. This project is in full operational function with good results, and it has to do with servicing the expats in other countries in combination with the 120 embassies that operate abroad and consulates. This is a project that is very important. It has to do with the communication of citizens in more than 20 different languages and the demands and the cases and the applications submitted by Greeks that live abroad or even foreigners that want to visit our consulates or our embassies. In the past, they had to go over there in person in order to submit the paperwork, but right now they can be serviced through this electronic assistant, which offers many solutions. And I think that it also has a symbolic kind of role, because it helps people that live abroad to benefit from this digital transition that is happening in Greece for the past years. And it is also a very good advertisement for our country. In the same environment, in the Ministry of Exterior, we have an equally iconic project that pertains to the utilization of the historic files more than 165 million documents that have to do with the history of the Hellenic state. Apart from the classical digitization, this is an object of training, a language model with all the peculiarities that might include, because as you realize, it is not allowed to have access over there by anyone, by everyone. Maybe some documents are classified or are only available for diplomats. So in this way, we're trying to create a virtual diplomat, an assistant diplomat that can utilize this entire registry, which is in boxes, in basements, right now, in different buildings. And we are trying to start going through the files right now. So this historic content, I think it will be great help for all diplomats, the Greek state in general. I think these two projects are quite iconic and they showcase the transition of our country to AI and machine learning. Yes, this was highly interesting. Thank you for sharing. Mrs. Klava, well, before I ask you this, let me ask you the following. We talk about Gen AI. I don't think that every person understands Gen AI. We should talk about generative AI in Greek. Let's use the Greek term for everyone to get used to that. So AI is something that concerns everyone right now. This is not a technology that is for the select few, but they are a part of our lives. So I would say that we should use the Greek terminology and not Gen AI, the English terminology. So in your opinion, what do you think the changes brought by AI and Gen AI be in the way we build applications? First of all, I will try to call AI, Gen AI in the Greek, the correct Greek terminology. Well, generative AI changes radically the technological landscape, and it brings a lot of challenges to the companies, and the most important changes brought by are focused on three different axes. First of all, it gives new capabilities that we see for the first time. We can create content, and there are applications that create articles, presentations, images, videos, songs, and all this social content that we can see used in social media platforms. Let me give you an example which might be quite impressive for us. Coca-Cola, the company, for the first time created its iconic Christmas ads with Gen AI tools. It has nothing to do with the old type of advertisements. Of course, this has been highly discussed in social media. There are a lot of different opinions on that. But nevertheless, this is something that we couldn't do until yesterday. The second capability is the big and quick analysis of data that is available for every company right now. So in that way, we can easily locate models, patterns, and make better business decision based on information and data. We can analyze data in real time, as gentleman said before, so that we can detect anomalous behaviors and avoid frauds. Something that is very used, it is often used in the financing sector. A third thing is all those advanced chatbots. As it was mentioned before, we should not be calling them chatbots. This is correct. We can communicate with them with natural speech. We have seen that people want communication in a natural way. If we call a call center, we talk with old chatbots that have a predetermined script that needs to be followed. And we are trying to override all those options so that we can talk to a person, talk to an operator. Right now, we can get quick results, quick replies, as if we were discussing with a person. The second axis is speed, the speed of implementation, as you said before. In that way, companies that use AI-assisted coded or chat-driven interfaces can easily produce a larger portion of the code. They can transfer applications from one language to another. They can create control scenarios that stem from the data that they have, create data so that we can control those scripts, and also run automated scripts and scenario. You do realize that this really reduces the time of implementation of new applications and new solutions. In the past, we have already spent many years in implementing applications that at the end of the day could not be used because the technology has changed or the rules of the market has changed. This is a huge advantage, the speed. Duolingo, for example, Deutsche Bank, they use these types of applications and platforms in order to facilitate the code production. The third basic change is the reshaping of business operations, which right now can be assisted by these types of applications and make their decisions based on data and can provide personalized service for their clients, the customers. To conclude, I'd like to say that we should not take a look at it as just a technological change. The advice that we give to you is that we must begin from the business need that needs to be resolved and not from the technology available. They should put the people in the epicenter of this evolution, of this decision-making process. And of course, this means that people need to be trained in order to understand, to realize, and to collaborate with technology, and also have constant programs, training programs regarding this technology. So at a recent research by Deloitte, we asked 30,000 employees and customers of companies in 11 European states. 51% of those questioned only trust the results of the solutions that stem from Gen AI. 65% are afraid of deepfakes. 63% are afraid of fake news. And 61% believe that personal data are not used in an honorable fashion. So in order to cover this trust gap, we should put people in the epicenter and have a constant dialogue with them so that they can be informed in order to collaborate with these types of solutions. So in case this happens, I think that the generative AI will be a catalyst for businesses and enterprises, and we're going to have excellent results in the future.
Thank you, Mrs. Glava. Mr. Leonidopoulos, which sectors of economy you believe are going to be more affected by AI? I would say that the rapid advancement and progress of AI technology and the fast changes that it brings on essentially affect all sectors of the economy. I don't think there is one sector that will not be affected in the end. And mainly, it all has to do with what our clients want from us, ask from us. They expect that we use AI. For example, the bots that we mentioned before, but there are other examples too. Now, we expect companies to think smarter in how they deal with us as clients. For example, all companies run surveys to understand more or less the consequences of AI. We heard before about the Deloitte survey. Mr. Kasimiotis mentioned one. We are also carrying out our research among 3,000 executives from companies all over the world. And the conclusions are interesting. In relation to AI, there is an oxymoron here. The results of the survey is that 86% of the executives to which we talked, they believe they have made the best use of AI in their company. They are the best of breed. However, the same people, when asked if they are ready and if their solution or their implementation is going to help them face the challenges of the future, only 29% responds in a positive manner. So everyone feels they have done the best, but it's not enough to address the challenges of the future. Thank you. Mr. Litsikakis, the financing services, your field of expertise, what are the greatest challenges that you face? I think we've mentioned some of them already, because banks and general financial institutions are one of the most heavily regulated sectors. The fear of adoption might be greater because a wrong piece of information given to the end user might have to do with money, might be catastrophic both for the reputation of a bank and its operations. So I think that it will take a little bit more time for the banks to really own this solution. But already, and I will tell you from my experience, the technologies that we have developed have been very much accepted and by those banks. Of course, some are faster to act, some need more time, looking at the competition first before taking their own steps. But because there are many reports out there, I would think that the value that can be unlocked through Gen AI is huge. We're talking about trillions of dollars. I don't know if you can really put a number on that, but we're certainly talking about huge numbers. And I think that banks and the CEOs and the bank administrators should think of their banks as AI-first banks. Why? 3 pillars again. First of all, the improvement of customer experience. We've talked a lot about that in all conferences, user experience, UX, that's the main thing. Everything stems from that. So a digital assistant that is really as if you're talking to an actual person and can give you directions and immediate solutions without having to wait on the other end of a line. This is a wow experience that clients do want for. Second, cost reduction, because things happen faster. And number 3, not so much on the front face, but at the back of a system, we have a boom of productivity, a great boost to our productivity. To give you an example, we all know, or everyone on the IT sector, everyone here knows about OCR all these years. It's a good thing. Maybe there were some challenges that you mentioned before when it came to Greek texts. One of the solutions that came up from our AI adaptive solution platform is the ability for any organization, not only from the financial sector, but maybe for logistics services, accounting services, or some government agencies. All these organizations have huge needs to extract metadata from unstructured information found in different forms of documents, printed documents, and then channel this information to other systems so they can do their work faster. This is an excellent application. We have made some measurements. For example, you have an insurance company with a claim for a traffic accident. You can imagine how many papers you need to collect, how many documents. But things are like that we can improve the productivity of the people who do their work, this kind of work. They can work faster now with these tools and improve the user experience. Thank you. Mr. Papidis, is it necessary for a company to be able to develop its own applications, its own Gen AI application? It is possible, but is it necessary? I think that it's definitely necessary, and the strategic action. You know, Gen AI brings on a different type of change. It changes the entire IT sector. The relationship between IT and a client or IT provider also changes. We were used to having tech companies that produce solutions and give them to another company to be consumed or used. Now, that included that previous practice was mainly writing code and creating an IT product, but this changes now. The power lies in data. The consumers of this technology essentially have the most important asset, which is data that is usually not available to the provider of the technology. This is going to make a huge change for the market, and I believe that any company that has the skills using its own data, which is an excellent and important asset, they will be able to build solutions for themselves and for others. So there's going to be, we're going to see a lot of change happening in this new environment. And the good thing is that Gen AI can also help in this regard. It can, with the low-code solutions, it can help people that have not studied in IT but have this mentality, this way of thinking, that can help them build solutions through the data and the technologies that are available in a fast and easy manner. So I believe it is a strategic access for a company to understand its own data, its own assets, and to find the way to use it in order to build solutions internally that will make it more competitive, more fast, and definitely it will resolve a lot of the problems and challenges that they face. So I believe that's going to be the greatest change in the model that we see in terms of how technology is consumed in IT. Thank you very much. Mr. Paschalakis, the solutions that are proposed now through AI, and as you described before, it's not just about the digitization. I'm scanning and I'm done. It's smart digitization. May I use this term? Does that create a degree of friction with the employees? Do you see some concerns around you? I don't think that all this growth in AI creates friction between employees and those systems. I would say that, of course, we are at the start of implementing the systems, and of course, the challenges ahead of us are many, especially if we think that maybe in 2 or 3 years there will be AI systems available approaching 80 to 90% of expert knowledge on all scientific fields. And I think that's something completely new, because no one man right now can have a similar degree of knowledge. And perhaps in the near future, the AI systems are going to create their own code, and they will start self-improving and enhancing their own capabilities. Of course, that creates challenges, especially in how those systems interact with people, whether users or employees, and especially when it comes to data, because we need access to a big volume of data. And of course, that entails a risk for privacy and securing this privacy. Also, the global regulatory framework is rather immature at this stage, not ready to the degree that it should be, because the revolution takes place right now. So this is another sector where all of us need to look at and find the ways to make it more efficient and uphold ethics, meaning that the collaboration of people with AI systems will follow a set of rules, and there's going to be a balance between the benefit and the cost for society. So we have 2 more minutes for a final word from everyone. Please be, all of you, very quick. But first, I want to say that, okay, because of in the English tradition, it's norm for a host, for a moderator, to start with a joke. And I don't really know any AI jokes, even an unsuccessful one. I asked the chat, not the chat GPT, I asked the new Gemini to tell me a joke. The robot goes to the school. Why does it go? I said, why? To become an algorithm. I said, I didn't understand that. Then it said there's an engineer or a biologist and programmer. The train stops. The engineer says there's something wrong with the machine. The biologist said it's the environment, and the programmer said, "Okay, you have to stop and reboot." That's an old joke, and it doesn't really have anything new. Another, someone asks AI, "How do you create human creativity with artificial intelligence?" And the response was, "Artificial intelligence response, please." Rewrite your prompt. So because I couldn't get a joke out of AI, I want an answer for you. Can you combine human creativity with AI to enhance productivity? Well, my answer is yes. We talked about the advantages of Gen AI, speed, productivity, a lot of capabilities, but people can contribute greatly in this collaboration with critical thinking, creativity, and emotional intelligence. So this combination can be really excellent. So this is where we need to aim at. We need to think about what we want to accomplish, not how. Also, my answer is that there's great value in the collaboration between humans and AI for the reasons that we have heard. There are some advantages that AI brings, but it can only operate, function well as an assistance for human, the basis for the decision, as you said at your first comments, and not in competition with people. I also agree, and of course, in IT, all of us work with projects. We want to deliver our projects on time, so this was something that troubled me recently, and this is why to also add the factor of education. We have developed with Mr. Petridis, professor at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, a program where we train project managers in using AI to increase their own productivity. So this is a combination. Thank you, Mr. Papidis. In one sentence, it's a magical tool, but people give it purpose, and they can tell better jokes as well. Mr. Paschalakis, I think that it's no doubt that AI can be an ally to human creativity and help with inspiration and acceleration and with enhancing their capabilities. If you think how many people today use AI to get some first initial basis of a text or an image and then work with their own inspiration so that in the end people use their own creativity along with AI in order to make a better world for everyone. Thank you very much, everyone. And I want to thank SEPEgr for organizing this conference. I think that AI had to be part of it. So I think everyone has learned a little something today. Now we are going to show you a short video, and then I see that my friend and colleague, Mr. Panagopoulos, is here to moderate the next session with the subject of cybersecurity and development of critical infrastructure. Thank you very much. The group photo, of course.
Intracom Telecom is a global technology company with a proven track record in the ICT field for over 4 decades. The company focuses on developing tailor-made solutions for fixed and mobile telecom operators, public authorities, and large public and private enterprises. Specializing in wireless access and transmission, Intracom Telecom sets the benchmark in the fixed wireless access domain, with its industry-leading radio systems having been deployed globally. The company also provides a wide range of innovative solutions in data analytics and AI-powered applications, IoT and smart city, digital video, services monetization and business process automation, all complemented with unmatched system and network integration services providing end-to-end solutions for the data-driven transformation of public authorities and organizations in various industries. It is also active in the energy and utilities industry, deploying end-to-end IT solutions, and in the defense sector, delivering integrated security systems for critical infrastructure protection and border surveillance. With substantial investments in research and development and extensive expertise, own R&D and production facilities, and subsidiaries spanning across 4 continents, Intracom Telecom develops cutting-edge products and integrated solutions, enabling life-improving services for present and future generations.
Στην 01 Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προσθέμενης αξίας από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the second panel, the panel called Cybersecurity and Development of Critical Infrastructure. We have a lot of specialists as participants from the field of businesses, enterprises that deal with this sector. Also people from the government. And we are going to start with the professor, Mr. Gritzalis, from the Economic University of Athens, who will present a research regarding this subject that we will try to decipher in this panel. Mr. Gritzalis, professor, please join me in the podium so that you can show us the interesting findings that you have. Thank you for the invitation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity I have to present the findings of an ongoing research. You know very well that for many years now, digital technologies give us opportunities and give us chances, period. But nothing can become a reality without you, without us. If we are not a part of the equation, nothing can happen. What we can do, both you and us, is to transform a capability, transform an opportunity to an action, to a service, to a solution. And when it comes to cybersecurity, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot do that. We do not do that. We fail. Internationally speaking, in the European Union, in Greece, we fail. Not because we are lacking in capability, not because we are lacking in opportunity, not because we are found wanting in passion, but we fail because we are not enough. And this fact has a quantitative aspect and a qualitative aspect. It's not that we are not enough in numbers, but we cannot even come close to the number that should be a reality. Here are some characteristic data that support this opinion. European Union, IT investments when it comes to InfoSec. In 2022, it was less than 2%. In 2023, it was 9%. IT spending for the European Union, IT spending. InfoSec, 0.7 million in 2022, an average of every institution, 1.4 for 2024. So it kind of doubled within 2 years, even during COVID. IT full-time equivalents in cybersec. 1 out of 3 organizations is struggling to find persons, to find human resources. They work with people that are trying to climb the corporate ladder, people that were trained on the job, which is not a solution. It doubles the problem. Our change of platform, our institutional change of platform is called NIS2, the directive. Greece managed to do that in time. Is it something that we normally do? No. We do not tend to do things in time. The law 5160 is a law that will really concern us. It will be very popular for everyone working in the cybersecurity sector. As popular as GDPR is, or ISO 2021 is. So, the Directive 5160, November 2024. Greece is facing a challenge which will be very serious, very severe for the next years. I think that we fear that we won't manage this change of platform. Ladies and gentlemen, an image is better than 1,000 words. ICC2 squared. Well done for everyone. In 2024, in Europe, right now, there is a dynamic working in cybersecurity matters. About 1,300,000 people. This is a small change than the previous year, but the gaps The gaps are about 400,000 euros, 300,000 people, I'm sorry. Well, numbers do not matter much. Whether it's 200,000 or 300,000 or 500,000, the conclusion is the same. We are not enough and we do not exist even. Despite all the efforts that are being made, all the systematic efforts, methodic efforts, with passion from people that do not work in the European institutions, whether they work in universities, research centers, businesses, we cannot cover this gap. We are not enough. We should change the process. SEPE and the Economic University of Athens are trying to do something about it. We performed a research funded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Commission called CyberHubs. We are preparing, as an experiment, 7 member states, Belgium, Estonia, Greece, Spain, Lithuania, Slovenia, and Hungary. We're preparing a study. I'm not going to present this today. I'm just going to talk about the study itself. There is a study that talks about how many people we have available, how many people do we produce at universities, what skills do we need, and what skills will be needed in 2 years, in 5 years, what are the priorities for a country. How can we deal with the facts? This is a problem. We know it exists. How are we going to deal it? How are we going to test it? Not at an academic research lab. In Greece, we show the way over there. We are quite the trailblazers. We do not follow. We are leaders in that sector. And everyone else is following us. A lot of Greek professors at universities are included in the Stanford list. 2% of them are Greeks. Especially in cybersecurity, we have a proud representation over there. And we're trying to teach your children to become better than us. Otherwise, we failed as teachers, as educators. So this is an image, a quick image, that will give you an overview of the study. What are the roles of cybersecurity that are needed, are necessary, and what are the skills needed in the cybersecurity sector? These roles are divided in 4 categories. And the skills that relate to cybersecurity, we teach them how to penetrate, for example, and how to avoid penetration. We teach them informatics, operational systems. We also teach them 2 more skills that for many years now have been recognized as very important, but we tend to underestimate them, which is a tragic mistake, to turn a blind eye and ignore those soft skills. Organizational skills, and as we call them in Greece, soft skills. What is happening at the universities, and especially in postgraduate programs, technical knowledge is not enough. Technical skills are prioritized, but they are not enough. We need to offer them to the students. Indicatively, the most important roles for the next 2 years, 5 years, are obviously Chief Information Security Officer, Cybersecurity Implementer, and Cyber Incident Responder. These are the roles that are the most foundational. We need specialized people, specialized professionals in these technical roles. We need full-rounded scientists. I don't care if you can use a screwdriver. I don't care if you cannot use a keyboard. If you cannot organize yourself, if you cannot communicate, you're not good enough. You won't be good for us. And what does Greece do to contribute? First of all, Greece contributes in 3 levels. Graduate studies at the first level regarding cybersecurity does not exist in Greece. Mr. Kyriakos Pierakakis, a student of mine and a former collaborator, is listening right now. In postgraduate studies, we have 5 Greek universities that offer postgraduate studies regarding cybersecurity or related issues and provide the greatest section of scientists. The postgraduate course does not do or theory or practice. It offers both. If a postgraduate degree only offers the theory, this is not a good program. Full stop. Also, we have some private colleges with a smaller number of students, lifelong learning centers, and also professional associations that contribute. This is the second image that shows the conclusion of the study and what's going to happen after 2 years or 5 years. What are the skills that we need? What are the roles that we need to pay for? And these roles are predetermined from EMISA in a template. And now I'm going to start congratulating. All of you who know me know that I do not share my congratulations lightly, but today I mean it. I truly mean it. You know many things about me. And congratulation does not have a distinction. It is only for our country. So we have 3 initiatives right now that need to be applauded, and I invite you to applaud them. SEPEgr plus the Economic University of Athens. The Cyber Hubs project. I presented some of the results to you. You can find them online. It has started 3 years ago. It is evolving. It has theory. It has practice. 2 great successes by the National Authority of Cybersecurity. And congratulations to the National Authority of Cybersecurity. All the credit to you. It is the Academos projects. Digital 2023 by the European Commission. All those things talk about skills and promote the European vision to find solutions. The European vision that is trying to find solutions at least. European Cybersecurity Skills Academy. This is the vision of the European Commission, and this is the vision that these 2 projects serve. In the first is the SEPEgr and the Economic University. The other one is the University of Athens and the Cybersecurity Authority. We are all together in this. Two days ago, I completed 38 years in the amphitheaters of the Hellenic universities. I have experience now, but if you invited me to talk about cybersecurity and share a message I have for you, the message is quite specific, very clear for everyone. In the digital tomorrow, there's going to be 2 categories of organizations. Those that have been under cyber attack and those that do not know that they have been under cyber attack. Only these 2. And if we do not speed up the processes, if we do not try to be leaders, because we don't want to follow Europe constantly, we want to be trailblazers. We want to show that we can offer guidance to others. Why not? If we don't support European Cybersecurity Skills Academy in any way we can, dynamically and actively, in the digital future, in the European Union, there's going to be 1 excellent category of organizations. Those that do not have enough cybersecurity officers. My students and myself, we will fight in this sector, as we do until today, to keep on being innovative. We want to work with the businesses, with the enterprises, the public sector, we want to help all the universities. Please join us.
Thank you, Professor Mr. Pritzelis, but first a photograph. I'm very happy indeed because quite a few decades ago, I'm not going to reveal my age, I graduated from the Economic University, not for cybersecurity. Then I became a journalist. So a big thank you to Mr. Gritzelis, cybersecurity professor. He gave us a lot of valuable information in relation to the actual needs, and at least I feel optimistic with his fighting spirits and his initiative. And now I think it's time to move on to our panel discussion. Mr. Kostas Kyrianakis, the Deputy Minister, is here of Digital Governance, and Mr. Michalis Bletsas, the Governor of the National Authority of Cybersecurity. Welcome, Mr. Kyrianakis, Mr. Bletsas. Please take your seat here. You can take this seat. Great. Now, we've been talking about cybersecurity after the very nice presentation by Mr. Gritzelis. And I'm going to start with Mr. Kyrianakis and ask, based on the information from Mr. Gritzelis' survey, to what extent, to what degree is cybersecurity an important part of the government agenda? Well, if you take into account that the rule in Greece is that European regulation is always ahead of our national efforts, and in any event, the ratification of the European laws always takes place after. I would say that Law 5160 is a good, happy exception to this rule. It came rather fast in terms of the Greek status, but also in relation to other European countries. But now we need to work fast in raising the bar set by this directive. Now, after Mr. Gritzelis' the presentation, I think it was the atmosphere is rather solemn right now. I would say he has a way of talking that gives motivates his students, maybe scares them a little bit. I would like to ask him that in his next presentation to consider a factor that is here. It's an existing one, and I'm talking about the gap in human skills, the people that we don't have to work in this sector, but we don't consider that now with the AI tools that we discussed in our previous panel, we create products. And I'm not talking about LLMs, I'm talking about products that can combine with the models and allow any one of us and any of the employees in the public or the private sector that doesn't have cybersecurity knowledge. It allows them to diagnose a threat, manage it, and recover from a threat in a simple way. And that is a huge change in the philosophy in which states operate, or government agencies operate, or the private sector also. So products that we have seen, me and the governor, products that are being presented to us on a weekly basis, allow all of us to transform the teams that we manage so that each person involved in cybersecurity, because I think we need to talk more about security in general, not just cybersecurity. So anyone that is involved in systems and IT security can learn simple things that can enhance the level of protection that we have right now. So 2025 is going to be the year where all of us in our respective organizations stop thinking that, okay, this is an IT issue, this is for the IT department. It's not like that anymore. Everyone should incorporate the main rules of cybersecurity in their daily lives and be able to handle tools to detect and address threats. That should be as commonplace as using the Microsoft Office tools, for example. Now, along with what you have described, I want to hear from Mr. Bletzes, what are the most important challenges for the National Authority of Cybersecurity? Of course, considering what Mr. Kyrianakis mentioned. Well, with Law 5160, the first entity that feels the pressure is the National Authority for Cybersecurity, because within the next 6 months, we must issue a number of decisions for implementation provisions, explanatory provisions. We need to establish the compliance control frameworks. And we do that even if we are an agency that is now being established. We repair the airplane while it is airborne. I feel like I am adding motors, engines on something that is right now airborne. But we do it, then we do it well. Other than that, we want, and that's the first thing that we're going to ask from our partners in the ecosystem, we want better mapping of the situation right now. I don't think that even the companies themselves are familiar with their own risk report, their threat report. And I say that because I know what the incidents come from, what causes those incidents, and we have incidents continuously. Most of them are things that could have been easily avoided without great cost. I'm not talking about the next level that the minister mentioned that has to do with extracting useful conclusions from the large volume of data created by the cybersecurity system and monitoring systems, etc., which you must necessarily use AI. When you have huge volumes of data, you need AI. But we need to start from the most basic things, and that's where 5160, this law, establishes a basic level of security to avoid incidents like the ones that we see today. The incidents that we see today are not of the exotic type, and they don't need the skills that Mr. Gridzelis talked about before. These are very specific. There's this application of common logic, practices that have been used for a long time now. So one way to do that is to have some details become published, disclosed for specific incidents. We don't need to name names, but we need to learn from what is happening. And we don't do that because most companies, even though, and I've been saying what Mr. Gridzelis said for a long time, there are two types of organizations, those that have suffered the cyber attack and those that are not aware they have suffered a cyber attack. Nonetheless, there's a degree of stigma, something that creates a problem in making this information known to everyone. We try to hide things rather than disclosing them and learning from them. That's an interesting thing. Recently, we had a big incident with a big retail group that responded just the right way. They gave the information to all stakeholders and everyone. So I talked with the CEO, and he said, well, I received calls over all the weekend and telling me that, yeah, it happened to us, but we didn't say anything. I think that the mentality changes and will continue to change slowly every day because, well, of course, cybersecurity is important. And you described to us how the implementation plan for 5160 is evolving. What else do organizations need to be aware of, Governor? First of all, the fundamentals. I don't think that NIS 2 was necessary. That's just going to come to make things clear to everyone. But NIS 2 and our supervision just involves a small subset, and it does not involve the SMEs, which need to implement similar measures as well. Since you have any type of internet presence, irrespective of your size, whether you are an individual or a company, you need to follow certain principles. You should not be, for example, a basic rule. Don't give out information if you are not the ones initiating the communication to avoid becoming a phishing victim. When you have authentication rules, all these things, we need to map the threats that we're facing. We need to have a risk assessment done. And it's interesting because technology today, unfortunately, was developed without the Greek participation. We didn't really have an important influence on that. And it's still interesting to see that we don't really know how to translate the word risk. In Greek, we confuse the word risk with the word hazard. These are subtle differences that we in our sector find every day. We have problems with language, and that is important because we're talking about the law. This is Law 5160, and we're talking about the entire frame surrounding it. So that is a problem because the translations by the European Union are not actual. They do not reflect reality, and we need to change them. Well, we heard before about the SMEs, and we heard Mr. Bletsos talk about the SMEs, but Mr. Kiranakis, there's the cost of the adaptation to be considered, especially when this is part of the logistics chain. Not in every case, but for those SMEs that are part of the logistics chain, they have to implement NIS 2, and that does not bring them money.
First of all, the cost of managing cybersecurity and restoring the damage is much higher than the cost you invest in your business, whether small or big, in order to protect yourself. So, as any business on Earth, small and medium businesses are the ones that should calculate the cost of the damage, the financial damage that will be occurred after a cybersecurity in real data, business data, according to the way they operate, so that they can make a decision. And I agree that a first filter, a first level of simple things is useful, meaning we see in a lot of businesses, small, medium, large businesses, we see employees working, using their corporate emails on dating sites. Those data, with a common practice of employees that use the same password everywhere, sometimes these passwords can be discovered, can be found out. And these cases tend to multiply. We have more emails, we have more passcodes, so it is more than likely that this organization will be the recipient of a cybersecurity attack at a large scale. So, this simple change Meaning, never use your corporate email in these types of websites. And not just websites, not just dating sites, anything that is not trustworthy. Online games, for example. Okay, big companies tend to have a way to control their computers and not allow these types of websites. They have firewalls for those websites, but smaller companies do not. And the public sector, in some cases, does not as well. And it is our job to change that so that we can have protocols for that. Multi-factor verification. Even today, there are system admins in organizations that have forgotten to do double factor identification. At some point, it will be bad for them. You don't need a lot of technological knowledge to do that. You can apply a very good firewall on how to avoid cyber attacks. But after that, I think that we should use tools as a ministry and as a private sector, tools that will allow flexibility and from the least number of providers possible. There are usually 6 companies involved in the wider architecture of cybersecurity of an organization or a company. And when the crisis comes, when is the moment of the attack, there is a hot potato of responsibility that nobody wants to catch, which is usually followed by people, I have the solution. And they get in the middle. There is no clarity of thinking at this moment in order to make a right decision because there's no protocol at this moment. And you tend to make decisions that delay the restoration of this damage. So in this architecture, it is very important to trust only one person. Is it a person? Is it a provider? Is it a company? I don't know, but only one provider that will apply all the protocols needed in the time of the crisis. I think that you agree. I saw that you agreed. You were nodding your head when you talked about the cost for small and medium enterprises. Do you have anything else to add? I don't think that no small and medium enterprises asks money for every small and medium company will pay for locks, for example, or for a security company for its warehouse. So it's the same thing. I will agree. A big part of cybersecurity, this is why we ask to chart actually all those things. There should be a person responsible, not only when the event occurs, but for every system. We see that there are a lot of providers involved. Each one has a specialty, and we kind of lose the forest by watching the tree. We don't know who is responsible for what. And during a cyber attack, the attacker has plenty of time to do what he wants to do because nobody can respond. We just need to know who the responsible person is. We need to find this mapping. And even big organizations do not have this mapping. Mr. Kyranakis, as Mr. Gritsalis talked about before, the lack of human resources, the lack of people when it comes to cybersecurity. Apart from the initiatives taken by SEPEgr and other organizations in the European Union, are there other movements by the government towards this direction for the training, for the certification of people that might be able to work in the sector? Yes, there are. There are some initiatives which will be taken over by the National Authority of Cybersecurity. This question was about me, says the other speaker. Okay, so Mr. Kyranakis is asking you the same question. The professor beforehand talked about these 2 programs that we initiated. It is a part of a greater effort that he mentioned. We are really trying to build the European Cybersecurity Skills Academy here in Greece. We have started this effort some time ago, even when the ministry did not even exist. So in this specific sector, we are really trying. On the other hand, we need to stop crying over spilled milk. We don't have enough personnel. We don't have. Okay, we can build the personnel. You make the personnel. And especially in this sector regarding cybersecurity, which is constantly evolving, it doesn't mean that if you train a person once, it is over. You need constant training. So for me, it's much more important to have people in the universities to have a solid foundation, to be aware of the fundamentals of the technology, and after that, we want them motivated to evolve and learn new things. And this, of course, has to do with, this is valid for many things. This is my favorite conversation, actually. It has to do with the educational system. This is what makes us fail, and not this specific lack of people in cybersecurity personnel. So the same with AI, I'm guessing. Yes. We have a great invasion of public servants that asked to be transferred to the National Authority of Cybersecurity. We will train all of them. And then the companies can take them. They can go to the private sector. So all these officials, all those people, they have taken a step in their course, in their business course, in the Greek public sector. Of course, there is a financial incentive which was voted, and otherwise nobody would want to transfer to the other authority. It was voted, but it is not yet ratified. We should say that. There are some signatures missing. Because right now we have the lowest salary in the Cybersecurity Authority than all other departments of the public sector, so we need to change that. We need to talk to the Ministry of Finance. Yes, we have a budget for that. This must be done. It's something that should be done. This is a right decision for the people in the Cybersecurity Authority to have a better paycheck. So we have people right now, today they don't have the appropriate skills or the appropriate knowledge to deal with the cyber attacks, but right now there are tools with the use of LLM to ask, for example, find me some critical threats right now, this week, in my system. And the LLM will reply. We can ask, you can do these actions, you can do those initiatives, you can do those tasks. Those things would need many, many lines of code to be executable. This is something that saves us time. The previous generation of programmers did not have that, both in the public and the private sector. Right now, they can use that. So we need to integrate that in our budget, in our architecture, and train people in a simple and continuous way so that they can apply these things every time we have one of the 30 million cyber attacks that we receive per week. So our time is almost up. A short answer, a 30-second answer from each of you. Are there any next moves for cybersecurity of the country as a ministry? Well, I think that we presented our next moves already. If you want the most important one, I think it's the information systems and the digital systems that manage data in government institutions, so that we can create them receiving constant feedback. If the employees understand the systems, then they feel more comfortable, they feel the responsibility to protect their work, to protect their data, of their clients, of their citizens. And so this is going to stop being something that is a special job of the IT department. This is not just an IT department job. Well, from the beginning of our office, there is a program by the ministry for small organizations of local administration, which still do not have equipment, for example. And our first action, the first action that the National Authority of Cybersecurity did towards the European Union, has to do with fortifying the health organizations, which unfortunately are the #1 statistically target of cybersecurity threats. Let me thank you right now. I would like to thank you, Mr. Kyrianakis, and allow me a small comment. We, as journalists, we say that we need media literacy. Right now, I see that apart from AI, we need cybersecurity literacy for all of us, or for our own personal cybersecurity. Maybe this will help. So now smile. Now we're going to have a short video by our sponsors, and we will be back with the next panel.
In cyber conflict today, we've encountered an inflection point, the age of generative AI. Attackers are adopting AI to exploit vulnerabilities faster and more effectively than ever, while many organizations admittedly feel unprepared for the revolution. But what if we could leverage AI to narrow the gap between cybersecurity intent and outcomes, to alter the balance of power for a new edge? An edge that assists, augments, and automates your cyber defense. Together, we can, by making AI pervasive in every aspect of the Cisco Security Cloud. We can assist security teams by discovering policy details and recommending rules, so firewall admins don't have to write one. Plus, optimize the rules they do need, eliminating duplicate and expired ones. Then, get more done faster, with AI-generated instructions that make complex tasks easy to understand for anyone at any skill level. And when it comes to consistent, secure user access, policy configuration is easy for admins, and users can simply log on and go to work. We can augment human insight by identifying all patterns and clues, even the smallest ones that a SecOps team might otherwise miss, spotting attacks that mimic legitimate traffic. And even when encrypted, we ensure that what's hidden doesn't stay that way. Or help uncover new and emerging threats with AI that trains a sophisticated system of detectors to block business email compromise and phishing attacks. All the while, our data loss prevention safeguards your most sensitive data from getting into the wrong hands via usage of generative AI tools like ChatGPT. We can automate complex workflows like ransomware defense by proactively taking snapshots of apps and data the very moment something suspicious arises, resulting in near real-time recovery. The stakes are high. The time is now. And with pervasive AI across every aspect of the Cisco Security Cloud, the advantage is yours. Better efficacy, better experience, better economics, with cyber defense built for the AI age.
Got a minute? Let's talk Cisco and AI. At Cisco Live, we announced our $1 billion AI investment fund. This move includes strategic investments with startups across software and infrastructure to advance customers' AI readiness and complement Cisco's AI innovation strategy. In collaboration with NVIDIA, we developed the Cisco Nexus Hyperfabric AI cluster solution. This cloud-operated solution simplifies the deployment of generative AI applications, providing IT visibility and analytics across the entire AI infrastructure stack. Lastly, we rolled out new features for Cisco's AI Assistant. the most advanced generative AI-powered platform for hybrid work and customer experience. One new solution is the ability for users to ask the AI assistant to recap anything covered during a WebEx meeting recording. That's it for now. To learn more, visit newsroom.cisco.com.
Where will you be in 5 years? Where will we be in 5 years? In 25? In 50? Let's be here and here, with her and him and they. Let's connect them. Let's connect everyone. Let's deliver technology that gives them access to power opportunity. Let's set a new standard for data security and personal privacy. Let's change the system. Promote equality and fairness in the workplace. Let's tear down the barriers to social justice for a more inclusive world. Let's clean house. Zero carbon, zero waste. Because the health of our family is tied to the future of our home. Let's gather resources and partners, steer toward our greatest challenges and accelerate. For the benefit, for all. Cisco has made it its purpose to power an inclusive future for all. Where will we be in 50 years? Let's go see. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Η DBC Διαδικασία, μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες, βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξελίξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC Διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών, βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών, ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων, υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου, διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης, με σημαντικές επιτυχίες στο ιστορικό της. Γιατί DBC Διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
Digital Economy Forum. We are still at the cybersecurity panel, and now we will continue. After this interesting discussion we had with Mr. Kiranakis and Mr. Blechas, I would like to call Mr. Iason Katsaropoulos, the Chief Commercial Officer for Atcom, to come to the podium to join us. Mr. Katsaropoulos. Mr. Pavlos Kitsanelis, Director of the Public Sector of Microsoft for Greece, Cyprus and Malta. This is your seat. Take your seat, Mr. Katsaropoulos. Oh yeah, I kind of mixed you up. I'm sorry. Argyris Makrigeorgiou for NGR, for Forthnet, I'm sorry. So, Argyris Makrigeorgiou, Mrs. Konstantina Sidila, Cybersecurity Regional Sales Legal for Greece, Cyprus and Malta for Cisco. Welcome. Welcome to our discussion, and we will start with you, Mr. Katsaropoulos. Do you think that AI, artificial intelligence, as the Greek terminology is, generative AI, will change the field in cyber threats and cybersecurity? Yes. Obviously, it changes everything. We couldn't remain immune to these types of developments. AI is a tool, is a weapon for hackers. And this creates the following effect. It creates more hackers, actually. So people of average capacity in hacking, without great experience, they can use LLMs. They can use this technology as a tool to create scripts that they couldn't write by themselves, much quicker. They can design attacks. They can organize attacks, a phishing attack, for example, with greatest sophistication than before. These attacks can be very convincing, have a greatest penetration rate. They can be very personalized in multiple languages with better effects and better impacts. So this creates more attacks, and this is obvious from our systems. Those attacks tend to increase and become even more complex. More complex because even experienced people, experienced hackers with great skills and have a higher rate of intelligence can use AI in ways that are much more effective and efficient. So at first we had to organize teams of a great number of people. Now they can have smaller groups of people, or even by themselves. They can perform great cyber attacks, even by themselves. They become quicker and they become more powerful. And of course, this is one side of the coin, let's say. What about protection? AI can help protection or not? Of course, this is a weapon for us as well, that we try to protect our systems, protect our data, and try to guarantee business continuity. So AI is a tool for us. Obviously, it is being used right now, as it was discussed by many of the previous speakers already. Let me say a characteristic example. In our clients that use our services in microsegmentation solutions, the Atomai program is using AI. There are machines that read the movement of a network, of a very big and complex network, and through those movements they can, in real time, locate suspicious movements. They can analyze behaviors and alert us accordingly in order to take the appropriate measures so that we can be quicker. This is a solution. Another solution, another product of ours, we use the analytics of our customers with AI assistance, which is built in our systems, so that we can analyze the data in a very targeted way, so we can get the insights that we want. So this helps us take easier decisions, so that we can prepare ourselves better. Of course, these are tools. Of course, we use them, and they affect our business. But let's not forget that it is a tool. The know-how and the experience of people and the products of big, famous companies are much more important. What about you, Mr. Kitsanellis? What do you think about it in Microsoft? I'm going to start with a statistic, which is not so nice. Cybercrimes right now are the third biggest economy at a worldwide level, right behind US and China. $8.3 billion. In 2025, it will be more than $10 trillion. What does this mean? It means that, as my colleague said before me, there are quite evolved attacks. Cybercriminals do have very important tools, smart phishing, complex ransomware, meaning smarter attacks with the use of AI technology. But correspondingly, the organizations, the governments, the clients, whether small or big, have more tools as well based on AI so that they can defend themselves better. We in Microsoft, we are a technological supplier that concerns each citizen, each worker, small, medium businesses and governments all around the world. We have a huge range of products, of security products, from products that have to do with Defender, central data, after the appearance of Gen AI, we invested in a series of products called Copilot. It has to do with users of productivity tools. We have the GitHub Copilot, which has to do with the creation of code, if I'm a developer, of course. And the product that really revolutionized everything and managed to give great value is the Security Copilot. What is the Security Copilot? It is a mechanism, let's say, with AI technologies that is an umbrella, let's say, that covers all systems of our organization, whether Microsoft or not. And it can quickly deal with problems in case of a malware attack. The analysts get a first image of the attack quickly, and correspondingly they proceed with fixing the problem and building greater defense for the organization. Excellent. This is quite interesting. I used to use Copilot, but I didn't know the M365. I didn't know these two tools, actually. Mr. Makriorgou, he will talk about Forthnet. How does Forthnet deal with AI in cybersecurity and cyber protection?
Thank you for the question. Hello, everyone. Before talking about how Forthnet or Microsoft does it, let's talk about an indirect risk for AI, as the previous speakers mentioned. Of course, AI enables hackers that are not so tech-savvy in the end to become more effective and create a well-designed attack. Now consider from the side of our users. We talk about using an AI application and essentially copy-paste confidential information from the organization in that tool, and all of a sudden a traditional problem for companies that has to do with data loss and with mechanisms that we use to prevent it. Now we have users from within the organization that in order to do their job in a quicker way, use AI, and all of a sudden we have this leak of data that a lot of times the answer to that is, okay, you told me to use AI to be more productive, and I'm doing it. So along with compliance, this is a very hot topic. We also have the AI Act. If someone is not familiar, they should review it. In what concerns Forthnet now, and the people in cybersecurity, we have our own AI advisor. it is infused in technologies that are reachable from SMEs as well. We have infused it in our FortiGates, our traditional firewalls. So even an AD engineer that is not so tech savvy, they can use it to implement a rule in the firewall. Instead of simply scrolling through a PDF 500 pages long document, they can use this assistant to get some faster results. So, of course, AI makes things quicker and simpler, but there's always an asterisk at some point. Now, you were seated with alphabetical order. This is why Mrs. Scintilla is seated in the last position. Now, you are at Cisco. How do you see things? First of all, let me say that aside from the way we see things at Cisco, talking about the challenges that AI creates for cyber attacks, aside from the fact that we have more of them, I wanted to talk about phishing, because right now what we see is new type of attacks emerging. First of all, they happen faster, those attacks, but also we have the use of deep fake technology to make those attacks. At the beginning of the year, a large company transferred 25 million because they saw a web conference with the CFO in, and at some point the employees saw his colleagues there. He saw the CFO, and he believed the deepfake video and made this large transfer. So the attacks are evolving, and aside from being faster and using deepfake technology, we also have attacks on the AI technology. For example, people send a lot of information to a chat box, and that affects the use of AI. So, as any new technology, AI helps develop other technologies and also is subject to risks. So, all people in the sector have to use AI and follow the 3 A's that we heard at the beginning of the spot: the automate, assist, and augment. This is what we do with Cisco in order to accomplish those 3 A's, and I will give you some examples. But the main pillar, what we want to achieve following these 3 principles, is to have better efficacy, better experience, user experience, and have the ability of our systems being used at scale. We want to achieve economies of scale. So this is what we implement with our products and our solutions, having introduced an AI assistant across all our solutions. This is a single, unified, and integrated assistant that people can ask and get the right answer, not according to individual systems, but on across all technologies. It can issue reports. If you have an incident, you can get a summary of that incident. This is something that's going to be very useful now, also considering the requirement for compliance with NIS2. It's going to help users get a better understanding of what is happening and react faster. We also consider the part of enabling the testing and control of AI applications. There's a great deal of discussion right now about regulating these applications and the way they're being used by the different companies. Already in Cisco, we have a policy that says we can only use up to 3 of those applications, and they must be approved. And according to a survey carried out by the people internally, even though 93% of businesses use Gen AI on a business level, and 91% when it comes to cybersecurity professionals, but only 53% of those have some policies enforced about how to use those tools. So part of our policies is the number of those tools. We have approximately 70 Gen AI applications right now known and approved. And always the principle that we follow is in using data in a responsible manner so that we can protect data, our users' data, and our clients' data. I follow the AI sector through my field in journalism, and the guidelines issued by other companies, corporations abroad are, according to 70% the same, which means there's not the range of protection is not as wide. For example, I tell to my colleagues, if you have a confidential conversation with a client and you have recorded it, don't input it in an AI tool to get a transcript, because at some point this recording might be leaked. It's as simple as that. And now, Ms. Sindila, I would like to hear from you. What do you think are the greatest challenges for cybersecurity in Greece right now, and especially with the implementation of NIS2, the European Directive, or Law 5160? I think that the challenges we were facing in the past continue to be there. The attacks are becoming more and more complex. It's something that has been recognized in different surveys, the lack of specialized personnel. Our concern is that we don't have the people with the right skills. So according to a survey by IC2, the top skills missing right now from the professionals in the field is AI and security on cloud, in cloud technology. This is ongoing problem. But in relation to NIS2, you can see it as a threat or as an opportunity. The organizations that must comply with NIS2 will have to adopt all the measures that were mentioned before by Mr. Bletzes, the fundamentals, so that they can become more resilient, they can ensure their business continuation, so that even if they have an incident, they will be able to recover. So the challenges ahead of us is, on the one hand, these organizations, if they had not done so already, they need to adapt. They should not be relying solely on a relying tactic. They have to be ready. If something happens, they have to be able to recover. They have to have the right plans in place. They have to do the right drills for risk management as well, so that they know what is the acceptable level of risk for them. And based on that, they can make the right decisions and adopt the right measures. Now, I think that this is also an opportunity for these organizations, because they can monetize this. They can get this compliance with NIS2 and use it as a tool, a powerful tool, because they can show their clients that they have prioritized their data and their clients' data and the provision of the services as well, since they ensure their resilience. So this is a powerful tool for any organization, something that will become a competitive advantage and a powerful tool for the marketing departments in order to better promote their respective organizations. Now, you also gave us some ideas about how to sell this. Now, Mr. Makrigeorgiou, I will agree with what the governor said before. NIS2 is a good thing. It was transposed as a law, but For better or for worse, the problems are still old school. If we look at the attacks, they are essentially based on vulnerabilities or ways that could be addressed in a simple manner. So NIS2 is a good thing because for me, it will work as an awareness tool as well, especially for the smaller companies that maybe thought that cybersecurity is a privilege or an obligation only of the larger corporations, which of course is not the case. And it's a good thing that NIS2 comes now and tell us that, okay, even if you are a small company, you need to look at what the others are doing and do the same. So for risk and threats, unfortunately, as the directive also mentioned and the law mentions, there are some things in the industry that are by design even more old school, and that we need to be aware of because, okay, we have a production line, anything that works, we won't fix it, but that myth has to be busted now, because now we need to take the right actions in terms of resilience and cybersecurity. And as we repeat over and over, whether we're talking about AI or IT or cybersecurity or NIS2 or DORA, the human firewall, it's something that's become established as a term now. My colleagues mentioned it. Deep fake, phishing is changing. So there's always a race, or rather a marathon, something that ends and then starts again. And people must become more savvy, both in their personal lives and in their business lives. And then, of course, there's the obligation of the company to invest in that. The same way that any hacker invests in using AI. This is another way to use it is to make those trainings, those workshops more interactive, more catchy. Use AI to provide better training courses. And instead of just answering a few stagnant questions. You were very clear. Now, Mr. Katsanellis, in Microsoft, what are the greatest challenges you face? First of all, the challenges that we face in Greece are more or less the same that we face on a global level in terms of cybersecurity and security in general. Ransomware, phishing, all these nice things. Deep fakes, it's something that we're going to see more of in the future. Maybe talk about NIS2. First of all, there's another challenge, a survey carried out by an EY and Microsoft. There's a degree of complaining about the regulatory framework, its complexity, and the truth is that we need to learn how to live with those things and have the mechanisms and the right people, we as organizations as well, the right mechanisms to comply with them. The lack of human resources, we keep repeating that, but I want to highlight something. Even in large corporations, when they design their own risk response plans, they realize that after a time they stop training and retraining their personnel in how they individually can protect themselves. That creates an additional risk and a greater problem in what the organization is going to do to address those problems. On the one hand, a lot of organizations, as Mr. Bletzer said, didn't really need the NIS2 because they should have already adopted the provisions included in there. But still, a lot of companies have not done what is necessary. So NIS2 includes principles that involve SMEs and governments, and it's a good opportunity for everyone to create the solutions and respond to those requirements, reducing their needs, the risk. And you, Mr. Kataropoulos, your comment about how you can address those challenges. I think that everyone mentioned it. These are old school challenges. The same things are repeated, more complex attacks and more attacks. Just to take one step back and provide an explanation about this phenomenon. Right now, the environment is perfect, exactly as it should be for hackers. They have everything. They have excellent network everywhere in the planet. They have visibility. They have a great number of devices that are cheap, small, and vulnerable. They have a way to communicate between them with an encrypted manner, very securely. They have a way to transact, to get money, to get their ransom, to do anything that they want. They have AI by the side to assist them even further. So the number one challenge right now is the fact that they will continue to be more and more dangerous, more and more in number, and perhaps this is the biggest problem. NIS2 and all the directives that come and go and the laws definitely help the opportunities. They are not challenges. The opportunities for all organizations to improve their defense systems. But the most important thing for NIS2 is that it will highlight cybersecurity for the top management. Strategically speaking, and the strategic design of any company, I would say that there's a gap in terms of cybersecurity. We need to invest more on it, plan for it, because threats are going to become even more important in the future. A couple of things. We don't know what's going to be the case tomorrow in relation to AI. Maybe tomorrow OpenAI announces something that we never expected, and it's going to be a super weapon for hackers. Or, to give you another example, just a couple of days ago, Google announced a new quantum computer that is able, just to give you an idea, is able to, within 5 minutes, to solve problems that the existing technology would need 7 billions and billions and billions of years to do. So this computational power is going to also be available to hackers, not only to us. Therefore, we need to be prepared and we need to be mature and ready for it.
So, in closing, first of all, the businesses themselves should understand how dangerous it is to be a victim of cybersecurity and perform their strategic plans in a way so that they protect their own data and the data of their customers, their clients. So, we will conclude this conversation here. It was quite illuminating, actually, I believe, for the needs that exist and the challenges that have been created along with the directive or the law 5160. And I think that we will be able, more often than not, to proceed to a better environment of security in all sectors, not only regarding cybersecurity and cyber protection, because AI creates a very big challenge for all sectors of the economy, for all businesses and all enterprises, and not only the ones that theoretically deal with the internet or the cybersecurity environment, because this is where we're headed right now. Thank you. Thank you. So we will have the family photo right now. Well, I try to avoid pictures, but here I am anyway. Now we're gonna watch a short video.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop, say happy birthday, travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch, but always find the reasons true to your heart to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first draft to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when you succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
Γεια, είμαι η Κλειό. Είμαι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Ναι, το οδείο του Ηρώδου του Αττικού, το ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και τη Χαλκοθήκη. Και πλέον μπορείς να δεις και το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Και τώρα, με την προσθήκη 2 ακόμα σπουδαίων μνημείων, το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια, η εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος προσφέρει μια ολοκληρωμένη εμπειρία στην Ακρόπολη. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να την απολαύσει όλος ο κόσμος. Κοσμοτέ, μέλος του ομίλου Telecom.
Να αντιμετωπίζουν με επιτυχία τις αλλαγές και να ηγούνται της αγοράς. Αυτό για μας είναι το θετικό αποτύπωμα. Καθώς αναπτυσσόμαστε, να δημιουργούμε ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Deloitte, growing within and beyond. Creating better futures for all.
Complexity. Easy to describe, but it can be difficult to recognize. However, complexity always has an unmissable impact, complicating operations, disrupting visibility, compromising protection, increasing costs. But how did networks get so complex? A long gradual evolution or the explosion of users, devices, and applications? The answer is both. Too much of too many things built up over the years, and the unintended consequences of digital transformation, making organizations more vulnerable to attacks than ever before, making now the best time to attack complexity. Now is the time to re-examine your cybersecurity strategy. Now is the best time to re-evaluate which vendors are strategic. Now is the best time to move to a platform approach, leveraging integration and automation, moving away from random to structured, from confusion to clarity, from complexity to consolidation, eliminating complexity and accelerating digital outcomes, streamlining operations, enabling end-to-end visibility, strengthening protection, and improving ROI.
Intracom Telecom is a global technology company with a proven track record in the ICT field for over 4 decades. The company focuses on developing tailor-made solutions for fixed and mobile telecom operators, public authorities, and large public and private enterprises. Specializing in wireless access and transmission, Intracom Telecom sets the benchmark in the fixed wireless access domain, with its industry-leading radio systems having been deployed globally. The company also provides a wide range of innovative solutions in data analytics and AI-powered applications, IoT and smart city, digital video, services monetization and business process automation, all complemented with unmatched system and network integration services providing end-to-end solutions for the data-driven transformation of public authorities and organizations in various industries. It is also active in the energy and utilities industry, deploying end-to-end IT solutions, and in the defense sector, delivering integrated security systems for critical infrastructure protection and border surveillance. With substantial investments in research and development and extensive expertise, own R&D and production facilities, and subsidiaries spanning across 4 continents, Intracom Telecom develops cutting-edge products and integrated solutions, enabling life-improving services for present and future generations.
Στην Ιδρύνα Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προστιθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Η DBC Διαδικασία, μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες, βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξέλιξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC Διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών, βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών, ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων, υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου, διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης, με σημαντικές επιτυχίες στο ιστορικό της. Γιατί DBC Διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
Τι σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης στη νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων? Σημαίνει να χαράσεις το δρόμο για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό και να αλλάζεις τα πάντα. Να αλλάζεις τον τρόπο που δουλεύουν 125.000 επιχειρήσεις και επαγγελματίες. Να επενδύεις στους ανθρώπους σου, γιατί αυτή είναι η κινητήριο σου δύναμη. Σημαίνει να εξελίσσεσαι ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις σου με νέους καινοτόμους συνεργάτες και να πηγαίνεις στον επιχειρηματικό κόσμο μπροστά. Αυτό σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης. Όμιλος εταιριών ΕΠΣΙΛΟΝΕΤ. Η νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων.
This is for the teams who aren't just experimenting with AI and hybrid cloud. It's for the ones revolutionizing what these technologies can do at scale, automating repetitive work so they can elevate impactful work, speeding up how they write and code, create, and grow across customer service and IT, HR to R&D. Empowering your teams all comes down to what we start here together. Think AI that can be built and tuned to your needs. Research that informs how your business proceeds. Think a hybrid cloud that's designed to launch ideas at your pace and your trusted data connected from all over the place. Think models you can govern from day one and experts that can be there for the long run. Think digital assistants, not just a bot. Processes that are more automated than not. Think partners that are nimble and collaborative, all working together to create businesses and teams that are more adaptive. It's all right here. Your teams are ready. It's time to think scale.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. We are Pro Transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform. We are Pro Planet and Pro Community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. We are Pro Curiosity, our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas, because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Τώρα Όλες και όλοι έχουμε έναν πολύτιμο βοηθό, το MyGov, το οποίο έχει βοηθήσει απαντώντας σε πάνω από 700.000 ερωτήσεις μέχρι σήμερα.
Δεν έχει υπάρξει ώρα χωρίς κάποιος από εμάς να τον χρειαστεί για κάτι. Στις 3 το πρωί, τις Κυριακές, ακόμα και τις αργίες. Είναι εκεί να απαντάει γρήγορα σε κάθε μας ερώτηση σχετική με τις δημόσιες υπηρεσίες ή το μύθος. Λύνει κάθε απορία μας για νέα ταυτότητα, υπεύθυνη δήλωση, τέλη κυκλοφορίας, άειλη συνταγογράφηση, εξουσιοδότηση, συνταξιοδότηση. Οκ, σταματάω γιατί άρχισα τις ρήμες. Και συνεννοείται άπτεστα με Άγγλους, Γάλλους, Πορτογάλους και 23 ακόμα εθνικότητες.
Το MyGov δημιουργήθηκε με πρωτοβουλία της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης και με βοήθεια από τη Microsoft.
Έτσι, η Ελλάδα γίνεται μία από τις πρώτες χώρες στον κόσμο που βάζει τεχνητή νοημοσύνη στο δημόσιο, υπεύθυνα και με ασφάλεια, δημιουργώντας τον πρώτο ψηφιακό βοηθό όλων μας.
Μιλήστε του. Μην τρέπεστε. Και όσο του μιλάτε, τόσο καλύτερος γίνεται. Έτσι δεν είναι?
Υπάρχει το ίντερνετ και υπάρχει και το Nova Fiber, όπου όλοι απολαμβάνουμε τη σούπερ αξιόπιστη και ταχύτερη δυνατή σύνδεση όσοι κι αν είμαστε online. Τα Nova Fiber προγράμματα τα παρέχουν όλα σε όλη την Ελλάδα. Απόκτησέ τα τώρα από μόνο 29 ευρώ τον μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Το ίντερνετ όπως θα έπρεπε να είναι. Nova.
Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν δεν σε νοιάζει πόσο ψηλά είναι η κορυφή, γιατί ανεβαίνεις στο επόμενο σκαλί που θα σε φέρει πιο κοντά της. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν η καινοτομία δεν είναι προορισμός, αλλά η πορεία της δικής σου επιχείρησης. Μια νέα διαδρομή, ανοιχτή και ξεκάθαρη για να τη μοιράζεσαι, κάνοντας την κάθε μέρα πιο απλή για όλους, με περισσότερες δυνατότητες όπου κι αν βρίσκονται. είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά. Όταν ζεις κάθε σου βήμα σαν μια μικρή νίκη που σε φέρνει στην επόμενη. Όταν εσύ επιλέγεις πώς προχωράς και πού θες να φτάσεις. Όταν ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός ξεκινά απλά με μια αλλαγή, ικανή να φέρει το αύριο σήμερα. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά. Όταν η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη υπηρετεί τα δικά σου όνειρα και στόχους. Όταν εύκολα μπορείς να δεις τη μεγάλη εικόνα για να γνωρίζεις πάντα πού είσαι και πού θέλεις να φτάσεις. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά τη στιγμή που πήρες την απόφαση και έκανες το δικό σου πρώτο βήμα μπροστά. Soft One Series 6. Ξεκίνα μπροστά.
How can I embarrass my sister during a wedding toast, but like respectfully?
Okay, here's the deal.
Hello, you ain't gotta say anything else. Everything you're doing is speak so loud. You got me speechless, like wow. You don't even words, like you had me at confetti. Hey, popping off like it's a party. Then we hopping on a flight like Friday, Daddy. I don't ever wanna say goodbye. Had me at high, had me at hello, low, 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 low. Hello, low, 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 low. You had me at hello.
Βιώσιμη κινητικότητα. Εξοικονόμηση πόρων. Βελτίωση εξυπηρέτησης πολιτών και επιχειρήσεων. Βελτίωση ποιότητας ζωής. Ενίσχυση τοπικής δημοκρατίας, διαβούλευσης και διαφάνειας. Προστασία από κυβερνοεπιθέσεις. OTS Smart Cities. Ευφυείς πόλεις στην πράξη.
So, hello everyone, welcome back. I'm used to getting the difficult role of taking over after the lunch break. So now I want to thank everyone for being here. So anyone who has not taken their place, please come back so you can enjoy the second part of our conference, of our forum. My name is Nikos Ipofandis. I want to welcome you all. I'm a journalist. I think about 30 years in this business. A lot of you here know me. I know you since a long time ago when we started. Become familiar with the technology sector, with the interconnection with the business world, and of course, with the impact, the future impact. And the future is here. And we can now talk about the present and the future. And we will hear on all that from Mr. Christodoulou. He has a presentation for us about 120 slides, he says. We're going to, says the moderator, but please pay attention. We're going to have a very nice presentation of a survey. Thank you, Nikos. And we also need a 15-minute round of applause to get us started. Okay, we're good. Okay, let's go first. Let's see the presentation on the screen. Now, in collaboration with SEPEgr, for yet one more year, we have this annual survey that we conduct. The survey this year has to do with the prospects of the sector, technologies, IT, and communications. What we're going to talk about is, first of all, the point of origin, where we are right now, what is the ICT sector now, the challenges, the opportunities, and the prospects for the ICT sector, some proposals that we worked on together with SEPEgr, and the proposals for the next state of the sector. And lastly, we're going to document why the sector is an actual catalyst for the Greek economy. So the starting point is that the sector right now, in terms of figures, contributes approximately 14 billion. It employs about 300,000 employees. 160,000 of those are experts, and 24% of the foreign direct investments, the FRI, is on companies in the sector. Therefore, it's a sector that has attracted interest outside of Greece. It's a sector that fights with innovation, that strives to promote innovation, and 70% of the companies in the sector are active in what we now call innovation. It is not an exporting sector. Only 4% of the country's exports come from the ICT sector. However, it is a sector with huge importance in terms of the efficiency of the public sector, both in cost savings. For example, as Deloitte, we carried out a survey and measured that approximately 2.5 billion is saved because of gov.gr. But also, this has an impact on the everyday life of our citizens. and with tax evasion. It's a sector that helps the state to collect more revenue and reduce its expenses. Now, the way we carried out the survey was that we talked to 200 executives from different sized companies in the sector. We made interviews with at least 20 top executives at the C-level, and also had discussions and meetings with the SEPEgr committee. So it was a survey that we analyzed it, we designed it in the best way possible to get the results that we wanted. So the primary survey, I think we had 30 questions, but I'm going to show you about 5 or 6 of those, the most important ones. These are just some details on the survey. We have 200 participants. Like I said, top management and senior management executives and supervisors, all from all the different subsectors of IT. Services, infrastructure, telecom, providers, cloud service providers, distribution, and everything. So we had the participants from all the different subsectors, and the most important conclusions are this. First, we asked them if they see a positive outlook for the future of the sector, and at the rate of 27%, they responded that yes, they are optimistic. However, the largest part of that, more than 50%, said that they are cautiously optimistic. Of course, when we ask them what are those technologies where you will be focusing on, I think the results are more or less what we expected. AI is at the top, cybersecurity, the cloud. These are the most important trends. And if I were to add one more, that's the business software solutions. And we have companies in this room that deal with this subject. So these are the main areas of focus for the sector over the next years. Now, which are the sectors of the economy where you believe the sector is going to have an impact on? I believe that the most important sectors, again, here we see that ICT will have an impact more or less on every sector, but those that were responded by most of the participants were about health, energy, financing and banking, and retail commerce. And these are, I would say, main clients or customers of the sector. How do you see the level of the IT infrastructure? This is a more difficult question because in order to have a sector, in order to have services, you need the infrastructure. So 2% of the respondents said that our infrastructure is strong. 63% says that we need an improvement on that. So if we want to stay in the sector, we have to improve our country's infrastructure. Innovation, what is the role that it plays? It is an innovative sector. If we don't have that, it is sort of meaningless to be part of ICT. So innovation is crucial, according to 40% of the respondents approximately, and another 50% said that it was very important. And here, the dynamics of the sector, perhaps this is the most important question, the way I see it. We asked, in your opinion, the ICT sector in Greece, what is the prospect and the required potential so that it can become one of the main economic sectors of Greece over the next 5 years? And a very important percentage, 59%, answered yes, that the executives believe this sector is going to become a main pillar of the Greek economy. And going back to the first answer, they said that, yes, we believe in the sector, but we are also cautiously optimistic. And if we combine those two, we can say that people in the sector say, use us. We can play an important role for the Greek economy, but we are also cautious if that is possible. So then we went to have in-depth discussions with the executives in the sector, with the SEPEgr committees. What's going to be the thing that's going to give the necessary dynamic to the sector so that it can play this important role for the Greek economy? The answers to that were four main strategic directions. The first one, if we want to have the sector a strong sector, we cannot simply limit ourselves to Greece. We have to make a more international sector with products that can reach markets abroad. So we want products that are quality products on a global level. And also, it has to be scalable. If we are small, we cannot play a big part, obviously. Also, we need to make use of the areas where we have a strong presence, such as shipping and tourism. And of course, we can attract. Well, if we're talking about becoming more international, we need to attract more investments. We can become data centers for the entire world, or we can provide competence centers for the entire world as a service. And we have companies that do that. The second strategic direction is investment to innovation. Talking about an ecosystem of innovation, to a great extent, we are talking about the ICT sector. This is the ecosystem of innovation that we need to support, especially if we're talking about new technologies, highly interactive, and with a great impact on other fields and other sectors, such as Gen AI, or for sectors where we have important needs, such as the defense sector. If we don't have the innovation, we cannot have a strong presence. Thirdly, how to empower human resources or to increase them. Something that's been discussed over the years a lot. And especially when we talked today earlier about cybersecurity. Right now, we don't have enough manpower in this sector. There's a great gap, an important gap, a divide between the demand and the supply in terms of human resources. So we need to enhance that personnel. We need to increase the number of the people and also invest in their hard and soft skills. And lastly, the Greek economy needs to become a digital-first economy. Anything that we design has to follow the logic of digital design in order to progress. So this relates to the economy's digital maturity and with the empowerment of the human resources, or the increasing number of the people working in this field. So these were the important trends. These are the four things that are required by a sector, but can we become more specific? Can we offer specific suggestions to society, to the government, to the enterprises in order to accomplish this direction? So then we become more specific. We have 12 proposals, and they're specific ones, and we are going to present those. In terms of making the sector international, we need a platform to promote the sector. We want the assistance of the state to create a platform in order to promote the sector and achieve interconnection with businesses abroad. We want one annual conference, an international one. And I believe that some of the suggestions, to open a parenthesis here, because I was studying the survey on AI by the AI committee. And we agree with, or some of our suggestions and their proposals are common, which means that we are moving towards the same direction. Also, the sector asks 5 commercial missions per year, exclusively focusing on ICT in collaboration with other professions. That's an important aspect of promoting an international sector. In terms of innovation, we are asking for yet another technological park, a large-scale one, focused on ICT. Something similar with AI, perhaps similar to the proposals of the AI committee, so maybe these two can coincide. The adoption of innovation in the public administration. For example, we want for each ministry per year to adopt one innovation, one new thing, if possible through a tender, so that innovation can be enhanced, can become part of our everyday life. And thirdly, we propose an increase of the expenditure for innovation per year by 0.2% of the GDP. Right now it stands at approximately 1.5. If we add 0.2 per year, then in about 5 to 7 years we will reach 2.5 to 3% of the GDP, and we can reach the levels of the rest of Europe. It's a very concrete and specific plan, a measurable thing, and hopefully it will be implemented. Now, for human resources, again, we wanted to put some figures behind everything that we said. We believe that we need to have 1,500 more graduates per year, meaning we need about 30 new postgraduate programs for similar subjects with ICT, either by offering them to graduates of the STEM sector or graduates of ICT schools. Also, we need to assign at least 1,000 tech visas on an annual basis, and also be able to attract at least 1,000 executives in order to reverse the brain drain. We need to bring those people back. That's, again, a very concrete target, measurable one. Can we do it? And the fourth relates to digital economy. Three things again. 100% tax exemption for investments and training activities for select cutting-edge technologies. For cybersecurity, for AI, for quantum technology, I believe it is feasible. The second important thing that I think we heard in the morning as well is to secure funding, 100% funding on an annual basis for the needs to maintain and expand the ICT systems for the public administration sector, especially now with the RRF. There are large-scale projects of ICT, but those will need to be maintained, we need to be expanded in order to take us to the future. So we need to ensure through different sources and potentially through the state budget, we need to ensure funding to maintain those systems. They must be considered as fixed costs. And lastly, all the services in the public sector have to become digital, fully digital. So if you ask for a document or for whatever, it has to be asked for once, only once. This is not the case right now, but we are at least moving towards that direction. The once-only principle. So these are some thoughts, some requests that I believe will help us for the future. Now, why are we asking for these things? Why do we want to move to the future? Some slides that have to do with the economy. I will start with this. For me, this is perhaps the most important slide in the entire presentation. It's not just about Greece. It's from IMD. It's a survey that took place this year, well, last year, that says that the financial competitiveness of the country is directly linked, associated to the index for digital readiness, which means that a country can be competitive in terms of its economy when it is digitally ready. So if we want to be competitive, we have to enhance and achieve digital maturity. And over the last 5 years, we have achieved that. This is the green line is the increase of the GDP. It is increased by 1.65%, and the sector has increased by 4 times more, 6.17%. So over these last 5 years, the sector enhanced the entire Greek economy. And with this growth, but before I tell you that, I want to show you this, which is also important. On the left is the survey that we carried out with SEPEgr 5 years ago and presented in this Digital Economic Forum. And we said that if we were to believe the sector and believe that the sector can be important for the Greek economy, it can reach a market value of 7.2 billion. And now the actual figures have surpassed, exceeded 7.2, and we are close to 7.4. We have set an ambitious target, we believed in it, and we achieved it. Of course, we have to remember that there was the period of the COVID, but COVID, what it proved was that if I want to do it, if I have the will, I can become digital. So we have accomplished this over the last 5 years. But this is where we stand now, meaning that this is the contribution of the sector in the wider economy. If in the European Union we stand at 5.5% and see that some countries have surpassed this, we are at 3.9%. We have improved in relation to 3.5%, where we stood at 2021. We have moved closer to the European average, but we have not achieved it yet, which means that all the energy, the effort that we have put on and all our focus over the last 5 years must continue over the next 5. And here we have two scenarios. The first one is the base scenario, where we say that if the sector has grown by 6.7% over the last 5 years, it can do the same thing over the next 5 years. This is the blue scenario that tells us we will stand at 10.5 billion at 2029. And if we believe that in 5 years we can achieve European convergence, the sector must grow by approximately 10% per year in order to reach 12.5 billion. It is ambitious, but these are the figures if you want to accomplish the European average. And in any case, if you want to be close to that number, the sector must be supported and grow by at least as well as it has done so over the last 5 years. And lastly, this growth of the sector, as you see, meaning the two different scenarios, 10.4 and 12.5, is not just about the sector. Essentially, they have a multiplying effect on the whole economy. It's what I told you before, and this is something that we have measured and documented. Each point from the sector essentially creates 2 points of GDP for the Greek economy, meaning that the sector can essentially support 20 or 25 billion of growth for the Greek economy. And to conclude with that, I think this is my last conclusion. You can take away 2 things out of this. The sector is important, not simply for its own. On its own, it is important for the Greek economy. And the sector over the last 5 years has proven that it can deliver results. So if we trust it again, we can get even better results in relation to what we have seen over the last 5 years. That's it. Thank you. Food for thought. But before we continue with our panel, our sponsors.
Τι σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης στη νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων? Σημαίνει να χαράσεις το δρόμο για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό και να αλλάζεις τα πάντα. Να αλλάζεις τον τρόπο που δουλεύουν 125.000 επιχειρήσεις και επαγγελματίες. Να επενδύεις στους ανθρώπους σου, γιατί αυτή είναι η κινητήριο σου δύναμη. Σημαίνει να εξελίσσεσαι ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις σου με νέους καινοτόμους συνεργάτες και να πηγαίνεις στον επιχειρηματικό κόσμο μπροστά. Αυτό σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης. Όμιλος εταιριών EPSILONET. Η νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων.
This is for the teams who aren't just experimenting with AI and hybrid cloud. It's for the ones revolutionizing what these technologies can do at scale, automating repetitive work so they can elevate impactful work, speeding up how they write and code, create, and grow across customer service and IT, HR to R&D. Empowering your teams all comes down to what we start here together. Think AI that can be built and tuned to your needs. Research that informs how your business proceeds. Think a hybrid cloud that's designed to launch ideas at your pace and your trusted data connected from all over the place. Think models you can govern from day one and experts that can be there for the long run. Think digital assistants, not just a bot. Processes that are more automated than not. Think partners that are nimble and collaborative, all working together to create businesses and teams that are more adaptive. It's all right here. Your teams are ready. It's time to think scale.
Very nice. I would like to thank the sponsors. Thank you. I would like to thank all the sponsors for this event today. Now we will talk about the digital technology market. As Nikos Christodoulou already said, I would like to invite Ioannis Koutoudakis, Chief CEO and Investor Relations Manager of EPSILONET Group. I would like also to invite Alexandros Manos, CEO of net company Entrepreneurship. I would like also to invite Maria Pedoulaki, CFO of Softon Group. I would like also to invite Dimitris Drimpa, General Management of IBM Cyprus and Greece. I would like to invite also John Stasinopoulos, CEO of Acting Computer Systems, as well as Nikos Christodoulou, he's already here. So you have already put some objectives regarding digital technology, but I would like to come to you in order to have a better discussion. What has made you to, when it comes to your research, which is this point that we should focus on more? I think that I have already mentioned, but it should be repeated because it's important. The most important thing that when it comes to the figures is that we have the lag to see the difference between the figures of 5 years ago. And the other thing is that we have see this IMD research. We have a clear image regarding the competitiveness of business. Competitive business and digital technology are related, and we have to believe that because we didn't believe that before. So now it is proved in Greece that we can accomplish things when we have a strong digital and ICT sector in Greece. And this is a bet. I would like also to ask our speakers, I don't know if you have mentioned or write anything down, so let me take a seat. And what I have mentioned, what I have write down is that the sector is very important for the Greek economy, and it's important because it assists businesses to develop more, like the IT, which is in the core of economy, could improve themselves by digital, could improve their procedures, and to be competitive in this path and help Greece, not only in Greece but also abroad. It's very important to take in consideration the figures of the previous period, and also the abroad and internationally to consider Greek figures, economy and digital transition. We're not that in a good position, but we are making steps forward. The other thing that I have mentioned is our infrastructure. There is a lack of infrastructure, and without them it's not easy to move forward. We need to work all together. Next question, when we come back, is, and maybe are the challenges that we are facing. But now let's listen, Mr. Manos. What's made you an impression regarding our discussion? I wrote down some things that we can do, that we did better over the last years, but there are still challenges for us and for the Greek economy in general. The first of them is that our exports, our ICT sector is only the 4% of this. It is a low level for that. In a world that is a technological world, it's driven by technology, and it's not good that our country is exports only 4%. Its exports of ICT is only 4%, and this is the real challenge. We need to improve our exports. We have also seen the decline of our expenditure during the pandemic, and this was made due through the gov.gr. And I think that we have made great steps. I have seen many things, and my experience from the public sector may make me think that we can do better, more and more things. And I have seen that many things that we can save through digital sector, we can use them in other sectors. The third thing that made me happy is that I saw a great focus of the executives in the openness, in the extroversion, when it comes to go abroad, to expand their work abroad. Such businesses, such companies that take advantage of this, both the RRF and their manpower could move forward. The last thing that I saw, it's that a percentage of 4% of people answered the question is that they said that it's not possible for Greece to be a strong partner in the digital sector. Technology is in the base; it's the core of our defense. So we should focus more on that. So I would like to ask the same question to Mrs. Pedroulaki. I would like to point out two points. So, Mr. Christodoulou, did you see that we have all have written down many things of your speech? Despite the fact that the figures are really low, I want to point out that when it comes the impact of the taxation. So we have seen that the digital sector in the Greek economy is improving, is moving forward. So we need to. We have accomplished some things, and the second thing is that the proposals that we've seen before, and they're very specific for the digital first culture, the openness of the digital sector of Greece, and I believe that if this sector improve in Greece, we may attract some invest from abroad, or the Greek companies address to abroad opportunities. So I believe that this is a great opportunity for our country to attract young manpower, young human resources, or to attract experienced personnel from abroad. So Mr. Pribas, which is your opinion? First of all, it's very optimistic thing that since 2019 the sector is improved, is progressed. So the thing that we need to take in our consideration is that the next few years should be balanced. There are some investments in the public sector and in private sector, but we should also focus on other sectors like the health, in order to have a balanced progress, a well-rounded opinion about that, in order to sector to improve. When it comes to this thing, as SEPE and also in the government, as the state, we need to focus on the lack of human resources. Through the AI era, we need to re-educate people in order to adapt to the new challenges, and people should then need to be educated in order to use digital tools. Apart from the lack of the personnel and the attraction of people abroad, human resources abroad, we need to think about how we will use how to make people learn and educate how to use digital tools. Minister, at some point, said that mentioned AI, but some people did not understood what he was talking about. So this is also something that we need to think. It is very impressive that the progress of this sector in comparison to our economy. So it is impressive to see that Greece is following countries that are very developed, like Portugal or Cyprus. So maybe the figures should have been higher, but it's not. This is the case now. The speed up that happened from 2019 until today, it's impressive. But we need to do more in order to come closer to European Union figures. If I remember correctly, in 2029 we will reach the highest figures of this sector. And this is the case that we need to focus, all of us need to focus to do that in order this happened.
So let's start with Mr. Manos with the second round of questions. Mr. Manos, everybody knows you abroad. You've been abroad. You're very famous. Give me an example from Intrasoft. What are the cases that you handled abroad? What are the issues that might occur when you are producing your product in Greece and you're exporting it abroad? So tell us your opinion when it comes to extroversion. We've seen that on the research. This is something fundamental. So our company, I think that we started working abroad about at the same time where we started working in Greece. This was about 35 years ago. And well done to the people that did that. And the first opportunity that we had was when the European Union was being born, actually, in Brussels and in Luxembourg. And some wise men understood at the time that ICT technologies are fundamental in creating a unified Europe. So we created a little team, a small team that went abroad. We started competing, we started fighting and working. And today, half of our turnover comes from those types of projects. We offer services, we sell products to all the DG services of the European Commission. The competition there is fierce. But there's also a good thing, that the playing field is quite leveled, meaning that we operate in a very specific way. Everything is fairly honest and transparent. And once we give a correct submission, a correct proposal in a correct price, we can, of course, win the tender and start working on the project. Are there any projects running right now? Yes, we have every year. There are about 1.5 billion euros in tenders regarding the ICT sector. It is a rather competitive market, like I said, because we have competitors all over Europe. But the thing is that this market is built in a way so that you can compete without having local contact. This is important. And this brings me to the second part of your question, that our effort was to go across the borders and try to do projects from each public sector of each European country after having completed that in Greece. I think that it worked well on average. Well, not bad, not good. We gathered a lot of experience. We implemented a lot of projects. So the experience was from abroad. Well, we did the projects in Greece and we managed to compete internationally and win tenders abroad. So this was not easy to do, of course. We had a huge risk because we didn't know our customers very well. But some cases we didn't even speak the same language. We had to find local people that would help us. And we've been doing that for many years with good results, or less good results anyway. But we managed to complete the projects. Around 2017, we made a decision. The correct way to be able to work abroad is to invest in products and platforms. And we decided in which sectors does our company have excellent know-how, and what would it take for us to build this process from the product development to the product control so that we can compete internationally. And we started this big journey, this big investment in the field of taxation, customs, social security, risk management in these four sectors, in the four fields in the public sector, and a few things in the banking sector. And it is my great pleasure to see that our systems right now are operational in 13 European countries. We are the basic supplier of those systems in 13 European countries. They trust us, etc., etc. Lessons learned. Always have a local partner. So you cannot do it by yourself. Well, you need to have something special, meaning the product or the platform. You need to invest in that. You need to achieve that. Have some local people to work with. And these two things combined are a recipe for success, at least for us, I can gladly say. So, is it a Greek company? Yes, we are a Greek company. It was never an advantage. It was something to work through. Yes, because people would think, what do the Greeks know about technology? Yeah, no one said, oh, the Greeks are coming to save us. So slowly, steadily, with our presence in the European tenders, we built this profile. People trust us, and they trust us even more now. So it can be done, it is feasible. And I believe that in the future we will continue, and many other companies will continue to invest and build technology that they can sell abroad. So, Mr. Koutkoudaki, same question for you. We have time, okay. So, there are a lot of opportunities in our software. So, for the last 3 years, there has been many changes, especially when it comes to administration at the Ministry of Finance with My Data application, digital shipping invoice, which is a great challenge for businesses, digital work card, employment card. So many changes that had to be supported with the corresponding systems so that the companies could answer to this challenge and cover their needs. For us, this was an opportunity because it was not just that we wanted to give a solution to that, but we wanted also to help businesses modernize and become better, become more competitive. So by itself, this is a challenge. Now, challenges for the companies, IT companies, is that they should continue to invest. This is something very important that we should never forget. As my colleague said before, if you don't invest in new technologies, in new platforms, you cannot service Greece and the needs of Greece, but even more to go abroad. So before we go abroad, EpsilonNet and SoftOne, I think that you were mentioned a lot of times yesterday in the Parliament because you managed to gather all the debts, the tax debts that existed in the Greek public sector for years and years, and you managed to collect all those debts. Yes, it was all good, it was all good. But it was a race. And all these innovations should not be done in a hurry. We have collected the experience of those past 2 years, and we need to keep a cool head. We cannot transform digitally all Greek businesses in such a short period of time without taking into account the particularities that they all have. And of course, you should give them the time. Making things in a hurry is not always good. And apart from providing modern tools and software in businesses, in enterprises, we have to correct the problems that are created when you rush things. So we need to keep our heads cool from the side of the business, from the side of the ministry, and be a bit tolerant also, because everybody needs to adapt. You talked about extroversion. We in EpsilonNet, we have followed a pattern, the pattern of investment in innovation, in people. So technology and people are the things that will help, in my opinion, all companies to proceed, to build new products, and also to be competitive abroad. It is difficult to go abroad, of course, we know that. It needs technology, it needs collaborations. But the important thing is that you should have a product. If you have something that can compete with the products abroad, you have a future. So I was going to ask something about collaborations with Mrs. Pedoulaki now.
I think we're running a great period. When we saw the figures of the previous times. When it comes to the companies of the Greece, they are in transition towards technological means, and I would like to focus on something that Mr. Manos said before, that many years before it was really difficult for a company to be advertised as a technological company, and maybe for this reason in 2017 it was difficult for you, but if you are patient and you keep moving, you can do it, you can improve, you can develop products stably and export them. It's something that it's changed nowadays. You can do it. So there are chances to go abroad in abroad markets, and the thing in the case now is to our products to be exported internationally. And I think it was one of the proposals said before in order to support our products abroad. There are also some financial tools that we have to use that are exclusively for technological means. And when we think about the products that companies can invest, some of them are software, different softwares. Such a software could be used in different sectors. Maybe the clients through this have more flexible solutions. The other thing is the AI and its combination with the software, and the combination of different automatized functions along with AI, this combination. The other thing that I would like to point out is different solutions, how software, for example, may be used in different companies, or different tools that can link CRM, for example, or different tools for data editing. Of course, we need to focus on cybersecurity along others. And now I want to talk with Mr. Pribas and Mr. Stassinopoulos, which is the perspectives of this sector. It is obvious, and from the conference today, that companies of our level things have changed over the last years. We use different softwares, and there are solutions for our platform. Things have changed, and the thing now is how we manage all this application and all the software. So now we need to face all the challenges in order to support the new things and to ensure the security. When it comes to this sector, the other thing that I would like to talk about, it's the human resources, which is the asset of this sector. We need people, we need staff in order to support this change. The other thing is that we need to focus on the previous tools that we have and how we can modernize them and to adapt in new modern challenges. And we are familiar with the things that we have all day long, so we have everything all day long. So that means we need to support this sector, because we have this everyday use of such software and the technological tools. Is there any of the financial sector here? So which is the budget for this? We are all think about the invest, and when it comes to the R&D, in Greece we invest in the R&D, in the human resources, in our know-how, in order to provide the best solution in our clients. we invest in our human resources, then financial tools, technological tools, and that means that there are many. The budget is of many $million per year. So when we think about the 5 last years, AI, different apps, different technological tools needs to be. We need to focus on this and to work on that. We need both to work on the public and the on the public sector and the private sector. We need also to see how they can adapt to the healthcare system, to the banking system, and we need to try more in order to make this transition to these technologies. And it's important to, and we as a company, we have a variety of solutions, and we try to be a part of the fourth industrial revolution, like in the industrial sector, designing automatism, cybersecurity is also something really important. Infrastructure needs to be focused on. Cybersecurity is not only one thing for IT sector or for marketing. It's related in the whole sector, in the whole business sector. All of these parts are, as a whole, is a great challenge, a great perspective for this for our sector. Mr. Christodoulou, do you want to raise any question in our speakers? I would like to tell you that some of our colleagues, we worked together to this research, like Mr. Manos or Mr. Michos from EPSILONET, and we made this research together that we presented. If I want to say something, is the challenges, not the challenges regarding the state, but if we want to create a national product, we have to create a national product. We need infrastructure. We need human resources. We need a scale. So there is a challenge. The challenge is if we can find in a short period of time these human resources. And the other big challenge, and that I want your opinion, it's not only that there is a lack of space of experts, there is also there's also the challenge that when you go to make this work with a client, is that this digital culture, we need to reassure that the product that we would give to the client is satisfying both for me and for the client.
Well, I will add something to that. Apart from finding the appropriate staff, I think that this is also a matter of keeping the staff, because all colleagues here in this room and in this sector know that you can find someone with a very high salary, and in a few months they leave. They get a better offer from another company, whether in Greece or abroad, and they leave. So it is fundamental to make an environment that will be appealing to people in order for them to come to us and stay with us. This can be done by creating trust that our products are good and that can be exported also. This by itself can also approach people. What about Mr. Christodoulou? You wanted to add something. There is a factory in Greece. What about the production in Greece? Can we do that? Yes, of course we can. Some things can be produced in Greece. Mr. Christodoulou, they're saying that it can be done, that we can build factories, that we can have a production. Yes, we need people to do that, of course, that's for sure. From all the suggestions that have been registered and all the results from the research, we should connect the training with the market, the job market. In that way, we can bring about 1,000 people back so that they can work in the IT sector. We need incentives, of course, this is out of the question. And also towards the people who want to approach from abroad. And this doesn't only mean the people that have left, the expats, but also people that are foreigners and they want to come to Greece and work. We need to give them incentives so that they can enter the Greek job market. Of course, this is the responsibility of enterprises, as Mrs. Petroulaki said before. We should hire people and we should want them to stay and keep them. So apart from incentives, we should give them a vision of something greater, a product, new markets, technology by itself. Technology is a vision. So once we achieve in giving this vision to people, we will find them. We will find the people needed. Mr. Manos, what's it like having a factory in Greece? Very good, very effective. Many times we have said that Greek engineers are quite capable. And what about the production in Greece? Does it give added value to the company? Of course. The greatest part of the job that we do in European projects is done in Greece. A huge amount of our projects abroad are concluded in Greece. So it gives extra value to the company, and this is something we will continue doing. But this is a quite closed system here in Greece. It's just a hop-on, hop-off business from position to position. So what we should take into account is how to train more people, because, again, this is a finite problem. How can we find so many people from one day to the next? So we should start seeing some other extra solutions, such as using people from abroad, as all the other major countries have done so far. Yes, but we need to pay them well, right? Yes, of course, of course. I mean, in Greece it is amazing. The weather is amazing. You can work in the morning, and in the afternoon you can go to the beach. This should be added to the mix. But I was also saying that we can use people from abroad in order to cover our needs. We do that. And many other companies do that. And of course, we have very interesting products, so that we can find people from abroad, attract people from abroad with interesting products. And again, AI, the usage of AI in the company, it can help us get rid of the most mundane stuff, so that they can have a more interesting work process. And it can increase the dynamic of the company without spending a lot of resources. Mr. Christodoulou talked about that. Now, on what Alex said, two things. First of all, how we can use AI in order to have this extra productivity through AI, and we will have the extra capacity that we need for our projects. And also, this is a factor that will help us keep our people. People that are well trained in cutting-edge technologies will not decide to leave the company easily. How do you keep your people? When someone is well-versed in cutting-edge technologies, he will stay in the company. It is fundamental. Yes, but what about the European job market? Well, if someone is well-versed in cutting-edge technologies, he has a lower conversion rate. And then universities. We should go close to universities. We should be close to universities in order to attract new people, but not just the traditional post-grad degrees, engineers or IT. We also want people from the financing sector, health, energy, banks, commerce, even the agricultural sector. Imagine those people that have some extra incentive to learn IT. Yes, of course, they could be people from the physics department or the mathematics department. Yes, we want them. We are running some projects right now. We are using students that have finished these postgraduate degrees, and we reskill them. We also have the Reskill platform, with which we create skills, new skills for cutting-edge technologies. So it's an entire ecosystem, it's an entire strategy that we should build on how to train people. And of course there is great shortage, and it's not, we cannot imagine that we will wake up one day and find 10,000 more people wanting to come and work for us. So we need to attract them from neighboring sections, neighboring works, and maybe attract some global delivery centers for very targeted goals. Mr. Christodoulou would like to say something.
I would like to add something, because it's something that we are talking about. Now we are making research along with the University of Macedonia. It's only about 25 to 30 people take part. So there are people from different departments like philology or from totally different sector. We do this research, which lasts for 2 years, and we want to conclude if they have the adequate knowledge to work in this sector. So let's complete our conversation. So I think it's a combination of everything that we said. Do you have a master degree? No, I don't have any, but maybe I would be one of these 25 people in your research, Mr. Christodoulou. So you have already said in the previous speeches, the most important thing in the IT sector is that we need to create executives. And this is a difficult case because there are not educational and training, there is not training infrastructure to do so. This is the difficult part. One solution is to what we said before. We don't need to limit ourselves in the IT sector, looking for IT postgraduates. It's not. We don't need to focus only the IT sector to cover the needs of the market. We need to find people who are specialized and But yes, of course, we need to train them, and that needs time, like maybe this last 1 or 2 years. But how long will take a postgraduate to be trained for this sector? Train people is an investment. It's not only you need to find the right people with the right skills, and to train them. Yes, of course, you need time to do that. Maybe 2 or 3 years will be efficient for that. But those trained people may be productive after the first 6-month period. But you build executive, you build people. And this is a key point in order to an employee to stay in your company. We can keep people as and pay them and their salary to be as high as we can. So the incentives should be not only financial, and it's not easy or moral to have only financial incentives. The other solution that we can think about is that we can offer a great work package, a perspective to be trained, a vision for the future. So it's a combination of these things. So please oppose Mr. Koukoudakis. So which is your motto? Investment. My motto is investment in new, young human resources, technology, AI, all the things that we have already said. This is our future. We will face it in the future, and we'll try to face them with great respect. Which is your motto, Mr. Manos? Please oppose Mr. Manos. AI is in our lives, will stay in our lives for a long period. We need to be very careful and we need to be very responsible when we use AI in order to protect ourselves from a strong technology. Please oppose Mrs. Pedoulaki. So I think over here, it's your people. No, you don't have anybody here? I would say, in short, that innovation and optimism in every sector. So, Mr. Pribas, which is your table? Where is your table? We found that. Okay, here is your people. First of all, I agree with Alex. We should use AI with responsibility, and we should know how to use it. It's one way to use it with responsible. So this is here is your people. So my motto is that we need to follow AI steps, but take into consideration human intervention. AI is not enough. We need human also. So an applause for Mr. Christodoulou as well. Mr. Christodoulou, please. What I said is that IT, it's a great pillar like tourism or shipping for Greece. We should use IT like shipping or tourism. It's very important to understand the magnitude of IT. We must to understand its magnitude. Like in shipping or in tourism, you have to have international solutions. We are the innovation in their sectors, but we also need to expand our innovation and solution also in IT. So I think that in your next research, you may add the connection of the companies and the human resources and the clients. So it's not only to find if they are satisfied through this product, but to make clients to answer a questionnaire regarding IT products and ICT technology. So next year, we will present this next year at this period. So please, let's all applause our speakers. Let's take a photo all together. Are you ready? Do we fit? So, yes, we have enough time for summer to lose some weight. So, there are here photographers, everything. Oh, please, look at the right. Thank you. Do you want to make any gesture? Any thumbs up? Thank you. we will watch a video of our sponsor and we continue. Thank you.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. We are pro-transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform. We are pro-planet and pro-community, powering human progress in the places we live and work. We are pro-curiosity, our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas, because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Τώρα, όλες και όλοι έχουμε πολύτιμο βοηθό, το MyGov, το οποίο έχει βοηθήσει απαντώντας σε πάνω από 700.000 ερωτήσεις μέχρι σήμερα.
Δεν έχει παίξει ώρα χωρίς κάποιος από εμάς να τον χρειαστεί για κάτι. Στις 3 το πρωί, τις Κυριακές, ακόμα και τις αργίες, είναι εκεί να απαντάει γρήγορα σε κάθε μας ερώτηση σχετική με τις δημόσιες υπηρεσίες ή το μύθος. Λύνει κάθε απορία μας για νέα ταυτότητα, υπεύθυνη δήλωση, τέλη κυκλοφορίας, άειλη συνταγογράφηση, εξουσιοδότηση, συνταξιοδότηση. Οκ, σταματάω γιατί άρχισα τις ρήμες. Και συνεννοείται άπτεστα με Άγγλους, Γάλλους, Πορτογάλους και 23 ακόμα εθνικότητες.
Το MyGov δημιουργήθηκε με πρωτοβουλία της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης και με βοήθεια από τη Microsoft.
Έτσι, η Ελλάδα γίνεται μία από τις πρώτες χώρες στον κόσμο που βάζει τεχνητή νοημοσύνη στο δημόσιο, υπεύθυνα και με ασφάλεια, δημιουργώντας τον πρώτο ψηφιακό βοηθό όλων μας.
Μιλήστε του. Μην τρέπεστε. Και όσο του μιλάτε, τόσο καλύτερος γίνεται. Έτσι δεν είναι?
Υπάρχει το ίντερνετ και υπάρχει και το Nova Fiber, όπου όλοι απολαμβάνουμε τη σούπερ αξιόπιστη και ταχύτερη δυνατή σύνδεση όσοι κι αν είμαστε online. Τα Nova Fiber προγράμματα τα παρέχουν όλα σε όλη την Ελλάδα. Απόκτησέ τα τώρα από μόνο 29 ευρώ τον μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Το ίντερνετ όπως θα έπρεπε να είναι. Nova.
¿Vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν δεν σε νοιάζει πόσο ψηλά είναι η κορυφή, γιατί ανεβαίνεις στο επόμενο σκαλί που θα σε φέρει πιο κοντά της. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν η καινοτομία δεν είναι προορισμός, αλλά η πορεία της δικής σου επιχείρησης. Μία νέα διαδρομή, ανοιχτή και ξεκάθαρη για να τη μοιράζεσαι, κάνοντας την κάθε μέρα πιο απλή για όλους, με περισσότερες δυνατότητες όπου κι αν βρίσκονται. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν ζεις κάθε σου βήμα σαν μια μικρή νίκη που σε φέρνει στην επόμενη, όταν εσύ επιλέγεις πώς προχωράς και πού θες να φτάσεις. Όταν ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός ξεκινά απλά με μια αλλαγή, ικανή να φέρει το αύριο σήμερα. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη υπηρετεί τα δικά σου όνειρα και στόχους. Όταν εύκολα μπορείς να δεις τη μεγάλη εικόνα, για να γνωρίζεις πάντα πού είσαι και πού θέλεις να φτάσεις. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, τη στιγμή που πήρες την απόφαση και έκανες το δικό σου πρώτο βήμα. Μπροστά. Soft One Series 6. Ξεκίνα μπροστά.
So, after the short break, welcome back. Take your seats so we can get started with our next session. Take your seats. Please take your seats. We want to get started. I think it's going to be a great session, very interesting one. The title is challenging or provocative, rather. The next day after the RRF. I think it's a topic that's interesting for many of you. My name is Dimitris Malas. I'm a journalist for CNN Greece. I've been in this field, the ICT field, for many years. I chose to stand here on the podium so I can see everyone in the room. The program originally called for a fireside chat with Mr. Well, if you can be a little more quiet, if you want to discuss with each other, you can go outside. What did I say? I said that I'm going to stay on the podium, not like you did. Well, it's my choice. You chose to sit down with the panelists. I chose this. Okay. We were supposed to start with a fireside chat with the Deputy Minister of Finance and the Economy, Mr. Nikos Papathanassis, but he had a last-minute trip to West Macedonia for something that came up. So we're going to skip this session and move on to our first panel immediately. We have the representatives of the public sector and then a second panel with representatives of the business world. I think it's going to be a very interesting discussion. So to start, I will call on stage Mr. Demosthenis Anagonostopoulos, the General Secretary of Information System and Digital Governance, Mr. Stavros Asthenides, the CEO of the Society of Information, and Ms. Niki Tsouma, CEO at IDICA SA. Please take your seats. Yeah, I think everyone knows you, but, well, let's just be very clear here. Let's not confuse Mrs. Tsouma with Mr. Asthenides. That's not happening. It's not happening. Okay, what's that? Nothing. It's a recorder. Let it be. It takes photographs. Okay. So, let's get started. We don't have the minister here, but anyway, let's have a mini account. Let's give each of you. I would like you to give us a short account of what happened and how you used the RRF. What did the RRF give to your particular field of activity? Yes, because I want to move on to the next day after the RRF. Well, SEPE has given to our ministry a lot of many modern tools in terms of monitoring our progress with digital transformation. We have carried out studies that show the importance of GovGR and also the interoperability at the public sector. We had figures that were presented talking about 1.2 billion as a benefit, as the gains for the 2 years and 1.7 for the 5 years, which means that our efforts to create new applications and new platforms that do not ask for our users to provide documents upon documents have a great benefit both for the citizens and the businesses and the public sector in general. Because we don't need the manpower to review all these documents. So we didn't have a similar study for the RRF. So maybe, of course, with support of SEPE, we can have a similar study made for the benefits from the RRF and also other studies that we can propose. We are very satisfied with these tools that we have, and we want them to be used because we have taken some great steps and we want to make more. So the RRF, it has given a new breath of recovery for the country and for the ministry. Of course, we have the IDICA that was the main beneficiary of those funds. And we are the General Secretary, all of us are agencies of the ministry. But this growth needs to bring on a new era in terms of digital technology as of 2026, which means that the Greek state was first in improving the provision of services, the first among all European countries for the last years. The results of the digital decade that were announced about 2 months ago, because we should know that right now Greece is not lagging behind. It's actually the number one in the improvement of the services it provides. We are ahead of Europe right now. So these new digital services must be able to continue over the next day and become even more extensive. In answering to the applications and the requests of our citizens. in providing services for the enterprises, we have room for improvement. Also, we need to provide the know-how to the state, to the public sector, which will allow for these projects to be to run efficiently and be maintained in the future. That is a very important requirement. Mr. Papathanas is not here, but it was a question that I was planning to ask. He has requested for it to happen, for a study for the projects and their cost, and most importantly, for the private sector, we want to have the ability in relation to the past, where we didn't have the specialization for fields like the cloud or AI. We want to give the private sector the opportunity to become specialized, each one in their own field, a specialization, not for a country, but for you to be able to spread your wings and become obtain an even more outward look. So these projects run efficiently, and that's a benefit for everyone. But for your respective fields of expertise, which can help us become more extroverted, and you to promote your special knowledge, all of us together need to work on this and use them even abroad. I'm talking about digital tools such as the wallet, but also in terms of the know-how related to the cloud, where the Greek public sector first introduced with this administration. So all those things that were passed on as a know-how, starting from the public state, we want you to sell, quote unquote, sell them abroad. Now, I still want your answer, or the answer for Mr. Asthenides and Ms. Chuma, and what the RRF has contributed to so far. Well, a short answer is potentially a lot of money. Yes, that's the only certainty. How much money? But the truth is that essentially it has given us opportunities for growth for the public and private sector, and it has also, have we make use of these opportunities? Well, just one second. The RRF has brought a lot of hard work, and for everyone, I would say, yes. It was, and it continues to be, a golden opportunity for our country. That's how we phrased it, and how the Minister of Digital Government has said it was essentially a Marshall Plan, similar to that. If we were to think that the money given through the RRF for IT and communications is more than 2 operational programs in total. So the problem here, the challenge here is that we need to see as a country, both the public and the private sector, if we can make use of all this money that is available to us. What we have done as a Society of Information, the executive arm of the ministry, to date, through RRF, we have contracted about 180 projects that bring about 1.5 billion euro. If you were to add all other projects from other organizations, I think that in total it could be more than 2.5 billion of projects for technology projects executed by the Greek state right now, which is a huge number. I don't think we have experienced similar numbers in the past. So the point here is how we can manage all those resources, and I'm not talking just about the money, the resources that the enterprises, the companies, the members of SEPEgr have available, and the state on the other side, so that all these projects that have been contracted can be executed and delivered without any compromise on their quality. That's a problem here. Yes, so the quality with the of the deliverables. Yes, exactly, because this is inflexible. We have the timelines of the RRF. The RRF ends at 2026, and essentially we don't have a discussion or any indication that it's going to be extended. No indication on that? No. So we need to keep in mind always that at the start of 2026, these projects must be finished, completed, invoiced. Well, I would say finished. Well, at the end of 2026. No. At the start of 2026, the country must have submitted the final request for payment. So in order to complete all these procedures, the projects must have been completed quite earlier. And in order to do that, to deliver the projects on time, which means that in a year from now, we will be running. We are already running. Not in a year from now. It's something that we need to keep in mind, everyone. So, first of all, what we need to know is how we're going to complete these projects and then how to use the resources. But I want to hear from Mrs. Juma as well to give us an idea about what has happened with RRF in what you do. And then we will move on to the next day. That's another important part of the discussion. But first, I want your opinion on where we stand. Well, IDICA is this executive arm of the ministry that deals mainly with IT projects in terms of social security and health. So over the last 3 years, where we operate through the design of the RRF projects, IDICA has a very large project that it executes, the reform of the social security sector, which was an antiquated system, which is being technologically reformed so that it can be connected with the personal social security number. And in the end, we can have this single social security number that is going to connect all those different registries of the Greek state. So this single number is what we've been waiting for and still waiting for, but that's a different topic. Well, we're preparing ourselves for this number and for it to be operational and functional, and for it to be capable of meeting the challenges of this new system. At the same time, we have upgraded the electronic prescription system, both in terms of its technology and in terms of the infrastructure, which means that we have transferred the prescription system, and we have upgraded the software and created a more modern system that our physicians and pharmacists are already profiting from. Also, we have the interconnection of the databases to improve all the operations of the hospitals in our country. It's a very ambitious project that aims at bringing all hospitals in our country at the same digital level. That does sound challenging. It is. It truly is. Based on the knowledge that I have, it should be it's on a different level of difficulty from the other projects. Yes, indeed, it's one of the largest challenges in the health sector right now to be able to have at the same level all the hospitals in our country. And in fact, interoperable in terms of their technology, because that's really the question. So is this the next important thing, the next big thing? This is the big thing right now. It's the requirement of the RRF. So by achieving and by achieving this project and through the synergy that it will provide, we're going to be able to complete the electronic health record for our citizens. It's something that we've been discussing for years and years. I think the first time I heard of that was maybe 15 years ago. Well, at least over the last 5 years that I'm in IDICA, we are always talking about this. Well, it was first discussed as a concept 15 years ago, I would say. The truth be told, there is an electronic record right now, but it's not complete. It does not have all the information that it could have. It is there. It is operational with the data that comes from the prescriptions and from tests. But once we complete the hospital systems, we will also get in that record data from the different hospitals. These are projects funded by the RRF. These are projects that are already being executed and funded through RRF. And for the day after? So the day after, in terms of projects, and once we were able to structure the foundations of the health sector with these projects, plus the project that has to do with the oncology hospitals, then what follows are two projects. The health consultant that communicates with citizens, meaning that we have the electronic health record and we have results from screening tests, and we can connect those and provide consultation services to our citizens, starting from providing reminders for next screening tests, or from providing reminders depending on the health results that they have about which kind of tests they need to do. So the next the next big thing after 2026 that we have mentioned will be all these projects. How can we take them one step further? So we need to keep good records of data so that on the one hand we will be able to serve our citizens acting as advisors, health advisors, and another important direction and important challenge is the way we can structure this data in terms of their method, so that we can use them on a primary level and on a secondary level. This secondary use is what attracts the focus of the research community, the academic community, the pharmaceutical community that needs data. Exactly, but on secondary level. So this is the near future in terms of the health sector, by completing the structure of the primary data. Mr. Astenidis, you asked about how we can use all this data. How? What is the next step? What do we need to do after the end of the RRF?
First of all, we need to complete that. This is the fact. We have understood that. First of all, we need to strengthen the public sector and its institutions, to strengthen via human resources, via people who know how to use this technological infrastructure. I think that Mr. Anagностopoulos understands that, because the Secretary General for Information System and Digital Governments makes an effort for the technological systems for the public sector. And I think that it will be a great chance if tomorrow we could hire 50 specialists. There are people in the public sector that needs to be reskilled in order to use these technological skills, and these people be utilized by the public sector. For example, people needs to people in the public sector should know how to use platforms or any software. So the next big thing is how the public sector could use all these technological tools and move forward. So we are talking a lot about the public sector and the potential of public sector to use the AI. And the question is, who will use these technological tools? So, can we conclude that you will move to this direction after the RRF? Yes, of course, in the technological sector. But imagine that before 2 years ago, if we ask somebody here in this room about the AI and the other technological tools, would not be able to answer. So AI, yes, it was present 2 years ago, but there was not such discussion, a lot of discussion. It's not a trend, but it's a quick, a very popular trend. And so what we will do after the RRF? I didn't say that. I said that journalists are responsible for the bad things. So let's make a distinction. That some things that were discussed in the past, but they were not made in action. So we have already discussed about the digitalization of the public sector and things that should be digitalized. And I want to mention that last year was made 25 billion exchanges via this technological means in comparison to 2 years before. So with the new technological means in favor of physicians, physicians will know many things about their people. The thing is that the important thing is that we need people to know how to use these systems, and we need to strengthen our infrastructure, the public sector, and people who work in the public sector and using technological issues to have a better salary. And for this reason, there are people who are leaving from public sector and go to the private sector. So the lack of human resources is the biggest problem that we have already mentioned. We have discussed it before. So we are discussing about this lack of human resources over the last 5 years. Is there any potential, is there any possibility to find a solution about that? If somebody is in a workplace and he is going through many things, the thing that it's very important to stay, it's empathy. But it's not only the empathy that it's important to stay in a workplace. So some people here, you may remember some of the financial support package that supports all the technological and financial infrastructure. When this package is finished, we have a decline of the growth. It's not only the state and the funding from the state. We need to find people, to find specialized people, to train people. It's not only something for us or for you. It's something that it's all about. As a state, it's really important to create ecosystem. But when it comes to AI, and you have the infrastructure, and you have the human resource, you have the human resources, you can utilize, make use of all the technological means that you have. when you have the good infrastructure in the public sector and specialized researchers, you can do you can make a great progress. But we need to cooperate all together, both public sector and the specialized. And this is that we need. We need their cooperation, not our ego. We need the cooperation to move forward. AI is not about a private attempt. We need to cooperate all together. We must not use the cloud chance. We have to invest on this sector. We must create an ecosystem that will attract people, and that will accomplish that. So this is our accomplishment in this sector. So I want a quick comment about that. So we are not having enough time. So I want a comment from you, Mrs. Juma, regarding the lack of human resources. Please, Mrs. Juma. The problem is yes, we need to have people, staff with empathy. Through empathy is using empathy is by using empathy, we have accomplished many things over the last years. But the truth is that at this very moment, all this money, all this funding, all this development, all this technological movement, we need to create an infrastructure in order all this attempt to be stable. We need to do this infrastructure in order to move smoothly to the digital era. That means that in business language, when we have complete a project, we said that we have complete a project from a private sector to the public sector. So it's not only that we have completed a project, the public sector should also take the initiative and use this project. So the public sector should use this system, this project, in order to this project to be completed. So all the services the system providing services should be continuous, should be improving, should be upgrading because the technology is improved, should be enriched, should be improved when it comes to the services that we provide. Mr. Sanidis, your comment. Both of our speakers said what they said. So I want to say that people need incentive to work. So that means a good workplace, to live with their family, to have a good workplace. That's all. But I want to add 2-3 things before we complete our discussion. So we're not having enough time, and they will make complaints to me. So now I want to add 2 things, please, quickly. We did and we do have and we will have funding tools. But the role of the EU is mainly economic, it's financial. It distributes money to its member states. And this does mean that it distributes money when we have like an emergency like COVID-19. So now, apart from those challenges, we will face challenges. We will have funding tools, not only RRF, but it will be something different from the European Commission. But for sure, we will receive funding tools from the European Union in order to execute the project. The second thing that you want to add? The second thing I want to say when it comes to Greece, when it comes to our future, apart from the human resources, from the staff, public sector should take into consideration the security in terms of technology, cybersecurity. Nowadays, we are living in a peculiar environment. We face the danger, but we are not aware of this fact. So the public sector should take proactive measures regarding the cybersecurity. Do you want to say something? Thank you very much for your coordination. So Mr. Asthenides was right about cybersecurity. It's not a thing that it's only about Greece. To a great extent, it's education and our culture play a vital role for the cybersecurity. People, citizens should be aware of this, and public sector should inform citizens. So we cannot say that data is gold. It's not like it's a geopolitical topic when it comes that in order our country to become an investment data center, we need to build the next day, to create the next day by creating strategic cooperation in order our country to move forward to the next day with the best circumstances. Please oppose the speaker. Let's now watch a video. Thank you.
Let's move on to a second panel, which is our last one before our main break. So we need to be very, very interesting. And I think I have the right people with me to accomplish that. So let's call them to the stand to have our discussion. We have with us Lykourgos Antonopoulos, the Sales Director, ICT Sales Director in ENTE, Mr. Aristodoulos Thomopoulos, the partner in Diadikasia Business Consulting. I've seen him somewhere. There he is. Mr. Ioannis Medjanis, CEO of Space Hellas. Mr. Alexandros Bregianis, CEO of Nova ICT. Where is Alexandros? Okay. Mr. Panos Xenakis, the Sales Director for the Public Sector at BAE. Take your seats just like I called you, starting from the second seat. And last but not least, Mr. Haralambos Samios, the General Director of Miden Solutions Hellas. Here, take your seat. Now I will go to the other side. Your names are behind of you. No confusion here. Oh no, it might be easier. So thank you for being with us. And I will try to be a little more like Hippophanes, although I'm not as good as him anyway. So, one question from all of you, and I think we're going to get different answers from each of you. This is why I have more or less common questions for all of you. I want each of you to give me a comment about the RRF. How it went, what has happened so far, what went well, what didn't. I will start with Mr. Antonopoulos. Good afternoon. I think that the RRF was good, yeah. It was the greatest opportunity for digital transformation for our country. And I think that already the citizens of our country see its results in their daily lives. So it was a good thing. Now, in this short period of time, we have designed, implemented, and continue to implement a plethora of projects, a great number of projects for the economy and the public organizations. This large number of projects is a challenge even for me, I would say. As the previous panelists said, and Mr. Astenidis was very poignant on that, till the end, till the start of 2026, we have to have these projects completed. And I feel the fatigue of the teams, not only from the companies, but from the wider public sector. Well, I'd say maybe my question was not correct, because I don't think anyone here is going to admit that we're not going to make it. Am I right? No. So I think it is now, that's what is at stake. And this is the time when we need to work even harder and to be able to deliver. We'll have many problems, the resources, the timeline, sometimes the lack of communication, sometimes the projects may be incomprehensible in how they are written, but we will make it. Now, let me stop you. I think that the next day is what is more interesting. So the day after. Mr. Thomopoulos, a question, other than the fact that it was a good thing. Yeah, okay. First of all, there were some mistakes made in terms of the design of some projects, and you can see that as it is being implemented. But of course, it's a responsibility of all companies to complete the projects on time and according to the quality standards that are required. Otherwise, we're not going to get the funding and the money from the RRF. I believe that a great effort has been made, and it is now on the companies to prove their know-how, and I'm sure that we will do that, and everything will be delivered on time. I believe that we're going through a period of normality with a lot of hard work, a lot of implementation, which is our everyday lives, whether before with the RRF or now or after. So this is not a problem for me. What I wanted to mention is that we need to start talking about the effectiveness of these projects in terms of figures. We should stop talking about the number of projects, the budgets and contracts, etc., and start looking at the impact of those projects in terms of how they affect our daily lives, how they promote economic growth, and how they affect the lives of our people. We don't have that right now, and it would be nice to see the impact of the projects. I think everyone in the room would have a difficulty in just putting everything in a row and find out exactly what the total impact is. But that's what I want to see. Also, if we can save hundreds of hours or millions of hours with the help of those projects, something we have already accomplished with the help of SEPE and the companies that are involved, we should see where we have benefited and how we invested these hours that we gained for other functions and other operations. Mr. Medjanis, well, let me start by saying RRF was a great thing, a big thing that had to be used in a short period of time, something that you knew from the start. Yes, we knew it, but because it was brought on by the pandemic, the health crisis, we were during a period where we designed for the future. No one would be able to imagine that something this big would come along. Even during the time when we prepared the projects, we as a sector never experienced from previous funding such a river of money. And also, there was also the philosophy, the mentality from the state, from the Greek state, which was a problem for the new digital era. And we had institutions, we had ministries, we had the agencies of the state to say yes to many things that we as a sector never believed could happen. So there was a shift in mentality, a huge shift in mentality. And I can say that RRF has tested the resilience of the public state and the private sector and helped towards the collaboration of these two in order to complete a project. Because the project that had to be completed had to comply with certain quality criteria and be to the benefit of society. So the overall result is a positive one. It has taught us how to act quickly, all of us. And that is the good thing and the thing that we take away for the day after. We will talk about the day after, right after. But Mr. Bregiannis, your comment. I think that the RRF was truly a very important and continues to be an important opportunity. Well, yes, and I'm asking the question as if the RRF is already ended, but we still have 1 year. But it's just 1 year, it's no more. Yes, it's a dynamic system and continues to be. And I think that through the RRF, the country will be able to be done with some loose ends from the past. As you know, there were huge problems in the public sector, a lot of red tape sometimes. There was no interoperability. The systems did not communicate between them. Lost manpower, man hours for and time lost in many different agencies and organizations. And I think that through the projects that are underway right now, a lot of these problems will be a thing of the past. The point is that, as everything that is good, it doesn't last forever, the RRF. Okay, Mr. Xanakis, good afternoon. Well, you know that now in the end, you are trying to find something, you must be trying to find something that's going to be different than what the previous speaker said. But you do have a somewhat different view. Not that the RRF is not good, but yes, it's definite that it is a good thing. It has had a good overall result for Greece and the society. Now, aside from what are the obvious things, the obvious positive things that came from implementing all these huge projects, we can say that We have strengthened the relationship of collaboration between the different agencies of the public sector and the authorities that were successful in running all those projects over this period. In our previous panel, we had the Society of Information, we have IDICA, and this collaboration was strengthened with the private market, and this has brought us to the result that we have today. Despite the limited time, we have projects that are underway and on their way to completion. The other thing is that the companies in our sector came out of the crisis feeling tired, fatigued, but through the funds of the RRF, they were able to recover, digitally speaking, themselves as well. So they will be ready for the day after. Mr. Samios, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. My only difference is that I am a representative of a medium-sized company, enterprise. Yes, that's the good thing about you and being here. Well, we have to recognize and give credit to the representatives of the Greek state that were so quick to act when this funding was made available. They were able to design projects very fast and tender them. Of course, that is also the result of the work that has been carried out in previous years. We had these digital transition projects that were completed, mapping the needs of the Greek state. But beyond that, being able to summarize this and turn it into a tender announcement and a tender, that was something that happened very quickly. Other than that, the RRF is still with us in our daily lives, what is pressuring us right now. We have to complete to get the job done because the money is a lot, and it goes hand in hand with the work that we have to do. But the people, the hands that we have working on it are more or less the same. So we are now running with 4 legs in order to make everything happen. Yes, it's true. You have to work really extra hard. You have to maneuver around different obstacles, so that makes things even harder. Well, yes, there's a lot of pressure, but we believe in the Greek ICT companies. I think they have shown over the pandemic crisis. Those of us who have worked with public state know that we have the mentality, we have the culture, the experience, and know through forging cooperations and collaborations, we created the right teams and the right joint ventures in order to give the best possible message and the best possible result with quality and quickly. Something that can only be accomplished by making use of each one's expertise. Now, Mr. Samios, I will start with you now. So let's talk about the day after. Before, we mentioned that by the start of 2026, we have to have everything ready. A lot of money were distributed in the market. The day after, you are a medium-sized enterprise. What are your plans for the future? Right now, there's a degree of stress, I would say, in the market, anxiety, because we have all the growth of the last years, the figures. We want to maintain them like that. It is a great challenge in itself. Maybe that's a greater challenge than implementing all those projects. Well, yes, and the larger the figures, the more difficult it is to attain them or even surpass them. But we are trying to implement complete specific projects where our company is focused on and deal even with custom software projects with product logic, meaning we invest in developing those products in a way that in the future we will be able to reuse this particular product through multi-language fingers, configuration features. So even though we are producing custom-purpose systems, we will be able to use those in an alternative manner and open them up in the private sector and also potentially to markets of the public sector abroad, where perhaps the actions that were mentioned before will be even more important. We can get the support of the Greek government in order to be able to promote all the things that we accomplish with the help of the RRF and then get a share of that market. Of course, maintaining and supporting the systems that we develop now is something that we look forward to, something that we expect, and it is a very critical aspect that requires proper design. Especially software development projects, I think any company must execute them with a view of a 10-year horizon, so as the systems can be used, can be expanded, can be optimized, and that will also give further inflows and a better performance. So you are looking abroad for exporting technology. Mr. Xanakis, what do you see? What do you see for the day after? I believe there will be initiatives on a European level and more financing tools, but they won't be as big as the RRF. Of course, they're not going to be in the same form, but it is definitely something that we expect on a European level because we need to continue to be competitive in relation to the US market and the Asian market that are very aggressive right now. Other than that, we need to think that we are not in 2020 anymore. When we had the pandemic, we are in the midst of the RRF period. We have already implemented complex projects, and we can now clone them and use them abroad. This outward look is something that we need to aim for, all of us. Of course, a lot of the projects that were implemented in Greece were behind what they did in Europe. However, we do have some know-how and expertise, maybe not to compete with Western Europe, but maybe other areas of the world and promote our work. We also need to find resources for upgrading the human resources in our companies, something that was the result of the Deloitte survey as well. It's, of course, a time-consuming process, but all of us need to work on it in order to be more organized for the day after. So, again, an outward perspective for you as well. Yes, that is important, because the Greek market is not only about the public sector. We also have a private sector that is strong. We have companies here that are able to consume our services, to use our services. So when we have strengthened our teams by implementing all these complex projects for the public sector, we can better address the needs of the private sector. Mr. Bregianis, you, as Nova ICT, where are you going to be focusing on? Well, one parameter is to be able to use the know-how from those projects of the public sector to use it and transfer it to the private sector and also abroad. It's something that many companies in Greece have accomplished and became leaders in their respective fields. That's true. This is the same thing that we want. That's what we want to pursue, and we have started some efforts to that direction. We have established a unit for European projects. You haven't disclosed this information so far. Yes, we had kept it a secret. But the other thing that is important is that we should not. We should keep the momentum that we have from the public sector. not just simply concern ourselves with the maintenance of those. We need to secure the funds, and it will be an obligation by the European Union. It's not something we should be asking for. It is their obligation, as other countries or states are doing. It's their obligation to support competitiveness and technology. Mr. Anagностopoulos talked about this, the fact that this part that has to do with maintenance is a consideration, and also these projects need to be kept operational. And yet another thing that we haven't seen lately, we need to change the model for providing services and projects in technology. We need to use more modern models for service provision. There are concession contracts that could be discussed for collaborations between the public and the private sector. We used to have such projects, but lately we haven't. There's digital infrastructure that can help with payments and self-funded. And I think it is now the right time to use the momentum and find some ways for emergency escapes. Otherwise, we will always be asking for funds from the European Union. Yes, of course, that's a question for you, for the companies. That's what I'm saying. We need to open the discussion about this thing in the future.
So 2027, it's a difficult time. So I think at the end of 2026, this question will be the most famous, the most popular among the journalists. What we will do in 2027. And I think maybe in 2026 we have to complete the project. However, the three main pillars for me, the three ingredients for the openness are the products, know-how, and people. And what do you mean about the products? Do you mean to export them or to import them? Both in public sector and the private sector. And there, the need to have customized products in order to adapt to the Greek reality, both in private sector and public sector, are very important. The thing that I see in next year's and 2027 is the question is how the Greek companies could keep their growth pace in an era where we have RRF. Now we don't have. It was an emergency situation. So the most important thing for me is to see each of us to see and to give its special recipe, let's say. Abroad, it's not the ideal solution. And in the past, we have achieved things in the abroad, but we have also have unsuccessful attempts. It's not easy to go abroad, to present your products abroad. So let's say, hello, I'm a Greek, I have those products, please sign. Yes, this is true. The biggest project started with a great failure, but the main things that are produced here in Greece are not easy to export them. The thing that we try to do today is to find our special recipe for the next day. And we do have a special know-how to implement this know-how in institutions that have special needs, let's say, infrastructure, when it comes to their infrastructure. We try to adapt our product to the needs of the client, to listen to our clients, and that is what we said before. For example, in different public sector institutions, and it's not only to provide, to give them a system, a software, because it is true that during a cyber attack, everything may collapse, and that had happened, as you know. There are sectors in which our know-how could be very useful, and this is what we want to invest for the next day. I don't know, I think it was not mentioned as much as possible. We are now in a crossroad, and we have lost time and opportunities. But now, at this moment, we catch the last train, let's say, and a train of a technological train. We are on this train, Greece is on this train, but we need to do more to fuel this train to move in order to move forward in this technological road. There are some systems that our country that our country is using because of its security. What I'm saying is that we need to invest in sectors that we believe that the investment and the know-how will be useful and will be implemented in this project. There is a question among the marketplace regarding the technological movement, but I don't know if we can find a clear answer. And I think during 2025, the main question will be the international character of the public and the private sector. At this very moment, everybody are thinking about the projects that have been made and projects that have to be completed. Yes, of course, we need to think about previous projects, but the good thing is that it has been voted when it comes to European Union regarding the digitalization by 2030. And this digitalization will lead to the economic growth and to the data proceeding. That means that because of this project, we will receive new fundings regarding this movement, and I think that, in short, we will be informed regarding that. There is also a report that proposes the digital transition, both in public and in private sector. What is more, the characteristic of the strategic that we need to follow is that during the next period we need to think about the multinational projects. We need to think about multinational and innovative projects, and such project will be followed by many companies, not only in Greece, but in international cooperation and synergies. So one thing of the next period will be the international project. Secondly is the innovation. And when those projects started, we will see that companies will propose new things, we will have new ideas about that. So some years ago, we will think that, first of all, we need to have an experience to try new things. Thirdly, I would like to say something more special regarding that. I would like to give an example about this issue. When it comes to technological project, there are some proposals with the initiative of private sector. They are propose project, fully designed project to the public sector, and there is a legal framework for such projects. That means that a private sector company, for example, 01 Solution, could go to any ministry and propose a project that will follow some specific steps. Please start the competition for that project. From 2022, there is a legal framework that, according to which private sector companies can propose, according to their know-how, according to their resources, propose a project to the public sector. The public sector will evaluate, will think about this project, and then will move on or not. And this could happen also to the Ministry of Digital Governance. But I think that this legal framework is limited to the construction sector. This could happen also with the modification of the legal framework to be implemented also to the Ministry of Digital Governance and not all to this ministry. So the private sector could propose and invest with their own resources a project, and then the public sector will think about this project. So I think that the most important thing is to find the funding tools for new projects, as we have already said, in order to maintain and to expand our project. The other thing that it's very famous is that the public sector is buying services like cloud. And I think that when our RRF is completed, I think we have to find another way to continue this project. I don't know if it's maintenance or it's a function that should be continued. When it comes to our company, we have taken into consideration the end of RRF. We have proposed to the European Union a project, and at the very moment we have 72 contracts in action, and that does not replace the revenue in the Greek market. It's not really popular. This project is not that popular, and the one part, if I have understood correctly, is that we have, all of you agreed, is the extroversion, and the second one is the utilization of know-how, and of course the synergy between public and private sector, the proposals among them. I want to ask a last question. We have 10 more minutes. Which is the biggest challenge in this project in the day after RRF? Mr. Adonopoulos, which is the biggest challenge? Apart from the funding from the public sector in order to implement this project, I want to start from a technological point of view. At this very moment, companies and the public sector are making attempts regarding AI. We have not concluded to a clear strategy in order to find the way to find the benefits from AI. The one part is this one, which is not clear enough for me. The second part is that those projects that are implemented and our country will move forward to the digital era, there are thousands of open data, and we have to find a way to utilize the open data and to use them as much as possible. So we are creating too much data center, which is the biggest challenge for you. The biggest challenge for me is to implement AI in order to create the new generation of projects. Do you mean that we have to use AI in order to create new projects? But this is not a project itself. Yes, I want to tell you that it's easy to see that from our point of view. The first thing is to combine all these projects, to measure them, to evaluate them, their impact on citizens, on society. And if we manage to create this algorithm and to find the result, the conclusion of this evaluation, we will find a clear answer to that. If somebody managed to find that, and I want to make in parenthesis, this is an obligation of the state. Yes, but this is not the obligation of the state, it's the obligation of the ministry itself. And I would like to point out that until 2026, the state should make a report to the European Union regarding its project. Those figures should illustrate the impact of this project on the society, on the sector of everyday life. And I believe that cooperation, a synergy of all the features that we have already said, they will give us a clear answer, and we will pave the way for the next day. As a company, we will face the big challenge of the transition, of the digital transition. That means that we will face challenges regarding AI, infrastructure, ChatGPT, in order to have the opportunity to reskill, to transform our people. And this is the most important for me, because we have to complete our project within 1 year and a half. And I believe that new people that will enter this sector will have to adapt and to adapt to the new sector and to work in that. And I believe this is the biggest challenge for me. As a sector, we have accomplished many things over the years, but I want also to point out that the biggest challenge is that RRF, it's a great tool, but countries should invest itself and its people, not wait the RRF to fund new projects. It's not, and this will be enough. And I am not sure if I remember correctly, but the people who are accepted in the postgraduate institutions are half of people that will be in the next workforce. So the biggest challenge for me is to rethink our role for the next decade. So why do you don't make AI to rethink about that? I think that AI is disrupting our society and technology, and I believe that we have to find the next strategic goals and to invest our future via AI. I think there are not enough. There are chances in our country to invest in this sector, and I believe that we can invite companies, pharmaceutical companies, research to attract such investment and such to be a chance for companies from abroad to invest to Greece. We have to find the new vision for the digital era. I think most of the challenges have already been mentioned by the speakers, but I think that the biggest challenge is not only the maintenance, but to have to this project to be continued. I think that maintenance in something different. We refer to maintenance in another content. Nowadays, the implement of the project are connecting with different softwares and platforms, and we can find them in the Greek market. We need to find a way to continue this project. There is no project that starts from the very beginning. So we have the recipe here, and we have to continue it. The challenge is that we have to continue this project by upgrade them in their function. So we need to have such a funding tool for the next 5 years in order to continue the project already implemented. I haven't heard in this round about the lack of human resources, because before it was mentioned a lot. We have accepted this lack of human resources, and we know that for the near future, we won't be able to find human resources. Just to tell you that my child is 20 years old and she's already asked to go to work. I will agree with Mr. Xenakis regarding the continuation of project. Systems are here and are connected to the digital governance, should be present, should be continued, and should be maintained. The maintenance does not mean that we just support the system to be functional or operative. We need to find ways to adapt systems with the framework, to upgrade them with if there is any change. And there is also many ways to find ways to upgrade and to continue a project without being funding and 100%. So if there is a central initiative from public sector, there could find a way to continue a project, and it's important because when every project is completed, it will follow the question regarding the next day of them. In order to utilize your investment, it should be functional and should have an impact. And if both sides could function and accomplish the project, they will have a positive impact, and there will be a next request to continue this project. AI is here and will be here, but also the traditional needs of the market are still here, and there is enough room for improvement to use AI in a useful way. There should be a cooperation and should be a synergy of everyone. So it's the first time that we are on time. So I don't remember any other time to be on time. So please have a warm-up pause to our speakers. I would like to inform you that we have the large break. In the meantime, there is a special event in the Venus room for the Witcher Award ceremony, and there is an interesting panel regarding the extroversion of Greece. I would like to thank you more, those of you who are from the very beginning of the event, and that's all. Thank you very much.
βιώσιμη κινητικότητα, εξοικονόμηση πόρων, βελτίωση εξυπηρέτησης πολιτών και επιχειρήσεων, βελτίωση ποιότητας ζωής, ενίσχυση τοπικής δημοκρατίας, διαβούλευσης και διαφάνειας, προστασία από κυβερνοεπιθέσεις, OTS Smart Cities, ευφυείς πόλεις στην πράξη.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop. Say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision. From scratch to launch. But always find the reasons, true to your heart, to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first draft to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future. From digital to purpose.
Γεια, είμαι η Κλειό. Είμαι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Ναι, το οδείο του Ηρώδου του Αττικού, το ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και τη Χαλκοθήκη. Και πλέον μπορείς να δεις και το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Και τώρα, με την προσθήκη 2 ακόμα σπουδαίων μνημείων, το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια, η εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ προσφέρει μια ολοκληρωμένη εμπειρία στην Ακρόπολη. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να την απολαύσει όλος ο κόσμος. Κοσμοτέ, μέλος του ομίλου Telecom.
Να αντιμετωπίζουν με επιτυχία τις αλλαγές και να ηγούνται της αγοράς. Αυτό για μας είναι
Complexity. Easy to describe, but it can be difficult to recognize. However, complexity always has an unmissable impact, complicating operations, disrupting visibility, compromising protection, increasing costs. But how did networks get so complex? A long gradual evolution or the explosion of users, devices, and applications? The answer is both. Too much of too many things built up over the years, and the unintended consequences of digital transformation, making organizations more vulnerable to attacks than ever before, making now the best time to attack complexity. Now is the time to re-examine your cybersecurity strategy. Now is the best time to reevaluate which vendors are strategic. Now is the best time to move to a platform approach, leveraging integration and automation, moving away from random to structured, from confusion to clarity, from complexity to consolidation, eliminating complexity and accelerating digital outcomes, streamlining operations, enabling end-to-end visibility, strengthening protection, and improving ROI.
Intracom Telecom is a global technology company with a proven track record in the ICT field for over 4 decades. The company focuses on developing tailor-made solutions for fixed and mobile telecom operators, public authorities, and large public and private enterprises. Specializing in wireless access and transmission, Intracom Telecom sets the benchmark in the fixed wireless access domain, with its industry-leading radio systems having been deployed globally. The company also provides a wide range of innovative solutions in data analytics and AI-powered applications, IoT and smart city, digital video, services monetization and business process automation, all complemented with unmatched system and network integration services providing end-to-end solutions for the data-driven transformation of public authorities and organizations in various industries. It is also active in the energy and utilities industry, deploying end-to-end IT solutions, and in the defense sector, delivering integrated security systems for critical infrastructure protection and border surveillance. With substantial investments in research and development and extensive expertise, own R&D and production facilities, and subsidiaries spanning across 4 continents, Intracom Telecom develops cutting-edge products and integrated solutions, enabling life-improving services for present and future generations.
Στην 01 Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προστιθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας για τους συνεργάτες μας.
In cyber conflict today, we've encountered an inflection point, the age of generative AI. Attackers are adopting AI to exploit vulnerabilities faster and more effectively than ever, while many organizations admittedly feel unprepared for the revolution. But what if we could leverage AI to narrow the gap between cybersecurity intent and outcomes, to alter the balance of power for a new edge? An edge that assists, augments, and automates your cyber defense. Together, we can, by making AI pervasive in every aspect of the Cisco Security Cloud. We can assist security teams by discovering policy details and recommending rules, so firewall admins don't have to write one. Plus, optimize the rules they do need, eliminating duplicate and expired ones. Then, get more done faster, with AI-generated instructions that make complex tasks easy to understand for anyone at any skill level. And when it comes to consistent, secure user access, policy configuration is easy for admins, and users can simply log on and go to work. We can augment human insight by identifying all patterns and clues, even the smallest ones that a SecOps team might otherwise miss, spotting attacks that mimic legitimate traffic. And even when encrypted, we ensure that what's hidden doesn't stay that way. Or help uncover new and emerging threats with AI that trains a sophisticated system of detectors to block business email compromise and phishing attacks. All the while, our data loss prevention safeguards your most sensitive data from getting into the wrong hands via usage of generative AI tools like ChatGPT. We can automate complex workflows like ransomware defense by proactively taking snapshots of apps and data the very moment something suspicious arises, resulting in near real-time recovery. The stakes are high. The time is now. And with pervasive AI across every aspect of the Cisco Security Cloud, the advantage is yours. Better efficacy, better experience, better economics, with cyber defense built for the AI age.
Got a minute? Let's talk Cisco and AI. At Cisco Live, we announced our $1 billion AI investment fund. This move includes strategic investments with startups across software and infrastructure to advance customers' AI readiness and complement Cisco's AI innovation strategy. In collaboration with NVIDIA, we developed the Cisco Nexus Hyperfabric AI cluster solution. This cloud-operated solution simplifies the deployment of generative AI applications, providing IT visibility and analytics across the entire AI infrastructure stack. Lastly, we rolled out new features for Cisco's AI Assistant, the most advanced generative AI-powered platform for hybrid work and customer experience. One new solution is the ability for users to ask the AI assistant to recap anything covered during a WebEx meeting recording. That's it for now. To learn more, visit newsroom.cisco.com.
Where will you be in 5 years? Where will we be in 5 years? In 25? In 50? Let's be here and here, with her and him and they. Let's connect them. Let's connect everyone. Let's deliver technology that gives them access to power opportunity. Let's set a new standard for data security and personal privacy. Let's change the system. Promote equality and fairness in the workplace. Let's tear down the barriers to social justice for a more inclusive world. Let's clean house. Zero carbon, zero waste. Because the health of our family is tied to the future of our home. Let's gather resources and partners, steer toward our greatest challenges and accelerate. For the benefit, for all. Cisco has made it its purpose to power an inclusive future for all. Where will we be in 50 years? Let's go see. Cisco. The bridge to possible.
Η DBC Διαδικασία, μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες, βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξελίξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC Διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών, βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών, ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων. Υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου, διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης, με σημαντικές επιτυχίες στο ιστορικό της. Γιατί DBC Διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
Τι σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης στη νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων? Σημαίνει να χαράσεις το δρόμο για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό και να αλλάζεις τα πάντα. Να αλλάζεις τον τρόπο που δουλεύουν 125.000 επιχειρήσεις και επαγγελματίες. Να επενδύεις στους ανθρώπους σου, γιατί αυτή είναι η κινητήριο σου δύναμη. Σημαίνει να εξελίσσεσαι ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις σου με νέους καινοτόμους συνεργάτες και να πηγαίνεις στον επιχειρηματικό κόσμο μπροστά. Αυτό σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης. Όμιλος εταιριών EPSILONET. Η νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων.
This is for the teams who aren't just experimenting with AI and hybrid cloud. It's for the ones revolutionizing what these technologies can do at scale, automating repetitive work so they can elevate impactful work, speeding up how they write and code, create and grow across customer service and IT, HR to R&D. Empowering your teams all comes down to what we start here together. Think AI that can be built and tuned to your needs. Research that informs how your business proceeds. Think a hybrid cloud that's designed to launch ideas at your pace and your trusted data connected from all over the place. Think models you can govern from day one and experts that can be there for the long run. Think digital assistants, not just a bot. Processes that are more automated than not. Think partners that are nimble and collaborative, all working together to create businesses and teams that are more adaptive. It's all right here. Your teams are ready. It's time to think scale.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. We are pro-transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform. We are pro-planet and pro-community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. We are pro-curiosity, our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas, because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Τώρα, όλες και όλοι έχουμε έναν πολύτιμο βοηθό, το MyGov, το οποίο έχει βοηθήσει απαντώντας σε πάνω από 700.000 ερωτήσεις μέχρι σήμερα.
Δεν έχει υπάρξει ώρα χωρίς κάποιος από εμάς να τον χρειαστεί για κάτι. Στις 3 το πρωί, τις Κυριακές, ακόμα και τις αργίες. Είναι εκεί να απαντάει γρήγορα σε κάθε μας ερώτηση σχετική με τις δημόσιες υπηρεσίες ή το μύθος. Λύνει κάθε απορία μας για νέα ταυτότητα, υπεύθυνη δήλωση, τέλη κυκλοφορίας, άειλη συνταγογράφηση, εξουσιοδότηση, συνταξιοδότηση. Οκ, σταματάω γιατί άρχισα τις ρήμες. Και συνεννοείται άπτεστα με Άγγλους, Γάλλους, Πορτογάλους και 23 ακόμα εθνικότητες.
Το MyGov δημιουργήθηκε με πρωτοβουλία της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης και με βοήθεια από τη Microsoft.
Έτσι, η Ελλάδα γίνεται μία από τις πρώτες χώρες στον κόσμο που βάζει τεχνητή νοημοσύνη στο δημόσιο, υπεύθυνα και με ασφάλεια, δημιουργώντας τον πρώτο ψηφιακό βοηθό όλων μας.
Μιλήστε του. Μην ντρέπεστε. Και όσο του μιλάτε, τόσο καλύτερος γίνεται. Έτσι δεν είναι?
Υπάρχει το ίντερνετ και υπάρχει και το Nova Fiber, όπου όλοι απολαμβάνουμε τη σούπερ αξιόπιστη και ταχύτερη δυνατή σύνδεση όσοι κι αν είμαστε online. Τα Nova Fiber προγράμματα τα παρέχουν όλα σε όλη την Ελλάδα. Απόκτησέ τα τώρα από μόνο 29 ευρώ τον μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Το ίντερνετ όπως θα έπρεπε να είναι. Nova.
Okay, guys, take it away.
Downward dog sweaters.
Branded sage.
Yoga mats for cats.
Steph, did we miss anything?
Recap send.
Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν δεν σε νοιάζει πόσο ψηλά είναι η κορυφή, γιατί ανεβαίνεις στο επόμενο σκαλί που θα σε φέρει πιο κοντά της. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν η καινοτομία δεν είναι προορισμός, αλλά η πορεία της δικής σου επιχείρησης. Μία νέα διαδρομή, ανοιχτή και ξεκάθαρη για να τη μοιράζεσαι, κάνοντας την κάθε μέρα πιο απλή για όλους, με περισσότερες δυνατότητες όπου κι αν βρίσκονται. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν ζεις κάθε σου βήμα σαν μια μικρή νίκη που σε φέρνει στην επόμενη, όταν εσύ επιλέγεις πώς προχωράς και πού θες να φτάσεις. Όταν ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός ξεκινά απλά με μια αλλαγή, ικανή να φέρει το αύριο σήμερα. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη υπηρετεί τα δικά σου όνειρα και στόχους, όταν εύκολα μπορείς να δεις τη μεγάλη εικόνα για να γνωρίζεις πάντα πού είσαι και πού θέλεις να φτάσεις. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά τη στιγμή που πήρες την απόφαση και έκανες το δικό σου πρώτο βήμα μπροστά. Soft One Series 6. Ξεκίνα μπροστά.
How can I embarrass my sister during a wedding toast, but like respectfully?
Okay, here's the deal.
Hello, you ain't gotta say anything else. Everything you're doing is speak so loud. You got me speechless, like wow. You don't need no words, or you had me at confetti. Eddie, off like it's a party. Then we hopping on a flight like Friday, Eddie. I don't ever wanna say goodbye. Have me at hello, low, 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 low. Hello, low, 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 low. You have me at hello.
Βιώσιμη κινητικότητα. Εξοικονόμηση πόρων. Βελτίωση εξυπηρέτησης πολιτών και επιχειρήσεων. Βελτίωση ποιότητας ζωής. Ενίσχυση τοπικής δημοκρατίας, διαβούλευσης και διαφάνειας. Προστασία από κυβερνοεπιθέσεις. OTS Smart Cities. Ευφυείς πόλεις στην πράξη.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Μας ακούει.
Ministers, Secretary Generals, dear friends, MPs, we are here today happy because as SEPEgr participate for 18 consecutive years in the World WITA Awards. All these past 18 years, we have been awarded 41 global awards, more than other countries that are considered digital powers. Here we are today because those who have won all these prizes and awards are not impersonal. Behind them, these businesses, we have people who have tried their best in difficult conditions and in a difficult competition. That shows that we can do a lot of things. We have a lot of capabilities. It is nice to recognize that. At some points, we hear that we are ranked last. No, that's not true. We have a lot of skills to achieve a lot of things, even in the most difficult conditions, understaffed companies, and in the public sector as well, we do have problems, and I would like to invite the Minister of Development, Mr. Theodorikakos, and proceed with the awards. Allow me to thank you for the invitation to participate in this beautiful event, an institutional event, I dare say. It is a great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to be amongst you in this conference about digital economy. It is quite encouraging to be among people of IT and representatives of institutional agencies. We have today the chance to talk about an important sector of the Greek economy, digital sector with a footprint in our economy with more than 4,600 businesses, 300,000 employees, and a turnover of 13 million per year, representing 8% of the GDP of the country. You offer innovative solutions to businesses, public services, and your contribution to digital transition and new business models is exceptional. All businesses and professionals in the sector represent know-how, innovation, setting the basis for a sustainable development. And Greece cannot assure sustainable development unless it is a protagonist in IT. We create a favorable environment for all sectors of the economy, especially for those that are critical for the progress of our country at an era which is characterized by various competition at various levels. On the 21st of October, we presented with the Prime Minister our overall strategy for the productive reform of Greek economy, implementing green and digital transition at a period when Greece enjoys stability, a requirement to move forward. We move forward with all businesses along with the whole society in order to multiply investments and have a more productive Greece. This is a requirement to have a better income and better lifestyle for all Greeks. You know, well, that Greece in the last 5 years has achieved to recover its reliability in Europe and all over the world. It has recovered its fiscal reliability. At the same time, we have reformed social contributions, and we had an increase of our GDP of 2%, and the budget last year, which was voted yesterday, guarantees fiscal reliability for the years to come, and at the same time increasing the revenues of the whole society and allocating the benefits of this increase of GDP to all citizens. Digital transition is at the core of our reforms, and a lot of actions have been taken. You know well that the Ministry of Development finances with 102 million euros from RRF, the program of smart manufacturing. The projects of this program receive from 250,000 euros to 6 million for upgrading infrastructure via smart technologies and low environmental impact. These are projects aiming at the resilience of manufacturing of SMEs via systems of digital management, the procurement of modern equipment, and maintaining sustainability throughout the supply chain. We improve the environment. NSRF resources feed digital programs, and we have subsidies for SMEs of more 1.5 billion euros, and I would like in this meeting to remind you all the integrated digital system for digitizing licensing, open business that enhances transparency and accessibility. This system supports licensing for 55 important economic activities representing 2,500 businesses. All businessmen are involved, and businesses can integrate all our activities regarding licensing from wherever they are digitally. The goal is of further decreasing the administrative burden for all businesses, especially the export ones. And of course, in this sector, digital reforms are critical in order to be able to create a new environment simple for all entrepreneurs. We finance with more 300 million euros R&D. R&D is of paramount importance to accelerate progress. We also accelerate the assessment, and in the next months we will have calls for the new regimes of development law for investments having modern technologies in the limelight, and of course support the investments in the regions, in the border regions, because our idea as a government is that regional development and investments in regional areas, border areas, is critical for the security of our country. There is no better security for Greece than investments in the border regions in order to keep young people, Greeks, in their hometowns. I appreciate the work of armed forces, but nothing is stronger for the regions than new technologies when they grow at border regions. They are important for the perspective of our countries. Our cooperation is guaranteed. In the next few months, beyond awards, we have to cooperate and see how to take advantage of the development laws and other actions of the Ministry of Development. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. We're here. We have our recommendations, our proposals, and we can have these type of programs for research and innovation. So let's now start the awards. Mrs. Zuma. Good evening. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank SEPEgr for the support of all the candidatures that are submitted to the international organization. Every year, this award is actually a proof of my success in my work for 30 years plus in implementing IT systems for the public sector. For the last 5 years, I have been working as a CEO in IDICA, general manager, and with my people, with my team in IDICA, we have actually made very important leaps forward, and we have created very important projects, especially in the health sector, which is a very important sector for the development of the country. Thank you so much. Digital transformation for the public sector, General Secretary of the IT Department of the Ministry of Interior. I would like to thank SEPE for the support of all the Greek representations, all the delegations in their effort to receive the WICHA award. WICHA is the international connection of SEPE, the International Association of IT Companies. We got this first award for digital transformation, and this is very important because this regards the wallet application. This award regards an effort that was made by many people, by many bodies. This is a success of the government, allow me to say. It was presented by the Prime Minister, the Minister then, Mr. Pihirakakis, and then it was supported by the Minister, the current Minister, Mr. Papasteriou. This effort was found in more than 4,000 downloads by people, by citizens, and the IT systems have helped that, and in the private sector as well. Many people have worked for the success of this endeavor, and I would like to thank all those who have helped. I would like you to understand that many people have helped in order to create this wallet application. 2 comments here. This wallet application was not made from scratch. Actually, it is the continuation of an effort that started from the European vaccination certification, which was the first interoperability activity that our country managed to make with very impressive results internally and in Europe. And we hope that this will be the forecast of the European wallet, which in 2026, based on the plans of the EU, to move within the European Union with a digital mechanism, a digital tool that will allow them to have access to all public services, from income taxes to renting a car. So we are pioneers here. So Greece has a bet to win, not only to have the best practices internally, but export the best practices in the coming years. And I'm very happy that I have been part of this team in the last 5 years in the ministry. Once again, I would like to thank my people, Andreas, Dimitriou. I would like to thank all the people in the ministry, Edite, allow me, Minister, to say that all these people for 7 years have given their best self. Thank you, SEPE, once again, Mr. Minister, President, Mr. Paparizou, for this honor. Also, we have successes in the private sector. From Intracom Telecom now, Mr. Galos, he's going to receive Innovation Award in Artificial Intelligence. Καλησπέρα, σας ευχαριστούμε. Είναι μεγάλη μας τιμή που ο ΣΕΠΕ μας διάλεξε, την Intracom Telecom, να εκπροσωπήσει την Ελλάδα στην κατηγορία τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Και υποστήριξε την υποψηφιότητά μας, για την οποία λάβαμε το βραβείο. Πολύ σημαντική διεθνής διάκριση. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Χάρη στην εξαιρετική δουλειά που έχει γίνει από τους επιστήμονες δεδομένων, τους πληροφορικούς, τους προγραμματιστές, καταφέραμε να δώσουμε αυτή την καταπληκτική δουλειά στα δίκτυα 5G με αποτέλεσμα την εξοικονόμηση ενέργειας κατά 50%, έτσι ώστε να φτάσουμε το 30% στα data centers. Αυτή η αναγνώριση οπωσδήποτε είναι σημαντική στον τομέα των τηλεπικοινωνιών και δείχνει την βιωσιμότητα των λύσεών μας. Χαιρόμαστε πολύ που ήμασταν σε θέση να συνεισφέρουμε προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση για να βάλουμε την Ελλάδα τόσο ψηλά. But we have more awards to come. In the first world competition for scale-ups, Greece submitted two companies, two submissions, and one of them had the Bronze Scale-Up Award. So I would like to ask Mr. Dimas, Deputy Minister of the Economy, and Mr. Tassos Alefandos from the Envisionist Company, the company that got the bronze medal in the International Scale-Ups competition. Good evening. I would like to thank SEPE, Mrs. Paparidou, Wicha, of course, and Yannis Syros. I would like to say that with these the two Wicha awards that we have taken in the previous years, we have shown that Greece can innovate in that difficult area, which is artificial intelligence and machine learning. With this award, we proved that this effort is sustainable. It is also expandable and has the option to give even more in the future. Of course, this is a team effort. I would like to thank Konstantinos Lambros, who was with us in Yerevan, and of course, the heart of the endeavor, Mr. Vasilis Orfanos. Now, let me ask Mrs. Machi Simeonidou from Croax company that participated in the 14 companies of this world competition. Good evening. We are very happy that we are here today. We would like to thank SEPE and especially Mrs. Paparidou for supporting us for so many years. Some years ago, we were here again as a startup. We had just started then, and we had another award then for our effort, for our commencement. Then onwards, we got a lot of prizes. One of the major prizes was the confidence that was given to us by Space Hellas, a major group of companies in Greece, supporting the concept of digital transformation of the primary sector. I have to say that Mr. Dimas has contributed with excellent work because he mapped the journey of startups in Greece, and we would like to thank you there because you gave us the opportunity to be here today. To be able to have the position that innovation can have in Greece, and of course see the next steps with optimism. We would like to thank all our team members and all those people who support innovation, even of a high-risk level. Thank you. And now I would like to ask all the people who got the awards for a family photo. Now we have a panel for extroversion. We have 4% of extroversion in the country. We can do a lot more, and we believe that we are going to touch upon all these matters in the next panel discussion.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Digital Economy Forum 2024. As Mrs. Paparidou has said, we will focus in the next half hour with two aspects of digital transformation. You have already heard news and opinions. Now we will focus on digital Greece of innovation and openness. I would like to invite Mr. Christos Dimas, Deputy Minister of National Economy. Mr. Dimas, please take your seat. Mr. Frangiskos Theophylaktos, CEO of Elevate Greece. Antigoni Liperopoulou, CEO of EATE. Ismini Papakirilou, CEO of HDB. And Pantelis Georgiakis, CEO of the Greek Center of Defense Innovation. We had an introduction. Let's go straight to the topic and see how digital and open is Greece. And what steps have you made in order to enhance these aspects? I would like to thank SEPE for the invitation. And I would like to give an example of substantial contribution of SEPE in the economy, the daily lives of all citizens, and has to do with digital transformation and deepening. Mrs. Paparidou will understand what I am talking about. It is a project that suffered a lot, but SEPE's contribution was quite important. One of the goals of the government is to decrease taxes, but in order to decrease taxes, it is necessary to combat tax evasion. One measure we have taken lately is with the connection of businesses with POSs and the teller equipment. With the contribution of SEPE in the last year, we managed to achieve our goal. Thanks to that, in the first 9 months of 2024, the revenues from VAT are increased by 11.4%, and that has nothing to do with the inflation, but the growth, and that we had introduced 430,000 POSs, and we proceeded with decrease tax cuts throughout the year. So when you have tools like my data of there, you have a better picture of the transactions and have more benefits. And I'm talking about tax evasion. We take advantage of e-tools in order to achieve combating it, and decrease of taxes and social contributions is something that we all need. This is an example, a tangible example, and I want to thank SEPE for its contribution. Thank you very much. Yes, it's part of the reality of our daily lives. Mr. Theophylaktos, to you now. Same question. How digital, innovative, and open is Greece? Extrovert, that is. I have the pleasure and honor to be in an organization that is considered innovative. Under the ministry of Mr. Dimas, we created Elevate Greece. The two companies awarded today are members of Elevate Greece. There is innovation in Greece. It has been recognized. It is supported by the Ministry of Development. Today we have 900 members registered with twice as many applications submitted in order to promote companies that innovate. Most of them are active in technology, and half of them use big data or AI, which means that in Greece we have a lot of good examples, and we can see that through businesses from researchers, scientists that can put into the market what they have planned or thought of. And we have a lot of distinctions globally. At the same time, we have an ecosystem which flourishes not only in urban centers, but in the regions as well. We see points in the country that are reinforced, and through mapping we will take advantage more as Elevate Greece all the data that are necessary to bring better results at regional level. This is quite important for various reasons. The minister, Mr. Theodorikakos, earlier talked about how important it is to have a regional economy, and I believe that startups can contribute to that, because we talk about high-skilled personnel working in startups. We have a lot of research institutes throughout the country and that assist companies. And something else for me is important in the last years with legislating the new framework of spin-offs. We have seen that more are produced. We have registered in Elevate Greece more than 80. That means that we have a very good research infrastructure with patents, distinctions. They take the next step to create a company, build a team, and sell abroad. This is a qualitative and quantitative sample of the work that has been done all these past 5 years, the policies introduced, and the latest changes that enhance the ecosystem, golden visa, tax cuts, etc., etc. Mrs. Liberopoulou, from the bank, what have you done to enhance extroversion and innovation? I agree. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations for the event, and congratulations to all the awardees. The EATE is an innovative bank, and it has replaced Teneo, which was already innovative. It was created to develop venture capital, to create the infrastructure of financing for innovative businesses back then in 2001. Back then we didn't have innovation in Greece, but SEPEgr has always been by our side, and we managed to transform Teneo in EATE, and we take advantage of state and European funds. We are the first country. We innovated, we created an equity tool for investments via RRF, and our objective was to invest in venture capital funds and equity funds aiming at innovative businesses. We have designed or There are various projects that aim at acceleration, all stages of business development, focusing mainly on digital, green and innovation. Today, why Greece is innovative and extrovert? In the last 4 years, we have invested more than 100 million in different schemes in Greece, in SMEs. The managers of these businesses have received more than 1.2 billion, and we have attracted foreign investors, which means that all this progress, with the help of Mr. Dimas, who has contributed beyond the creation of Elevate and tax incentives for angel companies, and now helping investors that invest in funds. Now Greece is in the center of interest of international investors. The results. I believe that the big success of what is presented has to do with the fact that we are 5 people here who cooperate. This cooperation has brought important results. Each of us in our sector, with hard work and open cooperation, brings positive results. And the figures that you have mentioned have proven that we take steps in innovation and extroversion. Mrs. Papakirilou, your turn now. I would like to thank for the invitation to participate in this interesting panel representing HDB, which is a development organization for the country and aligned with the development plan of the country. So digital transformation and innovation are at the core of our businesses. All the projects we finance focus on these. We design tools for SMEs mainly that are the main focal point of Greek economy, allowing them to have access to bank financing. We design tools with specific goals, and these tools come to the market via Greek banks and the banking system. In that way, we try to increase financing for SMEs and startups that have a difficulty in finding financing the finance. So we give them tools to go to the market and find funds. In SMEs, digital transformation is sine qua non, and we need to experience it if we want our businesses to be competitive. I will give you some examples of tools. Most of you know the SEPEgr, a financing tool covering a high percentage of needs. It is general, it covers general businesses, but small SMEs can submit an investment plan and get money to cover this investment needs in digital investments. This is a tool that can be used by businesses to cover their needs and move forward. We have more specialized tools nonetheless. In the SEPEgr, we have a specialized tool that has to do with startups. It gives a guarantee of 80% of the loan, quite important to allow startups to get loans in favorable terms. Another tool is we have co-financed loans for digital transformation, covering the needs for digital transformation. And the last one is the Fund of Guarantee and Innovation. It is a new tool. Beyond the subsidies we give capital rebate, a percentage of the capital of the loan up to 20%, having certain innovation criteria. That and of course we give back for ESG. With this tool, we give incentives for these important tools, innovation and ESG. I will stop here and we'll continue. So innovation comes from innovation, I understand. Mr. Georgiakis, let's be more precise. Tell me, what do you think about innovation in defense industry? First of all, with SEPE, we've been together for 20 years. Each and every one of us has helped a lot from our posts the development of Greek economy. It is a journey which for me and all our other colleagues was important and is still important. The next step of SEPE, which will be the next step of Greek society and economy, is to see how these 600 startups, to bring them in SEPE and create a sector, an important sector of young people, young businessmen, who will give us new expectations in innovation. In the past, we purchased equipment from abroad. The added value in our country was quite low, minimal, I dare say. Whereas we spend 4% of our GDP yearly on defense. In defense, the total of defense industry represent 2.7% of GDP. So we see a huge gap between money invested in the sector and the part developed in our country. The army is not the ones that will create innovation, but they are the springboard, the catalyst to develop innovation. And if we see it historically, since the era of the internet, we had the DARPA project. GPS that we all use came from a respective research program in the United States. World War II was won. A member of MIT went to President Roosevelt and said, we have a technological war. Are we going to be conventional? Europe was at a difficult position back then with Germany. What they suggested was that we won't find solutions in the army, but in the market university. So we need to expand in order to move forward and innovate in disruptive technologies that will allow to win the war, to allow democracy to prevail all over the world. That was the locomotive that brought innovation, which until today has helped us a lot. The Center of Defense Innovation, what does it actually do? It recognizes the operational needs of armed forces, not to tell us what equipment they use. They actually tell us what they need. The armed forces say what kind of equipment they need, and we go in the market. How can we do that? In this part, we use competitive dialogue, which is not very popular in our country. It is a very useful tool of the Commission. You go out with that question. We have 10 companies trying to answer it. You choose 2 or 3 companies, and you go step by step for the developments. You don't write specifications, etc., because you don't know the end state, how to describe it. If you want to achieve a modular development, we need to move that way. So by taking one step at a time, you can support or prevent moving towards a direction which is not what others don't want. We have 60 million euros yearly dedicated to armed forces. That could be more if we see that there is a market, and the market is here to support this attempt. With the money we have, we finance development of products and services useful to armed forces. I'll give you an example. We had a tender in Thessaloniki. We didn't go to set specifications. We just asked 2 questions. How do I combine sensors from different systems, air systems, terrestrial systems, and how can I recognize objects? And the second question is, how can I coordinate a group of drones? We had 160 companies answering. 40 gave us the best answers, and we awarded the 3 of them. Not that we gave them 20,000 euros, but they paved the way for the next phase, direct negotiations, in order to see if this can produce a product to the benefit of the armed forces and export it. Very interesting. As I understand, you see if there is market. Is there a market there for 160 companies that show the interest? That means that there is interest. What are the opportunities for development? There is market. We need to believe that there is market and support it, and not be introvert.
We'll see how we'll manage to do that, probably through the results, because we need to create champions in different sectors. And as we have the characteristics of militars, when we have champions among us, they want to compete with each other, and they become better and better. But we speak about international competition, because if you have the flexibility to move in a common European market, if you do have this mobility and flexibility, then investments will take place where you have innovation. If you don't have innovation, you won't be able to attract investments. And if you don't do so, the good people, you're going to lose them. So this is a one-way road, actually, which leads us to this one solution. And many times we see that we don't have investments because this is a pseudo dilemma, actually, labor cost, because it is the investments which is interesting, not the labor cost. If labor cost was the main criterion, then we would have vast investments in Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, but we don't have. We have investments in northern Europe where salaries are high. So that's the important in innovation. At some point, we need to connect the universities, the major companies, and the startups. That's what we miss. So major enterprises should do what the French do, clustering. For example, all electronic companies are in Grenoble. Only startups solutions is not a sustainable solution because startups need to grow and they need financing. So they will leave the country and otherwise they won't have the R&D here. This is important too, but what is more important is that major companies have to consider this. We need to leverage the startups and the companies and the universities by creating these kind of clusters. So this is important for the next day, so we can go forward. Mrs. Papakirilou, I'm going to come back to you to speak about investing in small and medium enterprises in Greece. We need to see which are the sectors which are more interesting for investments. In general, our programs cover most sectors and the Greek region, and this is based on the financial activity in Greece. Nevertheless, we try to provide motives in some sectors which are important, and I'm going to mention some results, some examples. We try to cover some gaps in the market. For example, we have some project for the primary sector, especially new agro businesses, and we also provide mentoring support. This is important because many times it is the small and very small enterprises in Greece that do not have the necessary knowledge in order to proceed with the digital transformation or even the basics to create a business plan or an investment plan. So we need to provide the basics and we need to build these basic capacities so that these companies are able to grow. Also, we work with non-financial tools, as for example the GL, which is important for the credit area. We have a self-evaluation tool, which is a prerequisite for providing loans. Exactly because in the very small enterprises we need to have we see a gap. This particular tool, which gives us support for research and technology and regards all types of companies, it gives us a good view of the market. So this is important, and the state has to focus on these sectors. And we'll see what sectors have the most need. This way we can support them in their digital transformation. Another tool that we develop now, which is a non-financial one as well, regards information and training. HTB Academy, it's called, and actually it's going to be a web page providing basic information for very small enterprises for basic matters, as for example, how you create an investment plan, what do you need for a company to run, how important it is to be digitally knowledgeable. And this is important because there are many businesses in Greece that have entered the digital transformation era. So we don't want any companies to stay behind. We want to support all these who have the utmost need. So this is very important. I'm very happy that we have many private companies around us, among us here, because it's important to boost this part of entrepreneurship, because it is important that we follow this digital transformation trend. So it's the first time that the private sector has to mimic the public sector in Greece. Ms. Liberopoulou, you gave some information about the situation nowadays. You presented your report last week. I would like you to give us some information about the present and the future. What do we expect? Allow me to say that as Mr. Brutzakis said, we do have enterprises in the agricultural sector. We do have companies in the defense area, especially specializing in drones. For example, there are some companies that are innovative, and the state as a customer, as a client, has to be close to them so that we can have proof of concept. And I believe that we should give the opportunity to these type of companies to be tested in a realistic environment. Secondly, we have seen the problem of decreased scale-up financing. We participate in efforts to increase financing via private funding in European scale-up so that we keep the technological dominance in Europe, and we participate in this as well with some investment capitals and funds. So having said that, as regards the startup report for Greece, which is actually a passport for foreign investors, showed an increase in the amount invested in new enterprises, an increase by 15% this year, while in Europe we saw a decrease by 5%. This means that we have very robust foundations, and I think that this is the way to go. And we are mature enough to proceed forward. We have some quality characteristics in relation to the previous years, and we do better than Europe in many indicators. So I believe that we have managed to mature soon, maybe because we are very, very resilient, that we went through the crisis, etc. And let me stress something more. If you haven't seen the Endeavour campaign as an innovation destination for Greece, and GPS is the anti-Kythera mechanism, and it's the Trojan horse, which is an example of hacking, actually. Or the Festos disk, which is an example of cryptography, and also the Mosaic, which is the pixeling. So here we are, a nation with innovation in our DNA. So we have to support this type of campaigns because indeed we can become pioneers. It is high time that we are not followers, but we are leaders. Mr. Theophylactos, you gave us some news about the future. So how will we will become more extrovert? Extroversion is very important for us. We're speaking about the startups, which are the leaders in innovation. Health sciences are leading the way with 15%. So you understand that we have very good researchers, very good results. We have spoke about this already today, and we have similar case studies in logistics, in other areas as well. So networking our members is very important for us. We have 900 very dynamic, competitive companies, and they create synergies on their own. We started this year, and we hold meetings among our members, so they have the opportunity to interact, to give opportunities and proposals for the improvement of the ecosystem in general. Of course, the crisis expresses the upper part of the ecosystem, but there are many more which, via this example, they can follow this way. So it's important that someone leads this way. A second thing which is important for us, as we said before, regards empowering startups with the funded established companies framework. We are going to help the creation of prerequisites for established enterprises based on their own needs, as Mr. Georgakis mentioned, aiming at being able to see how these poles interact. We have, for the fourth year, a competition with the European Development Bank through Elevate Greece for startups that get money from the Development Bank to develop the proof of concept. So we've seen awards, international awards, and the PPC as strategic founder, investor. So this means, on the one hand, that we have activity on behalf of the Greek state. So I believe that this is the way: networking, communication, extroversion, and as Ms. Likopoulou mentioned, what is nice in this ecosystem is that all sectors go together. As you see, this panel, we cooperate, and in all other panels, we are team members. We have accelerators, VC funds, chambers, the public sector, of course, enterprises, the whole spectrum, which has a common goal: more innovative solutions and companies, which, of course, increase competitiveness in all countries and provide a boost to the GDP. Mr. Dimas, last question. Let me ask you a final question. Before I analyze the tax incentives that we can provide, I am going to say something which is important, in my opinion, an important factor. When I was a student, and postgraduate student, 23 years ago, most of my mates had a dream to work at a multinational company. Now we see that as years go by, the students think much more as to create their own business, a startup. This is a major achievement. And of course, this mentality has to do with the education system, the family framework, the society which has matured, the understanding that failure is not stoppage. But regarding tax incentive, in 2021, rather in 2020, says the speaker, After discussions with the social players, we decided to increase tax motives for the expenditures for research and development. It was at 130% at that time, and we reached 200%. So any company that would invest in research and development, it would have 20%. So 15 days ago, we increased these motives, which have reached 250% when we have the connection of a company with a research center or a startup or a university, and it can reach 315%, which is the most competitive tax incentive in the whole European Union when we have a small or medium enterprise, a knowledge intensive with 20% in the research and development. And you are right, Pantelis, in what you say, but it is very important for the big businesses, but we have to support small businesses as well. That's why we provide incentives to them, the knowledge-intensive companies. And I should say that when I was at the Ministry of Development, and I was taking part in councils of ministerial councils, we would say that the European Union has to provide recommendations for the scale-up of startups. We do have the human resources in Greece, in the European Union. Unfortunately, most startups that have made the major scale-up steps are being acquired by either American or Chinese groups. It's important to keep them in Europe. That's why we need to provide incentives. In conclusion, apart from the tax incentives for enterprises, we have tripled tax incentives for angels. Investing for angels and for startups in general is very important. So for those who want to invest to startups, we provide support so that we can create an ecosystem and we can keep the talents in the country, in Europe, and this is very important. In conclusion, let me say that indeed we have excellent scientists, both at the universities, abroad as well. Yes, indeed, you are right. But many of them have come back in the last years, in the recent years. We want some more to come back, and we want to be able to attract scientists and entrepreneurs from other areas, other regions. We want Greece to become an innovation hub. When we created the new Innovation Center for the spin-offs of the research centers and the universities, I had visited the Ministry of Western Macedonia. Maybe it's not number one university in Greece in technology, but I'm going to tell you the following. In that university until 2022, where we did not have the new spin-off framework, we had just one spin-off. And we did that because we wanted to show that the research in the universities and research centers was not translated into research. 6 months later, the Western Macedonia University had 9 spin-offs. So people are dynamic and people have the opportunity to translate scientific research into entrepreneurship. The example of Mike Simeonithou with agro apps is just one of these cases. How scientific research, deep scientific research, be translated into entrepreneurship, into business. So this way we can provide opportunities and we can provide support via innovative tools and mechanisms. We want to support the Greeks who can be innovative internationally. So they need to have the opportunity, the environment, because they won't have the problems that they had in the past. So this would be the best closure for our panel, the most optimistic ones. Thank you, everyone.
For all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
Γεια, είμαι η Κλειό. Είμαι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Ναι, το οδείο του Ηρώδου του Αττικού, το ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και τη Χαλκοθήκη. Και πλέον μπορείς να δεις και το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Και τώρα, με την προσθήκη δύο ακόμα σπουδαίων μνημείων, το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια, η εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος προσφέρει μια ολοκληρωμένη εμπειρία στην Ακρόπολη. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να την απολαύσει όλος ο κόσμος. Κοσμοτέ, μέλος του ομίλου Telecom.
αντιμετωπίζουν με επιτυχία τις αλλαγές και να ηγούνται της αγοράς. Αυτό για μας είναι το θετικό αποτύπωμα. Καθώς
Complexity. Easy to describe, but it can be difficult to recognize. However, complexity always has an unmissable impact, complicating operations, disrupting visibility, compromising protection, increasing costs. But how did networks get so complex? A long gradual evolution or the explosion of users, devices, and applications? The answer is both. Too much of too many things built up over the years, and the unintended consequences of digital transformation, making organizations more vulnerable to attacks than ever before, making now the best time to attack complexity. Now is the time to re-examine your cybersecurity strategy. Now is the best time to reevaluate which vendors are strategic. Now is the best time to move to a platform approach, leveraging integration and automation, moving away from random to structured, from confusion to clarity, from complexity to consolidation, eliminating complexity and accelerating digital outcomes, streamlining operations, enabling end-to-end visibility, strengthening protection, and improving ROI.
Intracom Telecom is a global technology company with a proven track record in the ICT field for over 4 decades. The company focuses on developing tailor-made solutions for fixed and mobile telecom operators, public authorities, and large public and private enterprises. Specializing in wireless access and transmission, Intracom Telecom sets the benchmark in the fixed wireless access domain, with its industry-leading radio systems having been deployed globally. The company also provides a wide range of innovative solutions in data analytics and AI-powered applications, IoT and smart city, digital video, services monetization and business process automation, all complemented with unmatched system and network integration services providing end-to-end solutions for the data-driven transformation of public authorities and organizations in various industries. It is also active in the energy and utilities industry, deploying end-to-end IT solutions, and in the defense sector, delivering integrated security systems for critical infrastructure protection and border surveillance. With substantial investments in research and development and extensive expertise, own R&D and production facilities, and subsidiaries spanning across 4 continents, Intracom Telecom develops cutting-edge products and integrated solutions, enabling life-improving services for present and future generations.
Στην Ιδρύνα Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προστιθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
In cyber conflict today, we've encountered an inflection point, the age of generative AI. Attackers are adopting AI to exploit vulnerabilities faster and more effectively than ever, while many organizations admittedly feel unprepared for the revolution. But what if we could leverage AI to narrow the gap between cybersecurity intent and outcomes, to alter the balance of power for a new edge, an edge that assists, augments, and automates your cyber defense? Together, we can, by making AI pervasive in every aspect of the Cisco Security Cloud. We can assist security teams by discovering policy details and recommending rules, so firewall admins don't have to write one. Plus, optimize the rules they do need, eliminating duplicate and expired ones. Then, get more done faster, with AI-generated instructions that make complex tasks easy to understand for anyone at any skill level. And when it comes to consistent, secure user access, policy configuration is easy for admins, and users can simply log on and go to work. We can augment human insight by identifying all patterns and clues, even the smallest ones that a SecOps team might otherwise miss, spotting attacks that mimic legitimate traffic. And even when encrypted, we ensure that what's hidden doesn't stay that way. Or help uncover new and emerging threats with AI that trains a sophisticated system of detectors to block business email compromise and phishing attacks. All the while, our data loss prevention safeguards your most sensitive data from getting into the wrong hands via usage of generative AI tools like ChatGPT. We can automate complex workflows like ransomware defense by proactively taking snapshots of apps and data the very moment something suspicious arises, resulting in near real-time recovery. The stakes are high. The time is now. And with pervasive AI across every aspect of the Cisco Security Cloud, the advantage is yours. Better efficacy, better experience, better economics, with cyber defense built for the AI age.
Got a minute? Let's talk Cisco and AI. At Cisco Live, we announced our $1 billion AI investment fund. This move includes strategic investments with startups across software and infrastructure to advance customers' AI readiness and complement Cisco's AI innovation strategy. In collaboration with NVIDIA, we developed the Cisco Nexus Hyperfabric AI cluster solution. This cloud-operated solution simplifies the deployment of generative AI applications, providing IT visibility and analytics across the entire AI infrastructure stack. Lastly, we rolled out new features for Cisco's AI Assistant, the most advanced generative AI-powered platform for hybrid work and customer experience. One new solution is the ability for users to ask the AI assistant to recap anything covered during a WebEx meeting recording. That's it for now. To learn more, visit newsroom.cisco.com.
Where will you be in 5 years? Where will we be in 5 years? In 25? In 50? Let's be here and here, with her and him and they. Let's connect them. Let's connect everyone. Let's deliver technology that gives them access to power opportunity. Let's set a new standard for data security and personal privacy. Let's change the system. Promote equality and fairness in the workplace. Let's tear down the barriers to social justice for a more inclusive world. Let's clean house. Zero carbon, zero waste. Because the health of our family is tied to the future of our home. Let's gather resources and partners, steer toward our greatest challenges and accelerate. For the benefit, for all. Cisco has made it its purpose to power an inclusive future for all. Where will we be in 50 years? Let's go see. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Η DBC Διαδικασία, μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες, βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξελίξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC Διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών, βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών, ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων, υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου, διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης με σημαντικές επιτυχίες στο ιστορικό της. Γιατί DBC Διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
Τι σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης στη νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων? Σημαίνει να χαράσεις το δρόμο για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό και να αλλάζεις τα πάντα. Να αλλάζεις τον τρόπο που δουλεύουν 125.000 επιχειρήσεις και επαγγελματίες. Να επενδύεις στους ανθρώπους σου, γιατί αυτή είναι η κινητήριο σου δύναμη. Σημαίνει να εξελίσσεσαι ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις σου με νέους καινοτόμους συνεργάτες και να πηγαίνεις στον επιχειρηματικό κόσμο μπροστά. Αυτό σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης. Όμιλος εταιριών ΕΠΣΙΛΟΝΕΤ. Η νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων.
This is for the teams who aren't just experimenting with AI and hybrid cloud. It's for the ones revolutionizing what these technologies can do at scale, automating repetitive work so they can elevate impactful work, speeding up how they write and code, create, and grow across customer service and IT, HR to R&D. Empowering your teams all comes down to what we start here together. Think AI that can be built and tuned to your needs. Research that informs how your business proceeds. Think a hybrid cloud that's designed to launch ideas at your pace and your trusted data connected from all over the place. Think models you can govern from day one and experts that can be there for the long run. Think digital assistants, not just a bot. Processes that are more automated than not. Think partners that are nimble and collaborative, all working together to create businesses and teams that are more adaptive. It's all right here. Your teams are ready. It's time to think scale.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. We are Pro Transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform. We are Pro Planet and Pro Community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. We are Pro Curiosity, our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas, because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Όλες και όλοι έχουμε έναν πολύτιμο βοηθό, το MyGov, το οποίο έχει βοηθήσει απαντώντας σε πάνω από 700.000 ερωτήσεις μέχρι σήμερα.
Δεν έχει υπάρξει ώρα χωρίς κάποιος από εμάς να τον χρειαστεί για κάτι. Στις 3 το πρωί,
τις Κυριακές, ακόμα και τις αργίες. Είναι εκεί να απαντάει γρήγορα σε κάθε μας ερώτηση σχετική με τις δημόσιες υπηρεσίες ή το μύθος. Λύνει κάθε απορία μας για νέα ταυτότητα, υπεύθυνη δήλωση, τέλη κυκλοφορίας, άειλη συνταγογράφηση, εξουσιοδότηση, συνταξιοδότηση. Οκ, σταματάω γιατί άρχισα τις ρήμες. Και συνεννοείται άπτεστα με Άγγλους, Γάλλους, Πορτογάλους και 23 ακόμα εθνικότητες.
Το MyGov δημιουργήθηκε με πρωτοβουλία της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης και με βοήθεια από τη Microsoft.
Έτσι, η Ελλάδα γίνεται μία από τις πρώτες χώρες στον κόσμο που βάζει τεχνητή νοημοσύνη στο δημόσιο, υπεύθυνα και με ασφάλεια, δημιουργώντας τον πρώτο ψηφιακό βοηθό όλων μας.
Μιλήστε του. Μην τρέπεστε. Και όσο του μιλάτε, τόσο καλύτερος γίνεται. Έτσι δεν είναι?
Υπάρχει το ίντερνετ και υπάρχει και το Nova Fiber, όπου όλοι απολαμβάνουμε τη σούπερ αξιόπιστη και ταχύτερη δυνατή σύνδεση όσοι κι αν είμαστε online. Τα Nova Fiber προγράμματα τα παρέχουν όλα σε όλη την Ελλάδα. Απόκτησέ τα τώρα από μόνο 29 ευρώ τον μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Το ίντερνετ όπως θα έπρεπε να είναι. Nova.
Minister of State, representatives of the parties, MPs, guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, thank you very much for that. For once again, you support this institution, our members, that are pioneers in developments in IT, communication, high technology, innovation, because we can do that and we have proven so. Allow me to thank the sponsor, communication sponsor, of this Digital Economy Forum 2024, without the contribution of whom we wouldn't be able to organize such a big conference. For all of us in SEPE, Digital Economy Forum is the culmination of all initiatives and events we organize every year. Before the end of a year, we are here again, more experienced, more powerful, understanding that we are here to form together tomorrow. 2025, we will celebrate 30 years of successful presence in Greece. SEPE, as partner of the society, aims at the best use of ICT, knowing what growth they can bring for everyone. In the last years, especially since the pandemic today, leaps have taken place and a lot of goals have been achieved. The sectors of ICT and members of our association have contributed towards this direction, and especially at an environment extremely competitive at regional and global level. All of these, of course, couldn't have been achieved without the necessary support of the states. And the results, except the fact that we do experience them, are depicted in the indices of the last decade. But we should not lay back having achieved all of these. We need to understand that growth is combined with the development of our sector. We need to intensify our efforts for digital transformation. RRF is about to finish, but we need to absorb the resources and implement the actions remaining and the projects. So it is necessary, via close cooperation of stakeholders, for the actions to be implemented to understand the present, real and future needs of citizens, avoiding unreliable timetables. We need to finish this program, which is considered Marshall Plan. So, since it is a Marshall Plan, let's deal with it as a Marshall Plan. At the highest level, we are here to contribute with all our forces. And because of RRF, allow me to focus on financing of projects and actions in general. and their funding. How do we deal with that? Whenever we find money, we implement projects. And the question is, what are we going to do after RRF? But when the development of a country depends on digital technology, we cannot use circumstantial money. So we need to be more precise and concise. Ladies and gentlemen, the products and services of digital technology are of direct importance and are part of the needs of the citizens and society. All projects of digital technology will bring either decrease of cost or increase of productivity. This means that if a project is implemented properly, will be self-financed. If we understand that and organize ourselves, we won't need to rely on the next RRF to move forward. Of course, all rules have exceptions that have to do with the burden some of the stakeholders have to carry. Right now, the small companies of the country, which according to Elstat represent 86% of the businesses in the country, businesses up to 10 employees, need specific circumstances to operate, and these businesses need be supported because they are backbone of our economy. We have ready suggestions for the remaining resources of RRF and NSRF, but in case we don't have resources, we can have tax cuts, etc., to give incentives. Since we are talking about digital transformation and we want it, we need to support it. Digital upgrading at various levels is to the benefit of all of us. And what is the next step? Openness, extroversion. We are a small country. We need to go outside our borders to grow. Our contribution to export is only 4% according to Deloitte. That means we have perspectives as a sector, which is universally recognized. Its solutions have been awarded globally. More than any other countries that are considered digital superpowers, including China and the USA. For a sector that innovates globally, we need to create the business environment to innovate and grow in Greece. All were surprised in May 2024 when a company of Greek interests started from Thessaloniki, bought out for $1.2 billion, one of the biggest buyouts ever. The business environment or our country allowed this company to take the seat of the company to Switzerland and keep the production here. But SMEs don't have access to bank loans, as we have heard. Extroversion means business revenues for businesses, and that means revenues for the country, and enhancement of productivity and prosperity for everyone. International recognition, according to the same study, has achieved 24% of the direct foreign investments in Greece to focus on IT. 1/4 of investment in Greece is digital technology. So we can and we should focus on extroversion, openness. In order to achieve that, we need personnel. And that doesn't exist, as you all know. And we are not the only sector missing employees. The president of SEV asked for tax incentives for personnel. We decreased unemployment in one digit, but it's a pity to have low unemployment and lack of personnel. Finding personnel for our sector is not simple. Knowledge is needed. Certificates are needed. And we cannot retrain people with coupons of 1,000 euros. That can be used only for the upgrading of citizens, digital upgrading of citizens. In our meetings with the representatives of universities on IT, we have carried out some suggestions to find personnel. All of these, of course, without impediments, without exaggerating remuneration to some. Ladies and gentlemen, SEPE, as an active member of Digital Europe and WICHA, follows the global developments and participate in common actions and programs with other countries. An example is our participation, as mentioned by Professor Biganis, in the 7 cyber hubs. We are along with other small countries, and our sector has advanced more than the rest. Our aim is to contribute to research and development in all sectors of digital technologies, promoting the founding of new businesses. We move following studies, participating in all commissions and working groups for optimum implementation of digital planning, the fourth digital revolution, as we have called it. And of course, we represent collectively the positions of the associations. All the above, nonetheless, cannot work without the active role of the state. It is necessary to have coordination and the best legal framework, giving incentives to growth and getting over all of the impediments, enhancing the capabilities of the sector for all. As it was confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, by the speeches we have heard today, we place interest in digital transformation and cyber security, which means that we need to make haste to meet the needs. For us, innovation and technology is inclusive. We want to include everybody and allow everybody to feel this prosperity. Digital economy upgrades our country, making it an international competitor. The topics are quite serious and important, but what is most serious of all is the will and the possibility to implement. Can we achieve all of these that have been suggested today? Do we want to achieve them all? These are two main questions, and the answer is yes, we want and we can. And let me say something else. There is no other option. Digital transformation is an existential one-way street for the companies so as to design altogether the future we deserve, a future ahead. Thank you all very much. And now, I would like to give the floor to the Minister of State, Mr. Voridis, representing the Greek government. Minister, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much for the invitation. And I should say that I do understand completely that I am in between you and your food. So despite the fact that my instructions, the instruction that I got was that I would give a long speech on the digital policies of the government. Instead, I'm not going to say any number whatsoever, but I'm going to focus on some basics, which I believe that are important. And I would say how I feel about you. First of all, I would like to convey the greetings of the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, and he says that he is very happy that you have been doing this very important work. When he asked me to represent him, I told him that I'm the least adequate person to do that in this environment. And let me explain to you why. Because I believe, I feel awe for your knowledge and respect for your knowledge. We are users of of the services that you create. And I cannot really understand how you manage what you manage to do. I know that you have heard a lot of speeches before me, and I know very well that the Minister of Digital Governance spoke to you. And I believe that he has already conveyed the policies of the government. So now I would like to share with you some things that make me really happy that I participate in this government. As you probably know, I'm a conservative politician, but I was always very cautious in front of all these novelties. So when I heard the idea that we are going to create a secretariat at the presidency of the government for long-term design, foresight, as we would call it, I asked them, so what will they do? And they answered, they're going to be thinking about the future. And I said, what about future? We are thinking in the present in so many problems. But fortunately, the future doesn't listen to people like me, but they listen to people like the Prime Minister. So our country managed to be one of the 7 countries that the Commission chooses to promote AI. And this is the result of the work of our Prime Minister, of our government, and it's an important success. When we had the establishment of this consulting committee, high-level committee for AI, which presented the strategy for AI that I read as part of my duties in the presidency of the government, I was very impressed. And also I felt very proud because I saw that our country can play this so important role at this so central level. There are ideological dimensions in this discussion. In Greece, many times we have provided feedback about our long history, the major achievements of our ancestors, the contribution of ancient Greece. All these things are very important, and they have their own history. At some point, I had thought that Ion Dragoumis, the father of Greek nationalism, who would love Greece so much and history so much, he would say that one of the major problems that make Greece not being able to proceed, he would say that we are struck by our ancestors so hardly that we cannot do anything for our present or future. And we will not be able to develop our future. And I believe that Greece today avoids this exactly because it accepts all these challenges. So if I had not read that report, I might not be able to believe it, that Greece is the 3rd largest talent tank for AI. 10%, 11% of AI researchers have internationally have studied in Greek universities. This is huge. And of course, it has to be attributed to your work. Beyond any doubt, what has happened in the last 5 years at the digital level is a huge leap forward, and we would like to thank you for this. This wouldn't have happened without your contribution, without the contribution of the companies, of those working in the companies, in your companies, without your help. Being here today in order to discuss the major moral and ethical dilemmas of AI regarding the access to specific information that has to be given to machines, major questions, and the answers to these questions will shape the future of the planet. Greece, being a major interlocutor in this discussion, is a great honor for our country. In the Ministry of Interior, we have the annual planning of hiring new people. So we need to decide whom we are going to hire. We know how many because we have a specific rule as for how many people we can hire, but we need to decide their qualities, their posts, and their tasks. If you ask me how this happens due to the work of some employees who work on these huge Excel files in order to see these thousands of people who should become our team members. We need to know how much we have to think in order to succeed in this. We have proposed an HRMS, a Human Resources Management System, that will employ AI so that we can have an efficient programming in our hires. This project will be created, will be implemented in the next few months. And I'm saying this in order to focus the various changes that take place in the public sector, where we have simplification of processes. 32,000 processes have been digitized already, and we are doing simplification now. And your technology and your ideas is what lead us. So indeed, I want you to believe that the Greek government recognizes the criticality of your sector. Today is a very good day. Yesterday, we managed to vote the budget. The budget would be voted anyway. We are 5 years in the government. We have 155 We have defense expenditures, health expenditures, and it was passed by 167 votes. In other words, many of the appropriations have been voted by many more votes than our MPs. So this means that we have with us more MPs from other parties, political parties. So we have a very robust government. And this was actually a confidence vote yesterday that we had. And we are we are not similar at all to France, for example, where they are still looking to see how to staff the governmental offices. We have to see which are the prospects for the future. You have to see which is the environment where you can develop and grow. And fortunately, and our government can give you this environment. It's important for us to continue working with you. We have to enhance interoperability. We need to provide you an environment, an ecosystem, so that the companies will continue offering services internally in Greece and also in other countries. And we believe that in the next government, we are going to continue with the same Prime Minister for an even better future. And I'm stopping here, and you can focus to your food.